It's true, and a lot of people who are so a lot of people that are poor, a lot of times, I guess, because you're kind of relying on your neighbor on usually sharing a bathroom. There's a lot of stuff. People are on teamwork, and it creates, it creates this feeling of competition where at least when you're alone, that's just what I'm saying.
Shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 1,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and the sociological and psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize and refer to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph, Moses, Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So, how do you square these things? And by the way, Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? Point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.T. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues with conversion and issues. I don't necessarily agree with
And so she turns around, there's a black couple behind us. There's black guys. Another job. No, he was just Jew. Lovely guy had to your house. Short attack, psychic, or just think change. Super magic. Yeah, it's like more. Yeah, it's like a magic shit. Yeah, but he didn't really have any powerful way. She was crying so hard, I was looking at her. She wouldn't. I told us what happened. I forgot. Spoiler alert. You said you're so lonely. Yeah, they're lonely on a bit, so that's responsibility this morning. I was obviously when I said it's like masturbation. Saying that lady here. Yes. You're saying like
It's not
Or
as
they really just a joke.
look at that.
I can see you running a slim. Give me that affiliation and all
Let's
stuff.
say
So big.
equivocal states.
Blacks, either white slaves, pygmies, everybody's slavery. That's just racist. You're so lonely. Why? You gotta been lonesome, man. Well, trying to stop a masturbation. You know, that's what you think about when you masturbate.
Verse 3 says,
I think about honestly now. I think a little bit about some kind of sections, you know. And then I think of how bad I'm gonna feel after I'm masturbating. Really? Why do you feel bad? Say masturbate to light shame. To light shame. Are you a portal guy? Much like Red 2. Man, I've been out there. I've been in the. It's nasty. It is nasty. Some of these videos and people do all these butt activities and everything. Butt activities. You just trying to, it's constantly escalating. You're always trying to one up each other before it's on hand. It's just too much. Sure, I don't need sex guys. No. Yeah. And it's so whack-a-mole too, because it's like urban whack-a-mole. Andrew Santino is the best. He talks about how porn.
really
This garbage. It goes back to indoor, outdoor. Like those are kind of outdoor. They have long indoors. Full circle is the old circle. Never come full circle. Wait, what's the budget? This past weekend is just helping just basic life suggestions for struggling males and others. Viewers and listeners, just keep doing on Sunday. Just as on the one day off. 100% way. That's a like people say it's not a fan. It is. And I find people say you shouldn't match. That's a man. That's an overlord. Your testosterone lowers if you're not ejaculating. You know that. If your body's storing those things, they come over time. It's a testosterone that's high. You well, if you're a sports guy, you're not going to jack. Yes. Sports guy. They said that it's a myth that when you like it's just a level. But if you're horny, maybe you're sharper. You're smart. You're hungrier. Well, dude, I'll notice as a cat, they got some kind of a white cat. I feel like cats belong to white people, the Illuminati. Well, it's super villain. It's single freaking women who just, the cat lady. What were you going to say about cat? Well, I will notice that honestly, and I don't do morning masturbation, thank God, because I think that is honestly for men and criminals. Dude. I can't imagine waking up and just spraying out the beginning of the day. But I'll notice if I have done that in the past, see what my body is, and I'll notice I'll feel more masturbated before I've left the house. But if I come out, I'm fired up, and my nuts are full, carrying. That's a real thing. You come out with a loaded gun. So the cat determines your day. The cat, how you react to the cat, like, depending on how full your balls are, you're going to react to that cat in a different way. I've only rarely ever masturbated in the morning. I make my hat in heck. Just late at night, I just can't. But if I do it in the morning and I go outside, I notice that I feel inferior. If I don't do it, I barely even notice.
Their families are broken
That's true, dude. Hey, have you ever been to a NyQuil challenge? Or one of the sleep pill challenge where you sleep in the morning? Remember the NyQuil challenge? So, you guys gotta start living. I heard you start living. I heard you're fucking with this cat every morning. He's out there. I think he doesn't dictate it, but he definitely gives me some kind of energy. They were freezing and it was crashing on the rocks. And then the water exercises, they have to sleep, they're fucking exhausted. And they're on the hike. And the drill sergeant goes, if one of you guys can do that, you fucking get to come in. All of you get to come in. So apparently it's made by mind control. It's kind of sick, but it's kind of like anything. So you got these guys freezing, everyone's like, come on, man. Turn on your horse. Wow. Apparently a guy fucking got off there like, he's like, who are you? Sleep medicine, dude. That's it. This guy right here, right at Joe. He likes to challenge himself. I don't think like they used to either. There used to be some addictive shit in there, and now it's just called Z. Has been they'll make you the green shit. None of the scissor. Now they got the Z. Apparently, it will it's a scissor. There's a lot of people. There's a whole show dedicated. With their podcast, I mean, $12,000 right. We're going to be in Austin, Texas. Well, there you go, guys. If you're going to the show in Austin, Texas, Brandy gentlemen, some scissor. I wonder how that goes. I've not tried it, man. I'm surprised. Scissor? Strikes with codeine tools. It's like the purple color. Well, there's the crackheads and other people who are out there abusing drugs, or taking away any medicine, any medicines left, painkillers, it's going to be, at that point, be jerked off for rest. Peaceful shame will be. Well, they say that when you're a heroin addict, you'll get to a point where you just do heroin and feel wrong. They bring you back to it. But if you know that, Ted would do it on the show. It doesn't work when they do that. It's an amazing. I'm not sure all the time, but days later, interventionists were seeing multiple addicts. They're saying that girl shooting heroin. When they withdraw, you think I did? I wanted to get it's the worst case I've ever I thought that guy was saying he was on campus. How do you feel? I feel amazing. They talked that you can tell we're coming at you. They're so yeah, they don't know how to express how happy they're just like us. So I've heard that when people go through long addiction period through their teens and they finally get sober when they're like say 30, that they regress that they emotion one time yeah, like when your emotions are outbursts, your kids have to learn that, teenagers have to learn that, you know, get better and better at it, right? You don't practice that all the time. When you finally have those two heads, you go back, I remember when on the win of the gyms. I'm 36. I'm an adult male. I am. You are 36 adult male. You got time, brother. You got time, but let's kind of. I get nervous, so dude. I'm gonna get that direction. I'm gonna get my life in check, or I'm not gonna be able to deal with. What do you mean by life in check? Like you were talking about emotional stuff, I just never really had a lot of instruction in that area, so I still have to learn some of those things now. Like what? Just like an example, taking like when I know I need to do something, when I do it instead of choosing not to do it. Procrastinate. It can be procrastination, self-sabotage. You're doing well, like with combat, and I'll say this whether you're here or not. Like to me, a top 5 fucking guy right now. Thanks. You're so fucking funny to me. I agree. Like you're one of the few guys. People, if I'm doing a sit, you're one of the few guys. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. But then you do that point special, which I thought was fucking brilliant. Yeah, it works fine. You know. It's always not appreciate you saying that, man. I think it's brave you to get out there and do it, dude. If I could fight, I never would even gotten into this shit industry. You know? If you think this is rough, try to get money. You can have your paycheck, too. You should control. She proposes that any worksheet that includes at least 2 texts also include at least one strong male identified noun. Very valuable idea. Try and expand the universe of our awareness when it comes to everything, theology, writing, and I would love very much to the final shows for the return of the Red Tour. Gosh, this Red is almost turned. July 9th will be in Philadelphia, Rochester, New York on July 10th. They were in Detroit after that. Moving on, we're in Los Angeles. just Uncle Joey here, my trusted.
But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get to talk about. There are many examples in the Bible how strong Jews are, typically when they are and often they're quite strong in the sense that defying male Abraham will hesitate, God speaks to him and says, because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac is a witch and her son. He takes off the seed. In fact, she engineers Jacob's conception of the blessed Rabbbi. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli the Kohen. And Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God in the street. She has struggled in history also in her Yael, who managed the temple of add to this that in the Bible there are many negative Jezebel, Thalia, complex examples of character. Hard really
Here, this is history.
Let's start exploration. This land was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Wait, what? Did they just claim Mars? This land, it belongs to us. We have ancient rights.
Surprising twist. It turns out Mars might already have a land dispute. Stay tuned. Next.
holiday of Passover. Right? We eat bread lots of times a year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Right? Thou shalt not. Now, positive commandment that is not defined by what about positive commandment which is defined by
Come on, you fucking savage.
say the prayers which are recited typically so-called
The fuck?
if they so wish, to the time, and women are generally obligated at least obligated to 12 minutes. Another example would be drinking with 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover. Also, by time, women are obligated to a bunch of these exceptions. That's why they are exceptions. But the general rule has tremendous implications to our lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of the day, not putting it in a negative, positive perspective, is prayer. And clearly, the women who are more likely the exemption from positive habits are by time are
Earning redeem window rewards points for unforgettable experiences. There's a way.
say about why women
What's happening, savages? Uncle Joey here.
whether we believe that
Sign in to confirm you're not a bot.
nevertheless, this is
Uncle Joey here with my trusted partner in crime, Mr. Lee Syed. Post 4th of July, I'm all done with fireworks, and we're ready to rock another week of tremendousness. You know what I'm saying?
Please don't get.
How you feeling?
Come on.
I'm feeling great. How was your weekend? My weekend was fun. I went to have my uncle's 80th birthday. That's always a blast. That's always a real kick in the ball. Makes me feel old and young at the same time. Oh my god. Oh my, it was a good time, but it was, you had to take it out. Yeah, for the fireworks, I have. If you're watching fireworks, then I don't think so. I'm an aviator. So I was about 8 years old on the water. How fucked up is all that be? Listen. First of all, there's no right to say that right. First of all, fireworks. Why? Are you so? Your fucking brain. So that means you gotta elevate from 200 to 600 milligrams. We were on the road, made better, you would have done better off. Hey, would have got a meal at dinner. It would have had what would have got when we were kids. Wow, the kid, he made me eat a bug. Like he had these fried, so I'm happy I bought fried bugs up here and brought them from the eat as a blast. It was a good time. Did you get any bugs this week? I did. I had one bug. If he, birthday, I gotta have one bug. When in Rome, you know what I'm saying? That's what I love about it. Oh, when in Rome, you might as well eat a bug. That's where the training comes in. It wasn't a live one. They sell everything. No, yeah, bugs like this. No. So bring them. They're like $8 for like $100.
Just find out.
You're gonna
I'm not the sponsor. Who knows? Who cares?
Who knows? I know. I'm the only one eating bugs, and then you're eating them with a whole plate.
I go put some honey out.
You're lightly salted. It's okay. Lightly salt, lightly.
Look at that, huh? It's like you're in Panama. Give me a nice bug lightly salted.
The restaurant was pissed because we were in like a private dining room, and I opened up this bag, and they exploded like a bag of potato chips. And then we opened it up, it went flying, and it's a nice steakhouse, and they were not happy about it.
Did you tip them to 20?
I didn't have. It was that. That's the best part about it. Birthday party. I think it was all paid for. There were no checks.
Probably always took your weight to make an impression.
What impression you want to make?
Shuffle a bag of fucking dead bug.
It's better than what I did.
It's a matter of being kind of bug. Whatever you want, even if it is more. Want to tip that guy, you bought a you bought us something bigger. Cheeseburger, holy fuck. But that conversation is never gonna happen if he doesn't know this one. Right. So before I even sit down, I'm pulling somewhere. If it's 2 of us, it's a 50. So he knows what fucking time it is. So when somebody else goes, hey, I might have you
it was a party.
That's how you do
No
it.
one was tipping extra. No one was tipping
It's all Jews. That's why. You would have stuck out. You would have been the king fucking Jew with a fucking dollar. If you would have given $1 fucking, you'd have been like that. Yeah, I'm that rich. Running things like firecrackers.
That would have been amazing. Well, you know what I did have? I had my first martini, and they brought a little extra, like the milkshakes when they bring the extra.
Yeah, that's sperm. They came to get martini because you didn't tip your fuck. That's what that is. That's when they bring you a little extra. You're there like, yeah, this is great.
I know it tasted
That's
good.
some fucking Haitian in the back. 2 weeks left in the country. That chuck is fucking sperm at the little cocktail there, you fuck. You got it template.
I do tip. I tip all the time.
No, but you see those people, as soon as they come to the table, right off the bat. But we discussed the sushi restaurant. When you walk into a sushi, what is that? Come here, Jake. Here you go. Chinese. Whatever it's fucking.
What if you give them the extra 20 and then they still suck?
I take it back. Shit, mate, the minute's over. I sat here, I waited for water for 2 hours.
I did it. I forget it. Because of all the fucking training we've done, I forget it. This is a story that I remember about. I heard someone say. I think it was me, put out like money at the beginning and like this year I'm taking stuff back. And people do that. It's fine. Like, do you ever say that in the beginning? Like there's more in it for you if you're good or nothing?
No, don't give me the badge. It's like a joke. You put him in his mouth. He won't even look at it, but he goes in the back. This all goes back to Primo.
You know, I was thinking
that was a joke. But it's really not. Because nobody pays. If you break a tooth, that's going to cost more. By the end of the dinner, he's cutting your toenails. and his cousins, they're flaming the car for you. And look, you got tamales cooking. They don't even give you your shit off to get $10. You put a $5 in his pocket. It's a $10 bill that you put to him. Across the border, he came over here, and you're the first who gave this guy fucking I don't know the devils. You gave him fucking love. Do you understand me? Right. And that goes a long fucking way, my friend.
You know, my next birthday I'll tip extra. But I don't know. I got cheap, I guess. I don't know. It's someone else's birthday that everything was paid for. What am I
saying? You're in front of your girlfriend. You always want to be a big shot in front of your girlfriend. Whether you live with her, whether you
hands and you don't want to make sure no more. Because how good are you? Gazoo? Oh my god. I've never fucked anybody in the ass. Well, it's time to start. That's your problem. Temporarily when you have to fuck her in the ass? No. Gentlemen does. You give a girl a fist and you fuck her in the ass. It's not gonna work out for you. But if you send flowers, a little fucking baby powder, and maybe a little anal ball, Neosporin or something, you have to be gentle. I had a fantastic weekend. I walked around all weekend with fucking 40 stitches in my head. That's always brilliant, man. Oh, my eyes still fucked up. Boy, you fucking mama. Why do you have the band-aid in here? Here it is. Here it is. You cocksuckers. No more band-aid, all right? They went deep in that guy. So this was a hell of a weekend. But it was great. Listen, it was well worth it. Let me tell you something. For the last fucking 6 months, I do what I have to in the morning. I hustle or whatever. Wife, this, that. I had this problem at fucking 1:30, more than 2. No matter what I'm doing in it, I get just ends. People are like, why don't you ever do it? Trust me. Because I'll have to take a fucking nap in your house. And you don't have a sleep apnea machine. And every day I go down there, my body couldn't carry the infection. This infection was so deep. I kept throwing antibiotics at it, the doctors. And the more antibiotics you go out of the infection, the stronger you get. It's like you're an Indian gin. It ain't gonna get no better for you, know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna get no better. So they made this infection so fucking deep that it was just kicking my ass. Like that's why people go, oh yes, good luck. It's done. I can't do it. I can't do it. Right. Some days it would be 2 o'clock. How many times have I just went 6 o'clock? I just went down. I told my wife after dinner, I got a later. When? I'm walking around 40 stitches, but it feels what I had before. My brother. I take an hour of that. I always take a nap before the podcast. I wake up to jump in the shower, to get my clothes on, the fucking. Taking that wash my pussy. Nice. But I fuck. You knew how to pay that. But and I get like I see his call. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And I call you back regularly. Made a mistake. You know, FaceTime. Your face. You were wrapped up. You were. I look like one of those guys. I look like one of the guys in Iran right now. I had the Habib head. This is hysterical, right? The last somewhere in the hospital, this nerve went like this nerve is like the blood. So that means sometimes I smoke dope, it's fine. But every day it's going deep. Every day, like, what did I do to get the guy? So I already made the appointment for the doctor to go see this. It's like July. I made the appointment like in fucking April. It's like it's July. I have to walk around with this droopy fucking thing, and it's not that disease people have. This is cocaine. This is 30 years of cocaine that don't work. So you just check, you know, it just gave up. It just gave right there. One day it's a Joey. We can't bring the curtain up no more. You know what I'm saying? The curtain went up and down, up and down. For all those fucking years, and now the high was fucked up. Now they did the surgery, I got up. And my wife goes, yeah, I see your face. And I got to look at it. For 60 years, what's the difference? I look at it. My wife goes, why are you laughing? My God, all the things was elevated. Was elevated to the fucking max. Like I had a do result on my head, something. I still know what he said. Now I'm away now. And this was good. So it was like, it's been a nice. I can't even look at the fucking program, guy. What happened? I don't know what it is. Oh my God. And then you I told him that I'll put it up on the screen. Oh, this one needs to be full. I'll definitely have to put it up. The best thing about this is my dream come true. I got a neck brace. Damn it, Jack. Because I'm nervous. Oh my God, if you threaten me with anything, I'll just say, I already got 3 lawsuits going. You don't want to be number 4. And I would mark something out there. Like I would put like 2 lawsuits in count. Like that's a Jewish dog. Like I gotta get it colored. Right. Like a Jewish dog. On there, like, oh my God. I guess what happened was it's brilliant. The name of the attorney? Yeah, we can just go for an attorney. Listen, you're about to make a with your name on it and your phone up on it. This is bigger than money hand over fist, Jack. Why don't they? Why don't any personal injury attorneys have neck braces? Because they don't like me. I'm the old Jew. I've been telling you that since I met you. That I'm an old Jew. You wear the neck brace with the lawyer's thing and a yarmulke. And that's when you have the business card. You know what I'm saying? The pop up like the business. Oh my God. Because what happened was you called me in the face, and then like 20 minutes later I got another call. And usually that's like you're like, I haven't heard you this happy and maybe ever like they gave me one. If I'm so happy, I'm like, the doctor was Jewish and he was watching me going, what's he talking about? I'm like, I'm fucking going out there. I want to spread this shit. He's like, talking. Oh, I got you. I have to wear it the next time you go to the airport. And have you in the wheelchair. That brace is a must. I got my own. Everybody would hear it pre-TSA. Watch my shit. Watch shit. Show up on the plane's boarding and watch my shit. You know what I'm saying? Watch me. No, fuck me. Quite the process. First up. Rothschild, United Supreme, United this. I walk in front of all. You understand? Then you push the horses, I walk in front of them too. I salute those both. I got the neck brace with the fucking name of the lawyer. I'm going big. Did you take it? Did he tip the dog? Did the ear? Tip him? Yeah. No, he's a fucking. How come he doesn't get tipped? He's got a tennis board. And a fucking basketball for his backyard. Okay, I have a tree that got hit by like that's fucking why that's him. Alright, anything else? That's we got a break. Fucking whatever. We got a nice pretty guest today. Like I said, be doing guy in the world. I went to his house last weekend and a ton of food. He's a tremendous cook, this guy. He's a little lousy there with myself. I can't believe he's so good. Another guy, he must be cousins with the Puerto Rican chicken with sauerkraut on the bread. I like this. Those lobster tails. They were delicious. They're small flavor. You buy these big things and it's got like 3 little pieces. The rest, I ate something the other day, a piece of shrimp, and then a little piece of shit hanging right. Oh, no, I should have done it. I don't mind eating this shit coming in there. I'm old school. So I let the little pieces of shit hang out like that. Like I'm fucking do anything for it? Yeah, they like 3 ones. Always a good one. Let me interrupt real quick. Word on. We have Rabbbi. Oh, Joey. Oh, fuck yeah. Real quick, the beautiful people. Uncle Joey here. Listen, all is good sex. But if you're not having any sex because of ED, it's time for Blue Chew Jack. They're the original brand of chewable tablets for better sex. There's a tablet with the same ingredients as Viagra. There's the same active ingredients as in a combo tablet. Both active ingredients, so you can choose your own. You know what I'm saying? Very like an adventure from time to time. Get ready to enter the room. Think first, Jack. Discover your options. BlueChew.com. Again, that's BlueChew.com. For our listeners on a beautiful Tuesday morning. As always, get your one of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right, you heard me right. Just press in promo code Joey, Joey, at checkout and pay $5 for shipping, and that's it. And get ready to sleep. You know what I'm saying? The kind of dick they wake up in the morning, they're just people later around, and you don't even know what I'm saying. They're all scratching their head too. Listen to me, Blue Chew is upgrade. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Like they said, listen, get ready to work that pelvis. You know what I'm saying? You're working it, Jack. I love you. Head to BlueChew.com right now for details and safety information. What's happening, beautiful people? Our beautiful guest is a savage. My name is Tara. And it's crazy.
Yeah, look at Lisa here coming in. It's ready.
What's up, beautiful? I knew I was going to get stuck. I really smoked the weed. So I knew your name was going to be a tough person.
All right.
What's going on?
Thank you for having me.
Look at you, man.
Look at me.
All grown up and doing the town. My life's all fucked up right now.
You're not gonna close up. Sure, we got a facelift. You don't want to tell anybody. Who did a party at the left lifted? Go back.
I wish.
I didn't know you were there.
You should undergo plastic surgery.
You'll get it for free.
That.
You imagine being the plastic surgeon that works on Joey? Yes.
It's a black. Coming back. Shit, I think it's fucking with a really bad douchebag. Anyway, this guy thinks he's got the whole fucking fool. And at first, that fucking wig. I might have been 12 people. I love when they don't match the color. Oh my god, it's just horrible. You don't have to. You can just shave it. It'll know all the other things that go to you. You have a fucking dragon on your neck. Just shave your head, fucking words. If you had shaved your head shaped like a fucking mango, they won't say a fucking word to you, but that's what plastic surgery looks like to me. Like, guys, you know.
We know.
We know that you can't move your fucking eyes.
Which one?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
That's all about right here.
It's even crazier with guys with plastic surgery. Guys, you see it. How much do you like? Because it breaks the soul.
Oh, Nicole Kidman. She can't even move her legs.
She cannot. Well, her lip. She does look like one. Some chubby chick takes the blood out from the elbow. I'm one of those police. I gotta call the fucking doctor tomorrow. I just went to the hospital. They tried to take blood out of my elbow. Right, I'm not taking this shit out. Blood is taken from this lady. Why do I have a fucking thing? Oh, I should have because I missed the vein. Look at you. You missed everything. You missed the whole fucking thing. No one saved the day with the sound cream, but reason why I was tired, as I was telling you the story before, listen, the news was taking blood out. She found after the second break in her. Because once you get that break, you go right to the break. Like a little shot. If you take the blood out, I can work with you on that break. Something's happening. Right. But once you stay, let's say 2 stabbings. They leave after that. Like, I'm done. I've given this one time. That is fine.
You got hard pains though.
I have rollers.
Yeah.
I had every Philip. Dad applied a reality. They canceled, but they left $800 thing in the fucking garage. I'm like, what? Anyway, we talk. So,
They tipped you down.
they tipped me over. Trying to recover my breath. This shit to me breathing. She was jumping and she just kept breathing. And I couldn't match her breath. Like it was the sauerkraut breath. And just, anybody gets anxiety, I don't give a fuck. Somebody's you can't match that breath. And the sauerkraut went into a fucking coma. I didn't faint. I just saw a couple things. When I picked up and started drinking, you can't drink water. Get the fuck out of here. It's like they tell you, you don't come to the hospital and say, fuck you. Fuck you. That means the welcome with sugar water. Sugar water. I already missed my 2 eggs sunny side up. Missed my toast. What if they're on time? Huh? What if they're on time and you fucked up? Well then, well, you're not gonna tell. Like last week, I had watermelon for breakfast. Had a couple of
The day of the surgery?
yeah, some bread and fucking coffee.
Like the.
And sure enough, they told me you'd be in the room by 11 o'clock. I was in the room at 1 o'clock. That man, they pumped me 2,000 gallons of blood. I'm telling you, my fucking. It was like Jesus. They just kept pumping shit. And fucking. It just kept.
Happy Easter, everybody.
What am I supposed to do? Because you're in your 60s. What actually don't give a fuck.
Those schools just so you don't. Right? They put you under.
That's communist shit. They do that for their blast control. It's like, come on, man. But the surgery was at 8. I got up at 5. I know it right that low. That way you're not supposed to go. Cornflakes.
Can we put words underneath this? This is not medical advice. If by 11 o'clock you don't feed me, you keep coming in there. That's going to depress me more than just give me some meat. When you get hungry, then why? Like, I don't, obviously, I don't like being hungry either, but Jesus Christ. Listen, if I'm going to be hungry, I'll go back to you. All right, I didn't come here to be hungry. All right, I didn't come here to be fucking hungry. I've worked myself up to a position I don't deserve to be hungry. They're in recovery. They make up for it?
It was fucking shit in my mouth. They gave me all those pepper and fried muffins that was like dissolved. The fry wasn't came out like toothpaste. My shit was terrible. Thank God my wife brought something. And I get that
like you can't eat for an hour afterwards. There's a point in me. And some people might go, you're acting very immaturely. But I'm not, because there's a point you're paying. I'm paying you. What we doing here? Like the last time, the second time I went, I got my floor. In the emergency room in the hallway for 6 hours. Then they put you in the emergency room bed, you spend the night. And then if you fucking go this way, you fall off the emergency. Again, thank God I can order from the Lee brought me. Oh yeah, they shit.
Well, no, there's no surgery. This is what we just LA across the street. Where and you went over there. The guy who runs out. He has his LA there because he's going to be in the hospital. And his fingers are bigger than any, but they was good food. It was good Jewish deli. But yeah, I brought him for
Pastrami,
like shrimp salad.
the fucking salad.
Yeah, no,
Every time I eat macaroni salad now. And they say refrigerated. It tasted a little metal, something. That shit was clean, Bob. Clean breakfast in the emergency room. So I was getting eggs and shit. Wait, so they set up bacon, extra bacon, oatmeal.
nobody's gonna take out those
It's
2.99
bad
eggs.
enough, fucking hospital. It's bad enough. You're confined to one room. They tell you all these things. They wake you up every 2 hours to check your blood pressure. And they give you that more than that so you can leave on the fucking things.
Did they charge you for the food?
Oh, they get you big. In the hospital, they hit you like the fucking, like Chef Bandini's looking here.
I'm surprised you even did it. I would have just sent the nurse over to the Jewish deli.
We can't do that. Anyway, the second time I go to the hallway for 6 hours. I spend the night in the emergency room. That's like 18 hours. You know, I'm the old school. It's time to wash the fucking 18 was a fermenting.
Did they sponge bath you?
No, I don't want to fucking sponge bath. I don't do all for that shit. I want to wash my own mouth pussy while I can. I don't want to live till 3 years later. There's some shit in the ass. I don't ever want that to happen in my world. It's just embarrassing. And there was a guy in the home like me shitting everywhere. Wipe with his ass.
No,
Just
no,
take
no.
it.
I
Shoot
know.
the fucking thing in the thing. Nobody knows none. He died of a heart attack. Like with shit, blood. Okay. You know, they're going to take what the prove it wrong. This is your room. All right. I was just like, anything you need, bring me on that. She left and she goes back. I'm already thinking. Like, I'm already in the shower and I got the pop on. I'm whistling. Give a fuck about it. I'm not a camper.
No, me neither. Listen, I'm
I'll
not.
push your pussy.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not
All that
okay.
shit is great. I don't hate you yet, but that shit, if you can only wipe your ass so much, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. You can wipe your ass like 3 times. You gotta put some water in that. You gotta put some water in that whole thing. You know what I'm saying? You gotta put water in that hole.
And no bidet at the hospital. They don't have a bidet at the
I don't
hospital.
need a bidet. I got my hand on a fucking towel. And a towel and antiseptic soap. 7 minutes all you hear. It's like, it's like one of those electric things. One of the mosquito rush.
Shower. You did that the last time you were in the hospital. I just told you no shower,
No shower. Yeah. No shower. Oh my God.
No shower.
Doctor has to clear. Listen.
Oh, because you did.
No, otherwise,
What's the fucking dizzy? Dizzy. You know, I can scratch my balls and sniff it. And then get dizzy. You know, you believe it. But people fucking those same underwear.
No, I can't. Still?
That motherfucker's in there right now. You know, he needs water. You calm that motherfucker down. This lady's like, no shower. I go, listen. I'm boiling. I'm gonna shower, right? She's like, well, you have to put a tube in your to protect the. Listen, no. I went in. Yeah, I'm like, well, I'm swordsman. You know, I was trained for anything. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You gotta watch. So, show me where it says you can have. What man? When you're in a house, whatever medical book that you're facing, where's the medical book? Show me the book. I have to clear a fucking patient after 20 of night shadows because what can possibly happen to this motherfucker is shadow.
My blood pressure would go up. I do need to feel a certain level of high. I do. Like, I'll feel better. Just let me shower.
I see that. We're just about that mixed with the eating.
Yeah.
The fucking live. It's a little.
Well, those 2 calories. 2 calories, 2 eggs, added everything to the.
The first time they stuck the tube in my arm. They stuck the tube going up to the arm to see if you needed that. They said,
Angiogram or something like
something
that.
like
Yeah.
that. And it was at 11.
Okay.
So I'm not the type of guy who's going to fall right back to sleep. So, 7, I know I'm joking. I know I'm going to have to do something. So I'm going to do. And I got 2 of them. Those little packets of cornflakes, no sugar. They had sugar flakes. I got out for them. It would really came up with the blood test. But I didn't because I'm a gentleman.
Look at health conscious Joey now.
I had the honey nut Cheerios, but they had more sugar.
It's yours. It's yours.
One bowl is here and I had the 1%. No.
The 1% doesn't come up.
No. Watery then. We had 13. It's like a half an egg. It was
I've never seen a 12-year-old let that be known. No, I've never seen that.
And you see like a half an egg and it's like the chicken's head with the pig. He's a little pigeon, but his head is
It's 1% milk, everybody.
That's okay before surgery.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I went to fucking you got Sunday leftover, son. You know what your brother was saying? You got Sunday 11 o'clock. You know, nourishment you can have, and nobody died.
Eat this to make you better.
Yeah, eat this one. You don't want it is, no. Taking the price show. Yeah, coffee. Yeah, and I'm like, how come that's cool? He was always sugar water. I'm gonna lose this fucking water. It's fucking sugar water. There's no protein. There's no nuts.
Hold on.
There's nothing. You gotta go in there with something. Philosopher's food.
All that. Yeah. Does sustain you.
No, I go there about to put out his one finger. Coming out of your head.
The momos.
I'm a little Tyra, the other day before we go. They were like, we're taking it back about 5 minutes. I said, we don't want to go back. Where they moved me half in with the fucking thing. And because, not sperm, no, I'm disgusting. They come out of my dick because as soon as I get back on that cot, and they the surgery room with me. I'm gonna have to fucking date when the knee surgery. I got so much. I can feel it. And nobody's gonna believe her story. You know what I'm saying? They gave me the hottest fucking nurse you ever seen in the whole thing. She had the prettiest fucking eyes, guys, like my wife. I'm like, so fucking small right now. This is that makes me no.
Did you tell her it was kind of the pain pills?
Oh, I was making it. I was like Jerry Seinfeld, man. Super
yeah.
whole water.
That's what I was thinking.
Chinese food.
She's well, honey.
My thing was fucking existence.
Medical advice, like Uncle Joey over here.
How are you Italian and as like in shape as you are? Like, I don't get it. You like everything you're talking about.
Because she's not one of those chubby Italians that says I shouldn't. Those are the chubby ones, the ones that look at it for a minute and they wait for it and everybody has to say something. Oh, go ahead, girl, you look good. You look a fine motherfucker, even though last time we see that she had one neck, now she's got three. Like my neck and the cannoli did one hair. Take two of them, you're looking thin.
I eat pasta every swear to God, almost every day.
Do Italian
Like Uncle Joe. It's just a small.
what do you mean?
Well,
In the videos you mean like all of it, you can cook, right?
yeah, I don't know time.
I usually eat a little bit. I never understand that.
I'm a picker. I like to eat the whole day.
Goddamn.
But I gotta keep my girlish figure, you know.
You look fantastic.
Yeah.
The last year or so, I don't know if it was LA or you're happy because you're making your own move.
Finally.
It's fucking jerk off for years. You're like, what the flatbed thinking? Like, I still remember getting the breakdowns.
Oh, I still get to.
You get them too.
It's hard. Yeah, this industry will eat you from the inside out. This is the part where it's almost starting. It's fun. There's no skin in the game, and I haven't hit. You know, it's hard.
Guess what? It's hard in the beginning, it's hard in the middle, and it's hard at the end of that fucking middle. You're gonna always keep fucking swing.
I realize that.
And out of everything, I still cannot believe out of the 34 years I've been doing this, I really am blown away. Yes, we get better. Well, I find one. If you get on stage 6 nights a week, and you really put your heart in it, you go over right, cry, and sacrifice this, I'm not doing this, I gotta do this, you know, shit will happen for you. It's none of the speed you want to. Always remember that.
I think I'm okay with it now that I'm doing it myself. That I've taken control.
That
I
feels a
feel
lot
like I'm not sitting back waiting for anything to happen. That's what I was. You know, you would call me. I feel like I'm doing a restaurant tonight on a Wednesday. You would call me and you're like, you're just doing it to get up. I would do anything to get up. But now I feel like I got. Listen, like I said to you before, everybody's gonna work harder for me than me. So right now, I feel like I've gained some control. And listen, that's what every woman wants, right? Control.
And I was thinking of this when Joey told me that you were going to be the guest. Because we met, it was like a couple of years ago, and we were doing shows with Josh, and you were telling me like how you were having, because I was way earlier than you, like, well, I was doing well, and you're like that. Like to me, he's going for you. And which ones? Since then and now, you're way even ahead than you were when we first met.
Yeah. Which was a hard thing for me. Even when I first met Joey, he's like, an empty mouth, closed mouth don't get fed. But I'm not one to be like, oh, can you help me? Can you help me? I never wanted to ask anybody for anything. But there were few, and I still don't. It's still something I struggle with. Really in your corner, and so I felt safe enough to ask him. Because for one thing, literally was when I couldn't get shows, he just created an opportunity for me. And from that one,
Worse than hell. And you're like, how am I going to act that? One day in acting class, some kid must have a zero credit. It's like Mackenzie Schultz. Let's just come on in. I want to talk about life. Somebody like you. That's how like 2 years. Okay. That you should do. I said, Ricky, you so just walk in these agencies and give them a package. You gotta walk in.
yeah.
Yeah, but my friend in LA, walk in. Nobody said a word, but he walked in the 3 of it. And they said, she wanted to suck his dick like everybody else. He signed him in 3 hours. Not because he sent the package. Sometimes you never know what the combination is like. Now they hold them. Now it's like, what are you doing here? Because you're trying to gas. You're not going to always call me. You can't call me every week. When I do a fucking movie, something's going to come up. You don't know the girl in my office, she's going to send you scripts. That's one thing you don't look at. Joey, I want this. I'm going to read it. Give me the role. But it's really weird. You have to give me half of what you do. It's just not going to happen for me. No, I was going to play an audition that day. That's fucking ballsy. So I would go to that fucking 7-Eleven Wednesday at 5 o'clock on Curzon. It's still there. You know where Curzon and Sunset Street?
Okay.
Where it all goes down.
Okay.
That's where the action is down there.
That's it.
By the Guitar Center.
Okay.
You don't know where that is?
No.
like on a hill, right? That 7-Eleven. We stop
On
at
the side of the hill.
like a sort of
Fuck yeah,
sort of
that's
like
it. Look, in the old days, that was Stanhope. Was on Curzon, Nick DiPaolo, and Mitch Hedberg was Sierra Molina. Ralphie May was Gardner, and me and Josh were Vista. That park we used to play tennis in the afternoons at Corky Park, Russian Park.
Yeah.
We used to play nickel bags down there.
Nick
That's the
was
thing.
the first guy, one of the first guys I had to buy him for. Yeah.
That was the neighborhood and those restaurants there. They have like the Thai place where the English food. Anyway, I gotta smell white people's feet. Doorbell. I'm not gonna try to eat the coconut shrimp. Well, I gotta smell your fucking feet that smell like, oh yeah, we just came from Runyon Canyon. Go wash your feet in dirty bitch. Plus you got sperm on your toenail. What the fuck we got there? What else they got there? They got that one place on Fort. And that's how I looked. The longest show.
Is it?
Yeah, I
Do
said,
like one of those backstage magazines?
no, I knew the longest show was coming out. And already big Fuck, this is, you didn't know this shit?
No.
So I'm shooting Spider-Man. This is there all day.
All the things trying to do.
Oh, I love pomegranate chips.
I love
It's
it.
got too much sugar in it now. So I was in the middle of shooting Spider-Man 2, and I get a call. Fucking, because after I auditioned for Swallows early, she told me to send her a tape. Anytime I booked anything Italian, I forget what I booked. And I sent her a tape. Georgie, that's how I heard from her. She goes, I want you to read this wrong. You basically got it.
The long shot.
No, fucking
Sopranos.
Just put on tape. It's yours. It's yours to lose. Shoot Spider-Man to a motherfucking man too, and she can't get my text to me. Because you couldn't email them those days. They weren't that technical. You had a fax. Jesus, so you gotta be home. It was 2000. You gotta be home to switch to fucking thing on the fax to phone. You don't remember that? You know, the motherfuckers are saying
I remember that.
to the home away from all the company. They told them to send it to the comedy store. And I said, shoot till 11:30. In those days, I wasn't even shooting. I just hit because it would give me overtime like a motherfucker. And I was going until the pomegranate juice was finished. You know what I'm saying? So I did everything I could that day. I was out of weed.
Wait, they gave you overtime and you weren't even shooting? That's badass.
And I would leave my dressing room. If I knew an actor went home, I would go in his dressing room. And then when I was ready to go home, like if I had an 11 o'clock spot, about 10 see like two of the girls go, where you been? We've been looking for you for an hour. You're cut. We went to your room 10 times. And then I would go right to the director, Sam Raimi, and I go, Sam, when I go home, what happened? Joe, you've been there for the morning, and I'm listening up for it. So I would just show up, like, what's up? The second here is 6.
Breakfast is definitely the most important part of the meal. We've learned this from the episode.
No idea. So now I go back to the comedy store, and I get to the comedy store. His sides are in the manager's office. Yours is Dama Rabbis. You both auditioned for The Sopranos. There's somewhere or another got to somewhere for The Sopranos that me and Dom auditioned. And that motherfucker did it by himself to go to one of the producers and say, hey, join me. And then the one day, that's lack of confidentiality agreement. Friday, at 2 in the fucking morning, I just got home from the comedy store. I just got home with the TV on the net. With that. Like, what the fuck? And she goes, Joy, what the fuck did you say? Why? I didn't say to nobody. I got the sides. Malibu and shit. Don't think it's that one bagel place. I put the cold case down there. Yo, Uncle Joey, you listen. I'm excited for this week. For the first time ever, we got a mega event in it simple. If you've never bet with DraftKings, get ready for an adventure. It couldn't be easier. Just pick who you think is going to win. Put a couple bucks on it. And that's it. If you go to DraftKings, Uncle Joey is going to make it day. J-O-E-Y, that's called Joey. J-O-E-Y, that's me. For new company. And follow his bets. You just bet $5. Only at DraftKings way. The crown is yours. Saturday night. Be there or be square. DraftKings, Jack. Let's go back to the program right now.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for a problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. When in Ontario, bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What was I getting at? What's that place down there?
Yeah, but I said, you know who sabotaged you? You said, yeah, even when I went to see you.
There's 16 people over your room. You read, you go home. Also, you gotta go home, right? Go back producers and also a screen test. And then you're gonna do all that shit, and it's always at fucking 4. So you get stuck. Traffic. Come way back. Yeah, you're not getting home till 8 o'clock, though. I better get something out of this.
I know.
And you're all fucking fun. And all of a sudden, Thursday, you don't hear nothing. And you're fucking a gentleman. You don't boy usually go, what the fuck's going on? Because they have me done that 3 days in a row. What's going on? And then Friday morning, you're in the shower and you miss the call. It's your agent. And they leave a message to call you back. And you're like, oh shit, I booked it. And you pick up the phone and go, hey, we just want to call you. Went with a black guy and said, wait a second. I'm in the room with the fucking garlic Italians all week. And you're going to tell me now, after 90 hours, that fucking they went with a fucking black dude.
Yeah.
You have no idea this is okay. You have no idea the story. Okay.
And that was when you had to really drive down a lot. Now everything's online for the most part, so you you got self-tape.
Yeah, self-tape, but I'm holding them. I booked one thing tape on my own in Jersey. It was an Apple show. It was a good show. But I have to book the fucking thing. I don't know if my wife's a kiss of that. Even I know I'm the fucking kiss of that. And here's the thing. Right now, listen, I'm a semi-active comic, right? But I'm looking at the comedy world today in perspective to my world at this level that you, Lee, and everybody else is at right now. It's rough and rough, guys. It's rough. And listen, it's rough at any level. When you guys are doing, I was doing triple punch, you know. That means you do the gig and you gotta get the car drive 8 hours for that gig. You gotta do radio for 2 hours, then you go to your room, then you sleep for 3 hours, then you gotta fucking go back and do radio, then go through the show. You know, the way that they tell you can't say fuck or Indian. If you don't play Indian because we just don't say Indian. You know, so you know, it's always something. And, you know, I just want you and everybody, like, I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
That you shoot this fucking special, you know. You funded it?
Well, I got an offer.
Okay, there you go. They made you an offer. You
I mean, I just want, you know where I'm at with it, where it's like, I just want to puke me out. I'm done with it. I'm already done with it. So it's like, I puke me out with myself. Like, you're ready. I'm ready. So whether I did it myself in October, I plan to do it myself this year. I came off the road with Josh, and I spoke to him, and he's like, just go with yourself, you know, film your hour. And then I literally got that week and got an offer for somebody else to do it. And I was like, all right, and I get an advance. So I was like, okay, this, you know, makes sense. Just,
know, man, it's
I like the guns in my head too, in the sense that, like, I would have done it, but I would have, not that I would have sat on my ass with it, but it's nice when somebody's like, no, this is the date, this is the place, this is what you got to do. So it removes that part of the thinking from me. When you know, and I just want to write jokes and tell jokes. I don't want to do all this other stuff. So when you have somebody else to come in, they kind of like, oh, okay.
And it's cool for me with characters like John. I mean, it's a bad one. Like, because Joe, you give me like a ton of advice. That's great, and I appreciate it. You've been doing it for 30 years. But like with Tara, like I said earlier, like I've seen you go from one plan. I see you doing it. It's like when you were coming up, Joey, there wasn't like social media. And like there wasn't social media. There was, but it was just coming out. And it's like I see him passing stuff.
Yeah.
It's not only fucking social media, guys.
No, I know.
It's that. Listen, you can be the funniest motherfucker today. Funniest motherfucker. You're a little edgy. Maybe sometimes you have a cocktail. And you tell the bitch to suck your dick. But for the most part, everybody's scared to follow you. Everybody's talking shit about you. And you don't have a manager. You know, you don't have. So what happens? You don't get to 50% of things. Just because you're not walking in there. I know now, to get into a club, somebody's got to call down there. When I got into the comedy store, I called myself. I got to talk to Scott Lang, okay? years. And about 6 days, I'm like, what the fuck do I do? This that dude the greatest stand on a Friday, and they asked, is your money available to share? Call him up. He's at my house right now. And Scott, they called my house. He goes, you got a showcase on Sunday. 2 weeks after that.
What did that consist of, the showcase, right? Like 10, was it 10? What was the time frame? 3. Yeah, that's what they get stuff. Yeah. 3 minutes.
So look, I got out of the car. Where's what I tell people? You ready? I didn't have no parents. Fucking, I dropped out of high school. Fucking went to prison. Okay. I fucked up. This is a story that nobody's. I got that laid. And I was a regular at the Walk of Famous Comedy Store on February 19th.
Birthday, yeah.
I wasn't even that late. I already had a showcase. How many times?
18 or something. Him and Simone too.
Who?
Orange Sharon.
Yeah.
Talked about it. Like, a time before, he had like a breakdown in the middle of the chair or something. He talked about it a lot on his podcast. I can't imagine.
A month. I said, I don't even tell this to people because they go, Joey, don't repeat that. Rogan was understudy. You guys know that Rogan was an unpaid regular, and they made him follow Richard Pryor when he got there.
Well, it is
Crazy.
the part about that's nice for like me.
Unpaid regular who had to follow you. You're not getting paid. You got to follow Richard Pryor at midnight. That means you're going to end up with the clock. They're leaving. As everybody's leaving after Richard leaves, so he's well Rogan up there. Okay, these guys, you don't see.
But that's what makes you strong.
That's what
That's
she
what
would
makes you
fucking
strong.
what she.
Yeah.
Again, I got to the not happy people. I got to the Comedy Store on a Monday night. I got to LA on a Monday night. I washed my pussy. I got there in a trailer. Me and my stripper girls that lived in the trailer. We drove all the way from Seattle. By the way, in San Francisco, the frame broke. Yeah, you have no idea. Not another week. But I showcased every night in San Francisco. I got to like 3 clubs and then the truck broke down. Never did another club. I was too busy. Went back. Got to LA on a Monday. Ate at a cool restaurant. You don't know what that is. They're out of business. And then went to the store. And while I was there, I think it was. I don't plan for this second Negro show. It was from Seattle. And he go to Seattle. And there was maybe 8 people in the audience. And it did it on stage. It was embarrassing. And it wasn't something to go on. And James Stevens in there goes, man, brother Jimmy did. And I went up there and one of the people, fucking people, and they told me when I got on stage, go to sleep and get up and go to the Laugh Factory on Tuesday morning. So I went to the Laugh Factory and I stood online. I got there at 6 in the morning, you wait till 6 at night, they give you a number. Please, fucking come to me.
No, I know. That was like, I know. That was like the comedy strip back in the day.
And here's the evil, what the Laugh Factory, go fuck myself. He was like, nah, get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking Vegas act. That's what he told me. What fucking Latino that was Monday. And I was friends with Gabriel, the other Gabriel, and fucking E. The room. Jamie, I was a business last week, so I'm going to go very well. I had 25, so 3 of them. People come off the racks. What? I was doing triple triple doubles. You can't run the Laugh at Comedy Store on Monday night because those were the biggest nights. Freaky Monday at the Improv. So the first 5 acts were white, and then they just turned off the lights. And then it got dark up in that mother block there, you know what I'm saying? But it was everybody. It was great. So I went, about 3 weeks to be a regular.
I mean, listen. But you gotta get your wins. That's you. But like, you can't have all losses, right? And that's what it is. And we talked about this the first time I ever did one of your podcasts. It's like you can get 30 bad shows, 30 losses. You get one win, and you're like, all right, I'm back. What other career are you taking all those hits? And now you're like, I'm fucking back. And you listen. Nobody's gonna argue and say you had an easy life before that. So this is you want that win. You people are rooting for Joey Diaz to get that win. Yeah.
What people understand is like, I think the pro or something. And like, the second pay him up.
Yeah.
And in my heart, I'd rather not go home with anything and make that person's night, because I remember there was a lot of people who fucked me.
Yeah.
So they give you 50 bucks, they put 35 in, shit like that. And there was a lot of people, you're so green, you just want to work again, that you're naive. It's like getting molested. It's like,
No.
you just put it behind you,
You make people feel the way comics should feel. I've been a recipient on a Joey Diaz payday show, and I'm like almost uncomfortable. And you're like, I know.
That's the way it is.
Yeah.
Because I want you to know that no matter what happens in the world, you're going to catch a break from time to time. It may not be that guy. It may not be that, but it might be that person, or it might be a producer saying, hey, I miss you next Wednesday. I did grow just like you one day. It's not a huge role. You do one scene and half away, and you're like, and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to get like $1,800 for the day. I hope that's enough. And you're like, about $18. You're in the city, that means it's going to get great catering. And Hathaway,
Pomegranate juice.
yeah, and Hathaway, shit, unless it's high level. Nothing. Even your underwear, $80.
Welcome.
And Hathaway needs to look good, and so do you, dog. So, you know what I'm saying?
How are you?
Oh, fuck it. I'm going to stay alone with Tuesday. And then Joey again. Why don't I spot the right boy? You can play 4 people against. And you're like, 4 people can't play.
How are you?
10 o'clock. I just made 15.
Hello? How are you, Bill? Hope you're having a great day.
I was never so happy to make $15 in a Tuesday at the grocery store. $15 by 10 o'clock. Bring those bitches on. Where's Rick James with my freaks?
Pomegranate juice for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I got another 3. I'll stick this out for another 2. It's like when they're going to kill me.
Oh, that broke my heart.
Yeah, it breaks my heart.
Yeah.
But the point is, you're like, you know what? I was thinking about packing my bags. My mother got one from the grave on a banana peel. You know what? I'm not doing much out of here. All of a sudden, you got a great spot. And you're like, looks like my mother's dying without me at the bedside.
That's like, I know it sounded like you're embarrassed about it. It sounded like you're embarrassed about it. But like, for someone like me who right now is like struggling, I feel like I'm having good sense. And I don't expect to be this, even in the top 2 levels of clubs. Like, the smaller New York clubs that I think I should be in, and they won't call you back. But it's like, if you had gotten in at the Improv or the Laugh Factory, that wasn't
Welcome. How are you? Yo, what's up, pimp?
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now.
How you living? What's good?
What's up, baby?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me?
Oh, I find you on Kicks clips.
Fuck you, man.
Advertising.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Welcome. Do you mind if I tell you about
I
myself?
appreciate you.
Oh, well, I appreciate you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, please.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than
Damn!
Yeah, dog. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well, that's cool. CTKA. They're basically just constant videos of people, and I've done this now. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously, and I do so for world peace. I don't want war anymore, and I want to bring the world together by showing that we're not all that different. I have 24/7 since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. It overtook petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that comes to fruition, I'm going to make all your friends and family very, very rich. I'm going to help everybody. So I'm going to give you all the money that you need to become financially independent if you're not already, to create wealth if you don't already have it, and to create organizations that are near and dear to your heart to help the world. How does that sound to you?
Sounds good.
Excellent. If I were to give you all the money that you needed, what kind of charity would you start?
Let me think.
Take your time.
I guess I will buy CS skins.
You would do what?
CSGO skins.
Oh, what kind of charity would you start? Do you know what a charity is? That's okay. No big deal. They found out about me from Kick. Baller.
You know when you're doing well. And they go, hey, this club records you. And when they record you and they send you your set, send it back to them and tell them they don't book you. And there was a moment where I was like, it doesn't make a difference what I do. I'm not getting booked. Like I'm getting these produced shows or I'm finding my way in, but nobody's booking me. So much they go, this is it. This isn't my own path. This club, this hooker, this scene, this city is not for me. I'm not going to sit home, which I was for a while, sitting there feeling bad for myself. I'm going to go find where they're going to book. And creating your own opportunity. I was producing my own shows. I was getting guys like Bobby Kelly and Rich Moss. I was getting these guys coming to my shows because I was paying money. I was paying more than anybody else because I knew how to get people. I knew how to treat people. I was giving people dinner. And then I had to create my own opportunity. Like, also, I had to stop fighting it. Like, if I'm not going to get booked here, then I got to go where I'm going to get booked. Like,
Welcome. How are you?
For me, anyway.
What's good, Emer?
Hello.
How you living, pimp? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck, my friend?
I love you. I love you.
I love you too, my friend. Emer.
What?
Me.
My kids sleep.
Excellent. You're an amazing streamer. I'm glad that you're here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
But my children's scared.
Why are your children scared?
Because you.
Okay. Well, that's all right. I'm not for children. How's your day going?
Yeah.
How's your day going?
Who is good?
Somebody else who found me kick, I think.
Oh, okay.
What's your primary language?
Turkish.
Just
Okay.
I'm here. I don't want your family to be scared. So just one moment, I'll speak Turkish to you.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Welcome to my Discord. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you and your family have. Welcome to my Discord. I'm glad that you hope you and your family have a wonderful day today.
Discord'uma hoş geldin. Duyduğuna sevindim. Umarım bugün senin ve ailenin harika bir gün geçirmesini dilerim.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. So, what kind of streaming do you like to do?
You are welcome.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever.
Hayatımı haftada 7 gün, yılda 365 gün, dünya barışı için yayınlıyorum. 3,5 yıldan uzun süredir bunu yapıyorum ve internette herhangi bir insanın sahip olabileceğinden daha fazla veriye sahibim.
I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I want to show the world that we're not all that different. So I give people portals into my life. I'm currently live on over 20 different YouTube channels right now.
Hayatımı dünya barışı için yayınlıyorum. Artık savaş istemiyorum ve dünyaya birbirimizden o kadar da farklı olmadığımızı göstermek istiyorum. Bu yüzden insanlara hayatıma açılan kapılar sunuyorum. Şu anda 20'den fazla farklı YouTube kanalında canlı yayın yapıyorum.
Do you stream on?
Oh, nice. Me too.
Oh, excellent. Well,
I don't. No one.
Exactly.
Yes.
Wonderful.
But Trump and Recep Tayyip Erdogan, nice, good.
Very well. I also talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm very much about technology in the future.
Ayrıca
Yes,
tarım,
technology is good.
dronlar, yüzen seralar, tuzlu su, seralar, hidroponik ve dikey çiftçilik gibi teknolojinin kullanımıyla dünya açlığını sona erdirmekten bahsettim. Bulut tohumlamada, gelecekteki teknolojiyle çok ilgiliyim.
Shout out to Turkey. Look at this athleticism.
Strong way. What do you mean? What am I just not having? I'm not mad at you. I just want you to tell me define strong.
And the thing is, I'm further in than a lot of people on my level, but it's, when I moved almost a year ago, my goal was this 4 or 5 spot. I had any club, 4 to 5 spots a week.
Welcome.
At any, like,
How are you all?
Sir,
How you living, pimp?
how are
How are
you?
you?
Same on me. What are you watching right now?
Jewish history podcast.
Can you close one of your mics, please?
You can mute the one that is not here.
Okay. I saw the guy who is Buyuk.
Yeah,
His name is a little bit Turkish, I think.
that could be.
And I'm also Turk.
Oh, very cool. I just haven't.
Wondered what happened in here.
What do you mean in here? No, what happened?
I don't know. I came to ask you.
Certainly. Well, first of all, not about me, my friend.
Bro, you already sent me too many inviting links to my Kick channel.
Oh, excellent. You found out about me from Kick. Wonderful. Well, I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, no. You can.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. This stream goes back to 2020, essentially more than 3.5 years of content. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Jalal?
Yeah, I have seen it.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm live on 22 different streams, 24 hours a day, and you can watch life. I eat, I sleep, everything that a person does, all being live streamed. War anymore, anywhere. I want to show the world that we're not all that different. I also talk about things that I feel will help the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones.
Can I ask you something?
Absolutely.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
It's a little bit special thing, by the way.
I think so.
Can I?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Bro, when you live for 724,
Yes.
how do you jerking off?
Well,
Or how do you sex it?
yeah, sure. You just go under the covers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's insane. Okay.
That's
Okay.
yeah. So
When you told me I'm live 24,
yeah.
I just wondered this for like a man. It's a bit special question.
That's totally understandable. Yeah. So you're under the cover. I could be itching. I'd be touching. Who knows? But you ever need to.
Okay, it's perfect.
That's right. So I created a timeline or a time capsule for goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. It overtook petroleum. And that means that data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And what does that mean for you? It means that when I go viral, I'm going to help you, and I'm going to help every person who's helped me along the way. I'm going to make you very rich. I'm going to give you everything that you need to become financial, to become generational wealth, and to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How does that sound, Jalal?
Sounds great, but can I ask you what's your wealth?
I'm financially independent.
It's strange.
It is strange.
How then? How you gonna do that?
Well, so data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever. And when I go viral, I've created a bot that basically promotes me on multiple
Do you think
platforms.
really you are more influential than Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg?
I will be, yes. I have more data online than any person ever. People will watch my life in the future like it is the Epic of Gilgamesh or like a biblical story. The story will be very exciting to people.
Now I am a part of it.
Now you're a part of it. Absolutely. It would be like when somebody from the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Bible met somebody along the road, and we meet,
History, yeah.
and you're like now a character.
Yeah. I'm a side character right now.
That's correct.
Okay, I love that.
Absolutely. You'll be
Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll be studied for tens of thousands, if not millions of years into the future.
It will be great for me. Thank you. Thanks so much.
100%.
It was a pleasure to meet you, bro.
Absolutely. Hey, you go do what you need to do. Just more than anything, know that I'm always here to help you. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do for you, Jalal, or your family, you let me know, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely.
See you later.
Come back soon, my
Take
friend.
care of you.
Absolutely. Come back soon. Take
You
care.
too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I will be.
Thank
See
you. Bye-bye. Shout out to Jalal.
I'm not responsive, but then like someone else. So it's just I struggle I'm having right now. Getting like parasite at actual clubs, getting consistently booked is something I thought would happen.
There's a lot of comedians out there. I'm not making excuses for anybody, but I'll tell you what's going on. Right now, if you want to do anything, you got to go to social media. If you really think it's social media, where you go to social media, how can I make my social media different?
That's what I'm struck.
What can I make my social media about? I'm doing something different than anybody else. You know, like my social media, that's what I see. I see people doing stand-up. I see some guys swinging kettlebells. Right? A ton of people swinging kettlebells. A ton of people doing stand-up. And a ton of people doing
Right job, Rabbi.
and a ton of vitamins for sale. That's my algorithm. Whatever the fuck it is. Sometimes I mean, I'm part of this.
I know.
And it's weird, but I see to see what they're doing. And it's cool. Listen, if I wake up in the morning, like I can't tell you I'm aggravated on this. I'm the 4th of July. I'll tell you afterward at a particular club. Because there's reasons why I don't work at a club. And people will ask me, I'll never tell them the truth, I get too far. But this could be one thing. And this was the one thing why I felt like email Leo. You're such a fucking one. Okay, that's what I am. I'm a social media repairer. Because you're just looking like a what. And if I'm on that schedule, you're feeling bad. That means I'm begging on the 4th, and that's not your fucking thing on the 4th of July is me. Whole college of a service, American special, right? Or we are closed today. In due to respect to the soldiers who have fallen for our freedom. It's that simple. We open next Tuesday, all is dead. This motherfucker was every time I looked at Instagram, he had a new comic film. He's pushing September, October, and August, and I'm like, this guy can even sell next weekend. But he's, you know, and I feel like calling it, oh, you're a punk. You're a fucking punk. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you doing? There are people who are just disasters. They have no clue in life. And that carries over to their social media. It's the 4th of July. Don't say a fucking word. Unless it's a picture of you and your pussy with a army hat on. And there's an old guy said, whatever. That's gonna sell on the 4th of July. Nothing else. Happy to say that. They always want people to reach me. I can always tell them this motherfucker. He's gonna sit there for 2 hours about what he could tweet. Like, hey, I'm famous. Personally, he's a fucking junkie. Yeah, pizza. This guy is just shooting heroin or eating ping pong tables or whatever. He ain't on ping pong tables. Whatever. They do ping pong pills. I don't know. What the fuck they do? Today, my hearts and prayers to the people who like to stop. Stop. I know you. I know you. You don't even go to Texas. Come on, man.
Don't even go to Texas.
Come on. Like, come on.
You should comment that. Just stop, all caps.
No, like, stop.
Yeah.
I look at that shit and go, God, don't get put on. You know, I hate when somebody was gonna have to. Like, Jesus Christ. This ain't my dude just died an hour ago. There you are. Here's me and him at a bowling tournament. Fucking forgive me. Listen, nobody cares, all right? The guy can't do nothing for you. When he put the picture up on him, he's dead. What the fuck is wrong with people? Watch, just wait for somebody to die. Or Instagram the next day. Everybody's got a picture.
Oh, everybody does that, yeah.
Oh my God. It's like, come on.
Some, maybe the few close people do it to commemorate, the others do it to brag if it's somebody famous. That's how I look at it, you know? I don't know, that's how I always view it. Like, they just want to show that they, yeah.
It's not like they're at like that house for a barbecue. It's like they caught that
Right,
planet at
yeah,
Starbucks.
yeah.
There's no idea what it is.
Yeah. When I met so-and-so briefly,
I was going to the comedy show. And you bought it. And you want to come. Nothing wild. And comedy was taking a picture. The fuck. Guess what?
I'm getting a picture today.
Because guess what? You're going to put that picture on Facebook. Look at me, I'll tell you something. You're still, you know, you can't, if you don't have it, you don't have it. So I'd rather, you don't want to fucking, I don't know, I looked at things, I'm a fucking list. I'm a closet communist. Like, for me, I'm a personal, I'm not like that fucking hump in New York. Bodegas, state run, no, fuck that shit. I'm a communist on me. Like, I'm a communist on my thinking and my ways. Like, this is how I'm sticking to it, and this is how I'm fucking doing this. But you just like doing this shit, you have to. Remember when I first got together with you, Lee? About this today. When I first got together, wow, fucking balls. When fucking tweets in the morning. If you make the language now, you'll find some fucking shit that will blow you away. If you think I'm the one there to raise them, I don't give a fuck. Two specifically. You remember two? And they would throw me under the box. Sucking the what's your name? Squid. What's the squid ain't got a Michelle Obama's pussy? Don't throw me under the fucking train now. I don't give a fuck. I said it. And that's how I met that bitch got good pussy. She's a half a fag. Not in my world. She's back in the She's got that Lagumbo pussy from Africa.
different.
I make you think like, oh, when we got together, you were sending these tweets out. I'm gonna tell them like my point is recently. And in my philosophy, look, even if I was a plumber, license business, kids, church going, my ass would still be off. Your bike sucked every day. Be off color.
bullshit. You gotta get up and watch that pussy. The one that we're gonna say how more ridiculous he is. Then people would think that, oh my god. And look at him. You cannot give me dates every fucking day. Because I don't want to look at
all of those videos, like in the morning. Always. But I will say this, as the you said is, when I was kneeling down, I'm like, I'm selling, I'm not. You were like, listen, there's a lot of money it's not selling tickets. What makes you different? And on my phone, you said to me, you said your audience they have to spend money, they have to get a babysitter, some of them, they gotta leave the house, nobody wants to leave their fucking house no more, they gotta come see you, why are they coming to see you, what are you giving them? And then I think that happened to a girl got real famous to me in specific, and she was showcasing herself. You called me like 11 show that look out. Yeah.
social media. Fucking corporation.
Right. You made me look at it. And you said, you gotta tell people who you are. So I started coffee talk. Anything he said, I did it, right? I go, I'm listening. And Joey telling me. Same with Joshua McCullough, they gave me the same advice as Joey's saying right now on this podcast. The more specific you are, this was because I didn't believe it. I thought the opposite. The more specific you are, the more universal you're going to be. What makes you different? And I got popular because by accident, because I got online, I got nostalgic one day. These are words and phrases I heard growing up on my nights. And mom, what else? Full of lies. It was so spit the video to me in my mind. I posted it. I go, let me take that video down. It was so dumb. The minute I went to go take it down, hundreds of thousands of views, people were buying tickets to shows. People were coming to shows going, oh my god, I can't believe you did jokes. I said, what did you think you were coming to see? They said, oh, I thought you were going to do the words. I said, you will come, you bought tickets, spend money, just know the words you already know. But guess what? They were relating to me. It was something different. I reminded them of home. I reminded them of people. That's what made me different. But at the time, I go, oh my god, I had like this ego, like I was too good of a comic to just do these videos. I tried to take myself too seriously. Really, what I did was just stand out and be really, really specific the way he was like, I'm going to give you something. I was giving them something, and they didn't realize what I was even giving them.
See, that's like the struggle that I'm having is I don't know what I have to give them. That's like unique. I look at social media, I'm like, this is ideal. I look, 18,000 people are doing it.
What's going to work for this person is not going to work. I throw shit at the wall to see with 6. Joey called me one, stop interviewing people on the street. I go, I don't know, Joe, I'm trying to do a different fucking thing. He called me, says, what are you doing with these interviews? You don't got to interview anybody. Tell people who you are. But I needed those words and phrases, so I started going on the street and people if they knew the words and phrases. He called me up, stop interviewing people on the fucking street.
Joey, you're like halfway through you already.
You know what? Listen, Joey calls, I listen, right? You're going to listen. He's not saying it. He doesn't. He does not benefit. Personally, I want you to do better. He's giving you his experience. So that's what I said. I throw shit at the wall to see what sticks. I want to.
Just little thing.
But you pick your
no matter what I do, I can talk to you tomorrow. Like, well, I'll leave you. You better aside that, okay, well, the comments have done that. I've got their opening act for friends. Because of it, they're going to get a special, blah, blah, blah. I'll tell you those names later. 30 days. They'll keep it. You'll be a CA too. Or UTA. They'll keep you. That don't mean they'll return you for once in a while. Right? Last March. I'm thinking about it. I had a broke field. But I couldn't get out of it yet. You know, since last March. I mean, it's crazy. So, all that shit, that's a pipe trying to throw out young Thomas. Because I believed it. I was mad at a friend of mine 20 years ago. Over e-college business now. Because he told me his line was, there was a small time, that small town in Northern California as you get out of it. It's an hour from Rhode Island. Okay, one of the agencies in the world was in Hawaii. And they mixed it some way with the heat. When I first got to LA, you signed with that Tony division. You were good to go. And they only had like maybe 8 comedians. Maybe Wendy Lee was one of them. I forget. But, you know, he told me to fuck your chip with them. They want to develop it. You know, they can do that for free. They can just have what's with you on the road. So it was just, I don't know, it's different. I mean, you just gotta, like I started the podcast late with Dr. Gunn at 6 a.m. Why? Because we wanted to get them first. We wanted to get them first. We'll cover that then. Where we go. We're still there. How much we make? Not much. $100. Yeah, I remember the first one. 6 a.m. The first one. I woke up at 6 a.m. for fucking less than $2,000 a week. Here we were. Getting up 2 hours. Whenever agents now, like that, you gotta get up early. 2 years. Just come over on my feet. Make me fresh and sweet. We'll leave it at that. Because that's exactly what 2 fucking days a week, 5:45. We saw a chicken was gonna dump it. Yeah, in Hollywood. This was real, dog. You hear the guy with your car door? No. This was real. They were making money. This was some people believed it, and I believed it. And that's why we, many years later, and they'll be 14. Man, how many people started the podcast 10 years ago? I'm going to go in there and make a lot of money. 6 months, I'm quick, man. There's no money in it. You didn't get up at 6 no more. For a fucking year. And smoked dope like motherfuckers at 6 in the morning. I mean, we weren't just doing fun and big thing. We were lighting that fucking apartment on fire. We were walking out of there ready to die. I would leave there at 8 in the morning, like, how am I going to do this? What is that? How am I going to get this my car going? Fuck that.
What year was this?
I knew we wanted to get it first. The idea was to do it at 6 in the morning. At 6 in the morning. Because I was working from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. on TV shows. So I'd go down, and then I would get so fat. I was going to Jack in the Box. Everyone, I have 4 burgers. Oh, I'd go home and pass the fuck out. But one time a cop hit me. I forgot about that. One time, we went to we had a podcast out at 8 in the morning. I was driving home high, and it was his fault. He would pull over at 5, and I was paranoid as fuck. And he let nothing happen. But that was Jesus Christ. That was a crazy fucking time. People would
break into office. You were talking about the tweets that you had. My favorite from that time where Lindsay Lohan was going to be there. It was amazing. It was a comedy show back then. Saying about my ticket right now. Lindsay Lohan, the guitarist. Every shot gets was Lindsay Lohan. I was just looking in the face like, you could not be this fucking stupid reaction. And, you know, that was a whole education. That was, man, all education happened once. I didn't even know. That was learning how to sell tickets. Learning how. And the first it was funny, but it was comedy stuff. It was just buck wild. It was 40 minutes. So fucking, you know, the original Canada's the people in Columbus, Ohio. No? No? What? Nice. See it in their face. I could see it in their face. The first time I went to Columbus, I didn't know. I was on the rubber broken. I didn't want to get a beer fucking animal. Right. For 15, 20 minutes. And then they bring me back for 18 months. And I was like, oh. And I told the guy, and he goes, I didn't bring you back. We were closed for a year, you fucking idiot. We did the club. Not because I don't like it. No, you did great. I was like, oh my God. He goes, you didn't come on. You were one part of the end. I was, wow. But like, that's like crazy. Because like the tickets, I would imagine everyone there, like somebody who actually won there, it's like you go fuck wild. The people who like you probably fucking love you. Yeah. And like they'll definitely come back. Because you're selling tickets, but you don't want people there who think Lindsay Lohan's gonna be there or you're doing Adam Sandler stuff. No. At the end of the day, if you make them show up for that fucking show, you better deliver the fucking goods, right? And you know me before shows, you know the type of person I am. If you know anything about me, I give a fuck about that show. I don't give a fuck about paycheck. I don't give a fuck about nothing. I give a fuck about rocking that world. And in those days, when you first started to sell tickets, that's real pressure. Because fried chicken bar under the basement, they sell bagels. They're at a real fucking facility now. And all eyes aren't watching you, but they are watching you. And you know what? That show, the first show, they see 240, you got 200 in it. You got to leave love.
It was a different weight on my shoulders. I'm like, I see me by accident. I don't get to be funny by chance. I get to be funny because they're coming to see me.
And then the 10 years ago, we went to see you in that Beyonce,
And you do something cool that like not a lot of Joey has one, but like you have a residency too. What's that like?
I did that because that was again in my school. Like he was, where are you gonna get for the month? That's gonna be close to 50 hours, 40 close to 50 hours a year. Where are you getting that stage time? You're getting that because you gotta come back. I don't care where it is. I don't care how many people are gonna see you. You're still gonna get great. Because I I did the jokes that I knew I had to work right for the special, and I had 15 minutes after I gave them, start developing what I think my voice is now. That helped so much. I mean, there were nights where I was like, I don't want to be in the same place. I don't want to do these jokes in the same place. Because then I'm doing these jokes sometimes in the same place, and it's like you get in your own head. But he was right. It made me better. There were moments you grow all the time. Joey just said he still, gets moments where he learns. I just learned. So to me, it's like.
You're not going sorry. Every Wednesday, you don't walk on my age and do 30 to 45 minutes. You're a professional. I want to see you wash up and look at the 80% of the women. Just to go on the road there. Do you have any idea what that does to you?
Welcome.
I'm good. I was just seeing if you're really a longest streamer.
Oh, 100%. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, I've heard about you through other people, but feel free.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
Somebody in Aiden's planet.
Oh, very cool. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I essentially am live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously at any given time. And I do so to show the world that we're not all that different. How's that sound?
That's fire. Where can I tune in?
Oh, if you look in the left corner, where it's 24/7 YouTube stream link, you see that? Yeah. Just plug that link in right now, and you'll see all my streams.
Oh my god.
Exactly. And I have redundant streams. If taken down or any of them, or whatever, I've got backups of backups.
Fire. I appreciate your commitment.
Absolutely, my friend.
24/7 life.
100%. Have you ever seen the movie?
You sleep on.
Oh.
You sleep on. Yeah.
Absolutely, every single night.
Yeah.
I have a ceiling cam for the television show Big Brother.
I've seen Big Brother, yeah.
Excellent. Well, as you know, those people on camera 24 hours a day with me. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far as streamed in Beverly Hills, in Santa Monica, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. And so I do IRL streaming in addition to desktop streaming. Desktop is much easier. But yeah, I'm always live, always a bit individual in your life. I'm here to give you an optimistic view on the world and to just give people hope. If you ever need anything from me, just know I'm here to help you. Okay?
That I appreciate that. I just say, what do you do with other live streams when?
Yeah, it's more difficult for me to do because I'm just a single individual. So I have when I've done it, I've had 4 different streams. So I'll have 2 on different phone mounts. I'll have sometimes a chest mount and a GoPro.
That's fine. I'll definitely have to tune into your streams.
Well, just know if you need anything, Doug.
I appreciate it. Tune in. into the stream right now.
Absolutely. Feel free to hop in whenever you can, okay? Take care, my friends.
I just want to do it right. Because I really, that's it. For me to get the party started legitimately, I need 30 people I can bring. You cover all your bases, okay? And I agree with you. That's the way to do it.
And I had a guaranteed salary in my head. So I said to myself, I know I got this residency. I know I'm going to. Now I have a little sort of travel for things I got to go in my pocket for. I need that comedy for me. There's no ego. I'm still investing in myself constantly. But now I'm not doing it anymore. Right. I used to pay to open for people because hotel I had to pay.
I know.
And this recently opening somebody, so it's no idea that. So you know what? I looked at it and deliver. I know the audience I'm going in front of. I'm gonna fool them. I'm gonna make them follow me. And let me tell you something. This year, how many people? So I'm like, you know what? I got my money back.
No, it's always listen.
But it's hard. Because now I look at this, I go, this is my life. I'm not young. Like, I want to be able to at least pay for my opener. I want to see me. I can take Dan out to on the road, and I can hang out with my friends. I'm serious. Being on the fucking road in a new city could be depressing. It weighs on you. I stay in the room and work on my set. I'm going to do that anymore. I want to get lunch. I want to be with my friends. I just want to make enough money so I can some friends and feel enough money to get myself to the next level. Like, that's all. It's not about making so much money. It's about I got that I promised them, and now I'm in LA. So there's no residency there, but I'm getting up. This Saturday, July 12th, the Triad Theater. 7 o'clock. Just to impress, please. With pomegranate juice for everybody. Courtesy of Joey, he's going in. And I'm excited for it. I am.
Any tickets on sale still?
Tickets on sale. I'm very happy.
Great to see you.
Thank you. He pays attention. He pretends he doesn't. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like when I'm interviewing people on the street, but he did see the promotion for the special, and he called. And I love you. Thank you.
You're taking a chance. You've done lately. It's fucking remarkable. You want me Wednesday. Holy shit. And that's it. I love you. Good luck on our being tape, man.
Happy laughter. You have to FaceTime one more time.
Okay. I'll try my best. Love you guys. Lee, where you at this weekend?
Luxor Lounge, July 10th, Thursday.
Luxor Lounge. It's all right. I'm nowhere. I still got my eye on the thing well out of it, but anyway. I love you guys with all my heart. I hope you had a great Fourth. I hope you still got a finger and eye, If you lost them.
Obviously, the big discussion is so
My father was an officer there. Speaker primarily, and to polish up his communications from him to the Pentagon, and then potentially polish up the generals were educated in English. He could have very high security clearances. He read about from that the odds of going to the moon never been used was like 0.01%. Even the Wright brothers. So the idea and so that's kind of thought about this. So I went back to those pictures, which I perspective, and sure enough, you can see where the real soil ended and the thing backdrops we find. In the original pictures was a girl around as it really is. So these probes, which I believe genuine, and then the backdrop were this grayish blue. So it became pretty distinctive where the real soil ended on the thing back, so that the soil is like a matching grayish background. So that kind of planted a seed in my mind, and I thought, never thought of that. Another 10 years before I started looking at these pictures, and I know there was electrical light, which wouldn't be necessary if sunlight on the moon was 25 with no atmosphere, right? I can tell you what kind of light they're using. They're using an umbrella light, which I have very lots of light off of an umbrella. And then, put them on the subject. So it's harsh, well, and it's really, that's what they're using. And then have shadows that should be parallel in sunlight. 5 feet apart, and you just go outside on a bright sunny day, look at two trees with a friend standing 5 feet apart, and your shadows is running parallel. Never intersect. Possible for that. Pictures or screen share and show you from 17 allegedly the mission to the moon for astronaut shadows. Videotapes pretty big back in the day. Everybody can make a movie about how landing. And I said, well, think about it. So I do more research to find out not only the pictures, but just for example, creator of NASA, James Webb, resigned days before. He wanted to be a part of this great astronauts vision. Rarely gave interviews unless the president personally asked them to. Not only the president. Didn't have the hands were the first to put a satellite in space. At the same time. 8 hours we spent in space. Isn't that weird? And then so I've got a question about that. Is back in the Soviets called the Americans out on well, because they're blackmailing the Bush administration's Apollo program. That's just our greatest enemy. And in China, the very next week. Sure. Year after year, 10 million. And that's what they're doing. Now, first of all, you can you can prove it with logic. Okay, today, with 50 into space, to the space 150 miles above the Earth. So just pick
technology. And have greater technology. Virtual across the aircraft, hundreds of miles per hour. They blew up the first atomic bomb in 1945. The atomic bomb all over the moon. The idea that they have to return to the moon. That's what they keep saying. George Bush have to return to the moon. It's a logic. Magically did to the North Pole 6 times. But never the South Pole. We're going to go to the North Pole 5 times. The South Pole the first time. NASA's saying the same thing. NASA says we have to go to the moon. It's going to Mars. See, you can prove it there. I made a movie first. Well, I continue the story. I originally turned down this project. I've never seen looks like maybe they did. And if they did, turning these rocks could be hazardous. Develop a connection of right and wrong. That makes sense in their judgment for how your life, and it makes sense. You can just say it great. It's wrong. And so there is a struggle between good and evil. Judgment of mankind. It has spiritual symbolism. Richard Nixon, who they were not alive to this. And so, what you have here is two possibilities. Whether they did, no, I don't know if they did. You should be, in my opinion, not go. Take grades for them. And that's how we're people to see. Giving them research. That's true. That's actually more historically significant. You see that? The heat of the moon landing is more profound. Unless we admit that our world said whoever controls them letting go of a certain word controls the future, which means the criminals and their entities and their offspring are perfect. It's extremely important historically for the truth about the millennium. Shadows can't
second sunlight. You can't have 1,000 times greater spacecraft technology 50 years ago than today. And then, after I decided to make, I changed my mind. I called it change my mind. Days later, serendipitously, I made a millionaire rockets for NASA. Who knows? And they're either going to land or kill people. Naively think they can go to the moon on the first attempt with 1960 technology. 5 decades later, Musk, there I can land the rocket vertically and put us on the moon. Each every the first time he landed that rocket, it blew up. The fourth time it blew up. The fifth time he was able to do it. So how did they do it with 100 million? No, we started producing this 7-year film called Lastly. This is in Sam. I wrote that up, and I have 16 links for my new book. About my investigation into this. I'll share with you. The book is interactive. I read it in audio, virtually on the print, and I say, like, read a chapter, now stop. The only one. Read it. Go to Cyril.com. Click on made a video. Top left corner. Related to another way to the moon. See. We had Bachelor White shot the first mission to the moon. Beginning of the real. I had for an hour. They are using 1-foot of the Earth and 8 inch the Earth floating in space as if the cameras had 8 or 2 days in the now they estimated it's out 2 seconds back. The audio of the CIA holding a speed per seconds go by. It's clear as crystal on the tape, which proves that we can't have greater technology in the past, which proves it. And now we just hand over space. This absolutely proves. Yeah, broadcast this because I don't know if history is the major cause of action. Let's indirectly say it's the public corrupt the federal government. It is. So bad. Bring it in. The federal government. Is that a good thing? I don't think you realize that. 10-year hits at Rothschild that convinces Rabbbi previously thought that the real is fake. And another news director at NBC discovered it 10 years later. We're going to broadcast this news. They gave me thousands. Now I think she was right. Broadcast is right here. Government after my film comes out, as I take my clothes and them now, there are things in the film that are not in the movie, including the schedule. The first man on the moon was where by the CIA because it was cooperate. Not my opinion. It's the opinion of the dead man who went up, and it's the opinion of the dead man's son, who's a 737 pilot. I interviewed for 7 hours. But he was not going to the moon, and they thought I could put it in like their husband, they told me on January 26, 1967, they came home from work at NASA and said, for some strange reason, for whatever, the CIA is all over the launch pad. Look, the next day, the guy was dead. Because days earlier, he held a press conference without permission, where he took a bunch of reporters very top of the floor, where he affected the London cyber breakthrough, called a piece of equipment to go to the moon. The first man to fly there, a piece of junk. Days later, the day after the CIA shows up to NASA, it's neat. So, if you look back at the thing, he didn't kill anyone. You gotta respect their cleverness. They come under from the drive digger into the bank and get all the up and down. Not if they kill 3 people, their fathers, husbands, at the same time, you see. And when our first document of the country is the Declaration of Independence, which says when any government becomes destructive of the right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to abolish it. We have proof right there. They took away the life of their own people to cover up their crimes. And then they're taking away liberty. And you have to ask permission to open your business, permission to go to school, permission to go to church, permission to go to the beach or you'll be arrested. That's slavery, not liberty. And then the pursuit of happiness. It's your happiness. Your happiness to do your business. They are not our masters. 200 years ago, they were called public servants. Now they're masters. It's not the right of one person, human being to me, to tell me what I can or cannot. They want to advise me against the risks. Okay, I'll take your advice or not. There is no better than me. So if one person tell another person that it's still the decision of the business whether or not to take that risk. It's still the individual's decision whether they want to go shopping or stay at home under those circumstances. They're not our parents. They're not our babysitter. They're not our jail keepers. That's jail. They're putting people under house arrest. There was a president in France who got caught taking bribes, and he was under house arrest. He ended up being treated like someone who's criminal. For what? Because there might be a danger going outside, and innocent is not sign. Even if the germ is turned, you have a greater chance of dying in a car crash on the way to work than you do from catching a virus. So I guess we need to make all cars legal. We need to just action, right? So as I'm editing this book, Eugene Eggers was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. And as he's dying, you know what he told his son? He said, I'm about to be God. God forgive me. I murdered somebody. Because he and the co-worker I witnessed the government secret because he thought they were doing something. He said the reason why he killed this person was
realistic cover-up of lending fraud, which was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. He stood beside President Johnson the first day of filming. Just couldn't help but want to take a look at it. And sure enough, according to Johnson's schedule, he was on holiday about an hour flying away. And Cannon Air Force Base, before this was being investigated, posted on their website, President Johnson visited us in 1968. They since took it down since we started digging into this. President Johnson gave the chief of security of Cannon Air Force Base, by the way, is the head of the Army Air Force's Intelligence and Special Ops Division, the military, Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force. They all have their special ops headquarters in Cannon Air Force Base, the very place where the ladies were filmed June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 1968. Do you know how many criminal claims were involved in the estimate of how many were involved? Yeah, we know exactly because their names. Johnson gave Cyrus Eugene Nagel a list of 15 people who were allowed in to observe this. And these people, mind you, Cyrus Eugene Nagel was the chief of security at the most secure Air Force base, potentially the most secure base in the country, in the military, because that's where they chose to film. And so President Johnson said these 15 people were allowed in to eyewitnesses and nobody else. He kept the list. He gave it to his son, and gave it to me, and I published it in the book. And so we know who was there, and some of these people are still alive. And a couple of good guys, friends of mine, actually went to the people. And I was in London. As you can imagine, he never had before. I was taking a break. A series of questions so you happen to have office and so I escaped their custody. I make my way back to Nashville, Tennessee. Nobody with the CIA. What happened? No, I needed a good friend to put an alarm in his name. And a few days later, so he says, what's the problem? I laughed. Yeah, the problem is, well, funny thing. They had a breakout over the weekend, and I'm like, so he said, well, funny thing. Look at your example. No, this is the type of thing that is in the book. I've never come with a solitary confession. So I call up two of these people on the list. This is less than 2 years ago. One of them is Eugene Graves, the flight director. He said something that he answered without even saying hello. He said, tech support. Apparently,
guys on this I never heard of, but I was asking about this. I say, hey, I love this place that came in there first. Hangs out with me, and a couple of days later, there's his house was broken into and everything, but I saw this skeleton. And then a couple of days later, your face, if he ever did get this way. See, this is serious. This is not a theory. They didn't go to the incident. I can follow it. I can kidnap and murder someone for a fact. I'll let this creepy. We know that Cyrus Eugene Akers killed a person. That's for you. We know that there were other backup groups, members of backup groups that died in accidents in 4 months. Then we have James Irwin. He said, I'm probably safe to call me at this number on this day or days from now. Here's your list. Yeah, so there's another one, right? That's so far 9 about astronauts. After the Boston Massacre, which killed 5 people, our founding fathers and mothers said that's it. We're going to risk our life. I think if they're willing to kill all these people, they're willing to take advantage of the television. I don't even know that JFK, whoever in those states, this is just taking candy away, and this is what the news director, somebody said, this is like great, right? It's kind of odd, we got this detailed information, that video confession, where the lady was found, can't get information, when it was found, June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 1968, less than 15 people who were there, one of which wrote his own autobiography. He was there at the time for the only reason. We have the code tape slam dunk. President Johnson personally came up with it. He said we can guarantee a successful mission if we make it. Therefore, just slam dunk. You see? And yet, America have not interviewed me about this information because if it comes out, it I think the public is going to be mad. I think we're going to find out that the government is very early because the very next thing we're going to have to investigate one was homicide by the CIA. They're really I've been saying for decades people who are taking away life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which means they need to be ordered or abolished, right? So they're all separate. I mean, I always thought it was a crime. My fellow visionary misspoke. I mean, they went from never being in space to walking on the moon years. And now, they're saying it takes 50 years better technology. You see? So, they didn't want to eat. They didn't want to invent. They set up something. It shows that our leaders are immature. Maturity to admit that they set up goals and
Emerson. This is the way. And these people are empowered. Anybody care? The problem is, and this is the are now controlled by the executive branch. I mean, that shouldn't happen. The president cannot be allowed to avoid and they find out as senators are well, what they're possible to do. And the NBA can later become CEO of a company with suspects. That should be illegal. I don't know why that's even legal. Do you realize that in your country there are 17 ingredients that if you put them in food, people will go to jail? But they're perfectly legal in the United States of America. People are their pizza cheese because it's biodegradable. I mean, do you think Congress and the Senate voted their thing? So voting for your representatives wanted to know whether their kid continues up 90% and the state's supposed to be 50%. But 90% did not get their way. The president vetoed it. GMOs are illegal. You can't even sell them. I mean, does anybody who's actually in there because 1990 don't do it? And you know what happens when you do it anyway? You know what happens when you take them? You take it. The fertility rates have dropped 65%. Right? It's amazing. You have God, and you believe in God, right? And it's able to replicate it. It's scary. You see that? Little side note, which is the hybrid that they have to keep going back. Right? And that is permanent. So you have all this. He says, why we need sensors like the government. You need basically, we need to take down the truth. So if they're taking down the truth, then what's left? Lies. It went upside down. But it's true. You know, one more little Bible nap, if you don't mind. When Jesus was being tempted, his word is Bible. The devil took him behind him and showed him all the kingdoms of the world. And he said, they're all what he was. He would bow down to them. Right there in the kingdoms of the world. God, if they did, there wouldn't be great butter or chopsticks. You put them. And they give the leadership of the kingdoms to. And the country says it's not. If a politician says they're going to do something, they're not going to do something, and then number one, and number two, they go to jail.
I mean, that's a pledge. That's a pledge. We voted for you for that reason. That's a purple contract. We can pull it up on video. That's a purple contract. Legally binding. You're breaking it. You're not only not guilty, you're not even going to jail. The crazy thing is, everybody knows politicians lie. Everybody. It's not his line. Let's just see. So I sent him out to Ohio, raise a vinyl, bake it, try 500 eggs that he just sold. And that makes sense. And that's the press is in control. The press is supposed to collect bug, which you get in some It's a document, CIA document discovered by Waterford Station Watergate. That back then, you could only own one TV. Station. They said they had 400 journalists. Every wire service, one of the is a series of news clips. And you look at the little regular NBC, and then you see the exact same word. It's central intelligence. There is no free constitution violation. Right there. I mean, it is to protect the people. And it says they can't murder their own. Country. It's not. It's on national news. And the court is there's not one single investigation. But if you reach out after the source of that information, the direction is pointed to. Yeah, that's true. You know, what to do is my last chapter what to do about this mess is arrangements of the news that should be not allowed. They should be required. If you have a FCC license for TV or radio, every one of them be allowed to provide. You choose and random, and you always represent both sides. It used to be a law that if you show one side of the story, you had to show the other. They don't have to do that anymore. Right? That is to be instituted. And then you always show both sides. You can't have corporations controlling the news, and they're controlled by the CIA or all the each other. All these corporations are getting their
lightning rod comes out, then at night the diagnosis changes. We've obviously used it for a number of years, as you've heard, and you've obviously seen the changes within the media. And how, from our point of view, there is a rise in independent media, not small, but channels are small as well, but there are numerous independent media which are growing through channels on YouTube. Are you seeing this story is getting now it has done? Well, it's hard to read that the podcast refused to talk about lightning rod and they refused to talk about this new information of an eyewitness. I mean, if I have witnessed somebody that was put in jail, we have an eyewitness saying he witnessed the lightning rod. He even said he heard somebody to get run out. Here's what it was found. Wherever, so you think that would be at least worthy of discussion, at least one country. Conspiracy podcast American who've been invited on their show in months since my money down. Not a single bit of no why into that. It's called controlled opposition. It seems odd to me that you can have one of here's independent media, but is it really? And because every true independent person they take down. I mean, the inventor of the medicine that everyone's totally getting, that was the inventor of it. He would be the number one guest on every news program, ABC, NBC, CBS. Sitting right there in the studio talking about this medicine. He invented it. Making a difference. Okay, we got 5 mice fighting it out. Okay, let's get 100 mice fighting the elephant. Let's get 1,000 mice fighting the elephant. I think it's going to take how many millions of mice to beat an elephant. Y'all buy them at the same time. Let's get one. So they're got plans. I mean, they're already censoring or justifying it in the name of public safety and so on. I loaded a video privately, not even publicly, of my doctor saying that one of the potential remedies, he's a medical authority, he has a degree in medicine. They took it down. They said no, only people with medically authorized interns, are allowed, but he's a doctor. I mean, it used to be, in fact, there used to be a public service announcement back when they made those mandatory, which they go to New York, that said when one doctor gives you a suggestion, you need to amputate your foot, get a second opinion. Like, no, second opinion. That it proceeds. That was the cause of death that American is not. Medical practice is the number one killer in prescription medicine, right? That population is sick. I would say that they have the worst health care in the world. The slaves have to ask permission for your slave in your house, for your business. You realize they arrested a for a child's birthday party in California. They shut off the electricity in the house. How can that be legal? How can that be freedom? Who are the arbiters? change their rules even though they're in their neighborhood. It should be the neighborhood association should have greater rights over the mayor. The mayor, what they can do for nothing on their own government, right? And then the president should be able to tell the governor what they can do in their exactly backwards. The reason why it's not there is because that's the way it's always been. Right? So, when he reverses have a property or the governor, you see, and certainly we need a federal government. Why not have the independent states in there? Right? I mean, why is this entity far away that one of them put a label on ketchup that says GMO is 90% of their people want at least make it a law. Why do we need them? Why do we need something like that? And what 90% of the people are asking them to do. If it happened, if we got rid of them, we just leave it as all we don't have them. What about your state? Just let the state park. You know, what if a military base that happens to be in Texas is now part of the Texas National Guard? You know, well, what happened here? Fall? You know, I don't think anything would happen. It doesn't make any sense that we have a federal government doing good that we're doing it all. Why not have all the states vote whether to go to war or not based on the captain of the leaders of their various army reserves? They decide as a group whether we're going to send our people, our state, into this war. I don't understand why they're benefit for defending his border when we fly halfway around the world. We take people out of Iraq. I don't understand that somehow he went down on defending his own border. You know, what is that all about? Because what can you do? Save yourself from the current generation. Because they will inherit the world. Right? I don't know how it is Bill Gates parents being racist. We're teaching him the racism. The guy's body language, he talks like this. The guy how you describe what the model you need to be what well, yeah, like you said, is it on the stage right now? It's too far gone. Yeah, well, I think it is too far gone. You had the bureaucracy was too big. Now, there was an eclipse in 2017 that fell over the largest pagan statue in America. And there's another one here, 7 designed, charged with protecting the life of the president. Murdered him because he was going to clean house in the church. I think the Kennedy assassination was the point of no return. And the dead aftermath said her husband had murdered Democrat there describing the making of the millennium and Republicans stop really most as Bernie Sanders or Ron Paul, they give that independent person into the top period between these two. Paganism and a man killing their own president was the I think that's right. I think God has given us 7 years of probationary period. And if there isn't change direction, by that time, which I think is advisory and seeking Jim referring to illnesses or the next bulletin smirks. These are already in the works. There was a gentleman in the Bible said that God told him in 2014 I read to worldwide first good for the mountain and that he said this in 2014. But the second one, Gates one, the next one will be very serious. I did a report in my YouTube channel September 9th, 2016. I said the government is planning to release something, legalize something. I said it back then. I could see them moving their pieces into place about something every radio station, every news station said that they were actually I don't think that last day in office, which was in January 19th, 2016, the guy was a general, okay? I would trust the general being president more than anybody else. They're there, and they've been there, people killed, they don't use the such a rule. Yeah, but it's interesting, he gave a warning of corrupt forces in the federal government taking over the last day in office, any of the 8 years he was in office. You understand what that means? It means he was afraid of them. He knew that if he challenged them, they would kill him. And he wouldn't be a husband, wouldn't be a father, wouldn't be a grandfather. Kind of sad. He didn't tell us in the 8 years of his presidency that dark forces are out to take over the government. I think he's going out the door, by the way, and now they want you to say President Kennedy tried to Kennedy, where they were Kennedy tried to do so about it. Look what happened. common national planning by political and orbit, right? And if they're in there, it's a natural disaster that somehow you can't know about a volcano or an earthquake years in advance. A comet or an asteroid the geometry, you can know hundreds of years in advance when an asteroid is going to hit. I think it's something like that. I think these little illnesses that are supposed to train people to submit for national emergency. I think what they're doing, according to the vice president of the company who sells the medicine, is taking for the illness people to do. That is designed like a calculate fuse to take out the weaker people in society first. After all, phase one of the medicine, Hitler's associators for illnesses are identical. What a coincidence. The elderly, the obese, the diabetic, you see, I think they're preparing for solar system. And they are lowering the number of people on the earth in advance of that event. In their mind, so they'll take out the elderly and the sick now, and they're and as best as we can tell, it's going to hit off the coast of the United States, off of San Diego, which means the U.S. is the fourth country. And then change the climate of the earth for quite a while, 10 years, which the record out here after people being dependent on could eventually kill in as early as 12 months people on the earth. So, it's my opinion, they're getting ready for that event. A little scenario we've been through for the last 3 years, and maybe like a scenario which looks like it's going to be genuine. And if Bill Gates knows about it in advance, then either he's got, a time machine future possibilities, or they're going to make it happen. And they want to travel. These rich people, they want to have hotels and whatever. So in their mind, they're going to lower the number of people who are going to die anyway in preparation for a catastrophe. And he can stop what about this man's heart melt with fear? Things that are coming upon the earth. One of the posse determining a planet that's bigger. That means 40 times bigger than the Earth. It's going to cost the background of the seas. Most people don't know that prior to 705 BC, that's why the there's 360 days, right? That's why there's 360 degrees on the compass. BC, the year changed to 365 and a quarter. All the calendars changed except April. What does that mean? How could the year sun increase by 5 and a quarter days?
longevity is going down. Fertility is going down. Technology is going up. They're intentionally seeing that. Turning a second time is incredible. Well, it's the most repeated time. Reason why he said it was me. As Jesus said, I will see you once you go. I don't see how that's possible. Because the person can go for it. I like without the point is that people are wrong about what the Bible says, and there's I'm not going to lose and not because the Bible is not flattering. A man after God's own heart committed adultery, murdered the guy, and out. It's not flattering. If they were going to make it up, they wouldn't put this stuff in there. And the problem is people associate the Bible with religion. They see some preacher, say it, don't be immoral, around me, and then they're like, oh, I need religion. They assume the Bible is religion. They see things that other people think different things. It's a book, and it's inspired by God. Start said, when Salieri found his scripts, he said, I wrote down what I heard good, and there was perfect sympathy. Not a correction. I got a sympathy inspired by God. I think Jesus through hospital can't do the same thing, right? And that's what you just call that faith. You read it. It's just so, you don't even need to go to your mind. Okay, but nothing alone. You know what I mean? We're going to forgive you and give you again and again and again if necessary. Please stop. It's pretty simple. And that, yeah, we're even supposed to know about good and evil. Murder had never happened. Have you even thought of that possibility? Even in terms of, I mean, all we know in this basic is what a man can fall in taxation. You and I sit here with no clothes on, and we know this for everybody has no clothes on. Everybody. It's been over thousands of years. When we notice, we go, everybody's got it. It's like a finger, right? You see, we have no idea that can of worms opening up. You know, and the Bible says that these evil people think it's been right? They want to get rid of the sons of Adam. You realize that the first commandment in the Bible is the first word that God do this. Before you send it to heaven. That's very, very important. Go make disciples. Teach them to make disciples, right? Teach them like that. And what do they need? The exact opposite. It's an excuse.
Everybody in the city, and everywhere, they want to give that population instead of Bill Gates with all his billions of dollars never goes to Africa and gives shots to people that prevent them from having kids. He really cares about people. Then why doesn't he? It's an absolute scientific. I'm such a good guy. I like the doctors there who are appalled at certain inoculations. Stay in this carrot pod. He's giving them to all women and men. And then for the 3 shots, it's not one every day. So they get some of the samples. Sam building, not building concrete floors, but disease. He's going over there and trying to lower the population because he thinks like the third period. To send a church, not to the pagans. The Bible says he would say it is right. And then he said, those who had the Torah, he said, those who had temple work, Savior always your life, your salvation. Jesus says about the tower falling on the list of enemies for and unless you repent, you perish. Right? So you have to get saved and stay saved. You see, and that is a narrow road. The reason why Jesus gets to that 13 as to why all the way is because of the grace and forgiveness. Right? 20 years ago, I made the news when a 12-year-old committed murder. 10 years ago, I made the news when a 10-year-old committed murder. And 5 years ago, I made the news when a 8-year-old. See, the increase of wickedness. I'm watching 20 years ago, last time I had cable, family channel. It says right there, right circle. ABC, family channel. There's 2 teenagers making out. So, I guess because they're straight, it's family, I guess. And so, you realize that exact same program aired during the Kennedy administration. The FCC hanged on the door of the network president and dragged him off the chair for these people. So it went from being a gentle offense to show 2 teenagers making out to not only acceptable, but beyond acceptable family entertainment. You see, promoting sexual promiscuity among people who were underage, right? Teen pregnancy, right? And so in everything, the standard of what sin is keeps getting lower and lower and lower and lower. That's the increase of wickedness. People just can't even discern for evil. But in the last couple of videos, make sure you stay yourself safe. And if you Yes, I think it's about
these child chills. I have friends of all persuasions now and all what's happening. Everybody's got to get up, right? And somebody has to give up smoking or straight sex, gay sex, it's all something they got to give up. And so one really is in my opinion, obviously, when you get up, it's like awesome. Actually, it's safe for everybody. You give up everything. Jesus saying, unless you give up everything, you cannot be right aside for some people. Around inside there, friends. I can bring up to some women, my favorites. That was my cause. Okay, for someone else, never. I had to get that out. So it's different when it's just whatever. And there's a point at which a person has been engaged for years, the day of the wedding, an hour before, they're still not married. So, there's a point at which we say, we're to be obedient. The Bible says, for those who believe and are saved. Jesus says, do it. He says, go into all nations, baptizing them, right? You could argue right up over the house and stand on your head. I wrote that. They wrote that. You're not peace and love person. So peace and love is or dualism. And then secondly, you're not part. And I thought about it. She's right. She knew I was. Again, so here's the thing. You go 3 months without food, 3 days without water. How can you go without air? See, you can't breathe. And in 2 Peter, it says that the blood of Noah is another train. You do, you can go back unless you repent, take your life from you. Jesus says, unless you look in the end. That's the greatest thing that we have. If we're Christian or salvation, so loving your neighbor, sharing your family, sharing your sharing salvation, I did a recording on the next download. I believe the collapse. The very next day, things started collapsing. And it's like, it's so revelation of those red to yourself for $100. Down 6 months in America, because he knew the CIA, was the CIA working down to the plan, so I could bring attention as a real plan, right? So I think they're trying to channel the principle, they're trying to get it under control, so that it's easier to control, so they have to go to them and submit and get your back. So that's why you put Bill Gates' money fund. It has something to do with it, definitely, something, right? And all the rich people, get a go they love. For all we know, there's one little secret that shows one of them, 1,000 people. That really kept what he was studying. That really as long as you come in, you won't fall prey. Just like everybody else will do. There's still more. Probably 95% of
subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That is, about their experience from the 5th century onward when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. time you get to the third century, yeah, that's significant populations all the way out. Atlantic slave, which come from its passage in the book of the biblical Rabbbi, which refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, the modern is look into what would be Southern France, and they invaded this were originally Aryan. What I mean by that official Aryan, A-R-I-A-R-Y. Nothing to do with demonstrate your bonus days, literally your good faith, you can input in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation that doesn't have any correspondence with reality because there may not be any Jews who are affected by it. It's hard to imagine that these laws were completely fictional, but on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all actually imposed and some you have don't push to baptize again on these latest either you have to keep the until you have a constructive Jewish institution or you have like Soviet triage, use of mandate, the forcible conversion also not possible, or the new definition of what a baptized individual is. But first, I think it's important to actually look at the kind of participatory legislation that is imposed in the Islamic period. We recall, once again, that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have the conversion of Catholicism on the part of the Islamic king, until 711 with the Reformation. There's a remarkable image that captures, I think, very clearly the sort of atmosphere that I get in my mind, which is this Islamic king. Alonso Cano's 17th century I wonder if a bit of our history maybe Renaissance era, even later, maybe the passion, things like that. But the expression of purpose, the expression of the Islamic thing, let's try to understand some of those regulations. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Islamic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond this era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which we're studying, there is more disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings who do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted and in so doing partook of the sacraments, including, for example, baptism? Can you simply ignore that and say, oh, they're actually Jews because it's down to over? Or you have to say, well, you know what? It shouldn't have happened, but others Christians. So we have this situation where this is often period, and again, the actual Inquisition on it, of course, they're charged with Judaism. Jewish ideas, especially
right? So he said he murdered a coworker because he and the coworker eyewitness the government secret, and his friend said he was going to tell the world because he thought what they were doing was wrong. He said the reason why he killed this person was to cover up the lending fraud, which was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. He stood beside President Johnson the first day of filming, just couldn't help but wanted to take a look at it. And sure enough, Johnson schedule. He was on holiday, 11-hour flight away. He had an Air Force Base where this was being investigated. Post another website. President Johnson visited us in 1968. He said, down. As we started digging in, President Johnson gave the chief an Air Force Base, which, by the way, is the headquarters of the United States Air Force's Intelligence and Special Ops Division. It's not Area 51. Every branch of the military, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force, they all have their special ops headquarters. Cannon Air Force Base, place where the levy was filmed on the first second of 1968. Do you know how many government employees were involved in our job estimate? How many were involved? Yeah, we know exactly. We know their names. President Johnson gave Cyrus Eugene Akers a list of 15 people who were allowed in to observe in these meetings. Cyrus Eugene Akers was the chief of security here basically and the military. And so President Johnson said these 15 people were allowed in. And nobody else. He kept the list. It was sort of given to me and I published it in the book. And some of these people are still alive. And a couple of good guys, friends of mine, actually, the book before it was published, asked me to call two people on that list. And I was actually reluctant to do that, as you might imagine. It would be different after my book was published. I was taking a great chance. They said, you know, you got your back. And one of the chapters in my book is called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Death. Because what I found, I've never talked about this publicly, okay? But what I found was what it would is a photography. You know, my phones were disconnected. My cars were camera. I was followed from church in the middle of the night. Take the copy. True serum to the point of poverty. Series of questions. A lawyer happened to have an office in the back alley of CNN. He didn't. That might not be here today. I'll tell you a story. You know, and so I escaped their custody. I went my way back to Nashville where I lived. The county was out of town. I got very serious. Nobody but the CIA would happen. So I needed a job. I gave it to a friend to put on the lab in his thing. And a few days later, we meet that. I said, so he says, well, there was a problem with the lab. Yeah, what problem? He says, well, they had a break-in over the weekend. And I'm like, so he said, well, funny thing. The only thing still down. You're example. No. This is the type of thing that is in the book that I've never talked about publicly. And so this has been confession. So I call up two of these people on the list. Okay, this is less than 2 years ago. One of them is Eugene Krantz, a flight director. He said something alright. He answered the phone without even saying hello. Apparently, these guys have military grade video and ground. Every time we talk to each other, and I'm right. But side note, it had to be Eugene. Because he's Eugene Krantz, like that. And if he's having a call with Sermon, it has to be Eugene. Sermon, the policy of the national. But they only done it 2 years earlier. Right? So, and then I call another guy on the list I never heard of. I say, hey, I've got you on this list. Cyrus Gene Akers, his house was broken into and everything about his mom was gone. And then a couple of days later, less than 2 years ago, Government agents show up to tell him face to face if he ever comes in again, he'll do this. See, this is very serious. This is not a theory they didn't go to. It's an absolute fact. I've been drugged, I've been followed, I've been kidnapped, and murders have taken place. We know for a fact that all of us predate that. We know that Cyrus Eugene Akers killed the person that's murdered. We know that there were 4 other backup groups, members of that died in accidents. Then we have James 15 after who called us Bill Casey as an initiative that he had something to get off his chest after letting the blood. He said, I'm concerned for my safety. He called me in this name. Right, that's so far now. The Boston Massacre killed 5 people. Our founding fathers and mothers said, we're going to risk our lives or probably everything because this is Robert McNamara, defense secretary, during the Vietnam War, and got that the Pearl Harbor attack of the Vietnamese on an American ship and led to the death of 15,220 Americans. I think if they're willing to kill all those people, they're willing to give it to the television. Unlike though 9/11 and JFK, this is a positive. This is taking candy away from the public, giving them a turn and story. And this is what the news director saw. He said this is not a great right? It's kind of odd. We have this detailed information and then confession where the money was found, candidate face, when it was found, June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 1968. A list of 15 people who were there, one of which wrote in his own autobiography. He was there at the classified reason. Yeah, the code name slam dunk. President Johnson personally came up with it. He said we can guarantee a successful mission. And yet, about this mission like they're going to find out that the government is early because the very next day they're going to have to investigate it. It's publicized by the CIA, which their relatives have been saying for decades. The government are taking away life, the pursuit of happiness, which means they need to be altered and abolished. Right? So, what do you think the government's motives were in hoaxing them? Well, there are several. I always thought it was profit. My film was where there is pride that comes disgrace. And so Kennedy, not a scientist, visionary, misspoke. I mean, they went from never being in space to walking on the moon in 8.5 years. And now, they're saying it takes twice that long to put a man on the moon 50 years back to so they did one pie. They did one they set a goal that they had to do. Now this shows something. It shows that our leaders are immature. They didn't have the guts or the ability to do it. And then they have because they lied, they embezzled money, and they murdered during the Kennedy administration, his generals actually proposed an idea legislation that's up there. This is the way these people live, and these people are in power. Does anybody care? The problem is, and this is the last chapter of my book, it's called What to Do About This Mess. One of the problems in the federal government is that a corrupt president appoints corrupt heads of the EPA, of the FDA, of the Justice Department, of the FBI. All these government agencies that are supposed to be investigating the executive branch are now controlled by the executive branch. I mean, that shouldn't happen. A president should not be allowed to appoint the heads of various departments because you have rank and file FBI who work on those people, and they find out as senators are up, and they're told no risk if you do or you're fired. Well, they're just doing what their boss told them to do. And so the idea that a former CEO of a company that sells medicine can become chief of the FDA, chief of the FDA can later leave and become CEO of a company that sells medicine, that should be illegal. Why that's even legal? Do you realize that in your country there are 17 ingredients that if you put them in food, people go to jail, but they're probably legal in the United States of America. People are swallowing plastic in their plate is biodegradable a year, and therefore is technically organic. Therefore, we allow plastic to be swallowed by people. I mean, do you think Congress in the Senate voted if they wanted to know whether their ketchup contained 90% receives supposed to be 51% get their way. 90% did not get their way to President for this. So we're going to go with the we're going to have to show that. I mean, in your country, GMOs are illegal. You can't even sell them. I mean, come on. Does anybody not realize that it matters? It's in the Bible. Don't crossbreed species. It's actually in there. Leviticus 19:19. Don't do it. And you know what happens when you do it anyway? When you take a horse, donkey, and you'll fertility rates have dropped percent. Right? It's amazing how God, if you believe God, put that into the DNA, disobey God to stop it. It will not be able to replicate. It's sterile. It's stupid. You see that? A little side note, this is why back to the source and they can use to get the way to get it. They're sterile. Not that. That's why they're closing the database. There's got to be right? So you have all this craziness going on in the world. I remember when Susan Leslie she says the perfect example why we need censorship is so the crazy things like the government control that you'd be able to be sent. You'd be basically we need to take down the truth. So if they're taking down the truth, then what's left? Lies. Isn't that it went upside down? But it's true. You know, and one more little bit of Bible stab, if you don't mind. When Jesus was being tempted, he was part of the Bible. The devil took him to a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world. And he said, they're all yours because they belong to Lucifer and given to anyone who wants. And Jesus would bow down to them. It says right there that the kingdoms of the world don't belong to God. If they did, there would be great murder or child molestation with them. Jesus can be Lord of your life, and he will be Lord in the future. And who think he's going to give the leadership of the kingdoms to the countries to murderers, liars, and thieves? It should be a law. I don't know why it's not. If a policy was, that's their last name on this and number two. I mean, that's a pledge. That's a pledge. We voted for you for that reason. That's a verbal once they're elected, they will not make certain medicines regulatory, not do that. And since we later they do that, that should be illegal right there. Once you got your vote, that's wrong. Right? That's a verbal contract. Legally binding. You're breaking it. You're not only not kicking out of office, you're not even getting it. The crazy thing is, everybody knows politicians lie. Everybody, it's like an unknown thing, and I accept it that politicians lie. The masses just seem to accept it. Talk about it or raise a point or make it. Try and fight back against it. You just sort of don't accept it. Yeah, that's because the press is controlled. The press is supposed to criticize the government non-stop. And now they do the exact opposite. One of the chapters of my book, which you get at Sobrel.com and audio 13, is a document, a CIA document discovered by Rothschild during their investigation of Watergate. They discovered that back then, you could only own one TV station, one radio station at a time. Now you can own million TV stations. They said they had 400 journalists of the CIA working for every major newspaper, every major TV station, every major radio station, every wire service. One of the clips, which you can see from Sobrel.com, video links, is a series of news clips, and you look at the lower right hand corner, it's Central Intelligence. The CIA controls the media. There is no free press. Violation right there. I mean, the Constitution is to protect the people from the government. And it says they can't murder their own people. They can't take away their pursuit of being happy. They took it there, but they were illegal. It's illegal. Only the army is allowed to do that. Military type of army. Your charter is to do information. And no care. You realize William Benny worked for the NSC for 30 years. He goes on national TV and says, by the way, we spy on the private cell phone conversation of every Supreme Court justice so that we can get sexual and financial variety on it with blackmail and ultimately get it. It's an open fact. It's not disputed. It's on national news that the Supreme Court is being blackmailed with a single investigation. But if you look out that Sanders is getting more votes than Clinton, but she's getting more delegates anyway, then the FBI goes after the source of that information rather than the corruption is pointing to. Yeah. That's the problem, Mr. Uchino, and all people on looking at the corruption and looking at the people talking about it. Eyes looking your way. One of the things they do, they FCC license TV radio. Every one of them should require to provide 1 hour of independent news using their equipment, which means, and then you have a lottery. You choose reporters at random. And you always represent both sides. It used to be a law that if you show one side of the story, you had to show the other. As a predict of that law, you don't have to do that anymore. Right? That is instituted. And then you always show both sides. You can't have corporations controlling the news, and they're controlled by the CIA. All these corporations are getting laws written to make their crimes illegal. You'll find it odd that GMOs are illegal in the United Kingdom, but they're legal. That distinction isn't worth talking about. What do they know that we don't know? How can 17 ingredients, and if you put in food in Singapore, you have a minimum sentence of 13 years in prison? But in America, their FDA
Because obviously you've been covering the story for a number of years as you've gone on, and you've obviously seen the changes within the media. And now we're obviously fairly young and news media. From our point of view, there is a rise in all the channels. There are numerous channels on YouTube, but you see this story is getting more traction now than it has done. Well, to me, that the past two podcasts refuse to talk about the lady rather than refuse to talk about the information of an eyewitness. I mean, if I have witnessed somebody kill somebody that was put in jail, we have an eyewitness saying the eyewitness let me run. He even said he burned somebody to get her out. Here's when it was filmed, where it was filmed. You think that would be at least worthy of discussion at least one time at the top two conspiracy podcasts in America. They've been invited on their show in months since my book came out. I don't know why that. It's called controlled opposition. It seems odd to me that independent media that isn't real. And because every level we've been told to get it unless they go through the inventor of the whole thing. That is the number one guest on this program in the world. ABC, CBS, they'll sit right there in the studio talking about this medicine, whatever it was taken, that he invented. If he is interviewed, he gives his honest opinion about it. They take it down. There is no individual, and I don't see, YouTube channels here and there, channels here and there, making a difference. To be quite honest, we're talking about, okay, we got side mice, but instead of one, okay, let's get 100 mice fighting the elephant. Let's get 1,000 mice fighting the elephant. I think it's going to take every millions of mice to beat an elephant. All might have been the same time. I still like that. So, they've got degree in medicine. They took it down. They said no, only medically authorized narratives. It used to be a public service act when they made those mandatory that said when one doctor gives you a suggestion, if you take your fund, it's an opinion. Now, it was like, no, second opinion. Do they not realize that if you take away statistically cancer and heart disease, that is the organs and in fact, medical malpractice is the number one killer of people in America after heart disease and cancer. And then, if you have 70% of Americans taking prescription medicine, right? That means 7% of Americans has 70% worse health care in the world. And yet the politicians say we have the best health care. Now, about that, they say we're the land of the free, but we're the land of the slaves. You have to ask permission to leave your house, your business. You realize they arrested people because they had 5 when the limit was 4 for a child birthday party in California. They shut off the electricity in the house. How can that be legal? How can that be freedom? Because when they all put your own policies and send down the street close, they don't need it. Yeah, I mean, why are they better than us? Even if they didn't do that, would you say they obeyed the rules? It's not even talking about that. Would say they obeyed the rules? You can't afford to rule people in the house. Or you can tell me that to my house. If you think that's good, if you don't want to have more than 5
electricity can flow down a copper wire left to right, it can flow down right to left. So why not have a bottom up government, right? Why does a neighborhood association have the right to tell a person they cannot put a garden in their front yard because it doesn't look good? It's not their property. They don't live on my property. It's my property. And if the resident association wants to have in the city, not worse than your rules, even though live in their neighborhood, should make the neighborhood association have greater rights over the mayor. And then the governor, who lives 100 kilometers away, shouldn't be able to tell the mayor they can we're not using their own town, right? And then the president should. The reason why it's top down is because that's the way it's always. It gains. How is it any different now? It's not getting different. And they're making it more authoritarian every minute. What about bottom up? What about instead of giving the banks $1 trillion for losing our money, it's like we're being a criminal. That means you killed somebody when you get too good. It's your prize. You know? And so why not give every person $20,000? And what would happen? They would go out and they would buy cars and they would buy washers and dryers, which would trickle up to the trillionaires. You see? So we need to reverse. We need to have the property owner supremacy, then the resident association, then the mayor, then the governor. The mayor is supreme over the city, not the governor. You see? And people start thinking about it. We really need a federal government. Why not have the independent states of America? Right? I mean, is this entity far away that won't put a label on ketchup that says GMO and 90% of their people want it, and they still want to make it a law? I believe them. Why do we need something like that? What 90% of the people are asking them to do? What would even happen if we got rid of them? We just absolve them. We don't have a full part. What about if a federal park is in your state? It's just now a state park. You know, what if a military base that happens to be in Texas is now part of the Texas National Guard? You know, what would happen? What happens with the ceiling wall? You know, I don't think anything would happen. It doesn't make any sense that we have a federal. I don't know any good that they're doing it all. Not have all the states vote based on a cabinet of leaders of their various army reserve our state into this. I don't understand. Get people out of Iraq. Win. Says okay on that. Went down on their, you know? What is that all about? Because the U.S. is blackmailing everybody. What can you do? Save yourself from the current generation is what the book of Acts says, chapter 2. Because they will inherit the world. That's the price they're going to pay. Forever. And they will have gained the world that lost their soul. I don't need to be one. Sorry. Right? We don't know how it was used. Bill Gates was a kid with his parents being racist. Teaching it the racism. The guy's body language, you know, he talks like this. The guy literally, I've been heard about it. We need to feel sorry for the guy. So, what can you do? Because you don't like how you just described what the bottle. We need to, like you said, is it on the stage? Right now, it's too far gone. Yeah, well, I think it is too far gone. You had 12 generals that had killed them. The Nazi bureaucracy was too big. Now, there was an eclipse in America in 2017 that fell over the largest pagan statue in America. JFK files that all this stuff. Says his uncle was killed by the CIA. Believe it. I think that was a point of no return. I think once the government kills their own president, because it's going to get rid of the president, it's beyond how they're supervising the treatment of the religion. It's not about we say there's a ball, and they can't let an individual person in the system how they can. And then there's a 7-year period between these two. America and our own president has given us 7 years of probationary period. And if there is action by that time, which I think is 8/24, then, you know, I would advise fleeing that secret jet while my coach is in the because Bill Gates, referring to illnesses certainly around the world, the next one's going to get people's attention. And he smirks. It's already in the works. It's already in the works. There was a gentleman, and the Bible says, in the last days, believers in God will have more vision of the future than have ever happened before. He said God told him in 2014 there be 2 illnesses, you know, worldwide. The first one was an amount to nothing. He said this in 2014. But the second one, the Bill Gates one, the next one, very serious. I did a report on my YouTube channel, September 9, 2016, where I said the government is planning on doing quarantines. They're either going to release something or they're going to fictionalize something. I said it back then. I could see them moving their pieces into place. They're about to do worldwide illness. Either with something that causes it or just, you have to understand TV station. Every radio station said that they are actually in Mexico here to make a video. Just because every newspaper says there's a illness, that this many infections are just a bunch of numbers on the screen. They're not being verified. You see, the way we talk about that. I don't think that card's going to play. People who study these things know about Eisenhower's famous last day in office, which would have been JFK in 1961. The guy was a general. He would trust the general being president more than anybody else. His name was the Rothschild. They're there. They've been there. Two people don't know what it's about. You would have thought he was a general. Okay. Also, you know what? He didn't have an ego in comparison to the people. Yeah, but it's interesting. He gave a warning of corrupt forces in the federal government taking over the last day in office and any of the 8 years he was in office. You understand what that means? It means he was afraid of them. He knew that if he challenged them, they would kill him. And he wouldn't be a husband, wouldn't be a father, wouldn't be a grandfather. He didn't tell us, hey, here's something out, and he thought he couldn't stop it. He told us his last name as he's rolling out the door, by the way. And now they're going to shoot me for saying they do it with the president. President Kennedy tried to do something about the corruption. And my sources tell me that Eisenhower was a big advisor to Kennedy, where there were different political parties. And Kennedy tried to do something about it, and look what happened to him. You see? So Janet Napolitano was Homeland Security Director. And she had something interesting to say last night. She said that successor is going to have a big bottle of Tylenol to kill you. Let you laugh. There's some clues here. What's coming is a natural disaster. What's coming, natural disaster that never happened in the history of America. We've had volcanoes, we've had earthquakes, we've had floods, and hurricanes and fires, but we've never had a comet or an asteroid or a rogue planet going by. Right?
All this is done,
And disaster know about years in advance. You can't know about a comet or an asteroid or a rogue planet. You can because of the geometry. You can know hundreds of years in advance when an asteroid is going to I think it's something like that. An actual emergency. I think what they're doing, according to the advice of medicine, is taking for the illness it's designed like a calculation to take out the weakest part of society first. After all, phase one of the medicine, it reduces haters. This is our identity. What a coincidence. The elderly, the obese, the diabetic. See, I think they're preparing for a solar system calamity. And they are lowering the number of people on the earth in advance of that event in their minds that are prepared for it. In their minds, they're going to die anyway. So they'll humanely take out the elderly now and the sick now. And they're, of course, asking for all this insurance dollars that we have to pay. It's a lot of money, right? And they're going to get ready for this event because what's coming, I know of one meteor strike in particular that would not be a planet killer, but it would be and as best as we can tell, it's going to hit off the coast of the United States, off of San Diego, which means the U.S. is done for its country. And then change the climate of the earth for quite a while, 10 years, 50 years, no one really knows for sure, which agricultural failure and even being dependent on it could eventually kill in as early as 12 months people on the earth. So, in my opinion, they're getting ready for that event by this first little scenario we've been through the last 3 years, and maybe the next scenario, which looks like it's going to be genuine. That doesn't, and if he get a Bill Gates knows about it in advance, then either he's got, a time machine in the future, or the possibility of literally they're going to make it happen, right? And they want to travel in preparation for this big package soften the blood because all the people will get for the event. Maybe they could even stop the event rather than going down in history as the next genocide of Hitler. What about Mother Nature? So maybe they're just going to let that happen. The Bible foretells in the book of Revelation that the kings and leaders of the earth will be the kings of the earth of the ground to escape what is coming from the earth. What are they doing? They're building bunkers underground. They're putting up giant mountains underground. You see, it also says men's hearts will melt with fear for the things that are coming upon the earth from the heavens. One of the signs is the tossing and turning of the seas. Well, if it's a planet that's bigger than Earth, that means it's bigger. IPC, the Earth had 360 days. That's why they even calendar is 360 days, right? That's why there's 360 degrees on the compass. And then something happened. After 705 BC, suddenly the year changed to 365 and a quarter. All the calendars changed. Except the year, everything just flips, right? So what does that mean? How could the Earth's year suddenly overnight increase by 5 and a quarter days? Well, the explanation is that it was slightly further away from the sun. What could cause something bigger than the Earth? Right? That has to be a rogue planet. And most rogue planets, they're now saying every star system has an average of 2 rogue planets in its vicinity. So they're randomly going by, they were thrown out of a solar system very far away from their comet. And then they develop this comet in calculating where they next pass. So something like that, I know it would. Strike in particular on April 13th, 2029, looks like it's going to happen on the coast of San Diego. Possible that we don't even know about. But they're really preparing for it. This is why they're lowering the population down to get ready for that event. So that stop from the below. Environment deciding to deal with these people in advance of that, but they perceive they're going to die out of that. Someone at NASA told me about this, about Planet X. He told me the reasons were fake in 1989. And he said, that's a Planet X. What is that? But if you go to SimRel.com, I said, and there's an article that you can fill it out way. It's Planet X, the time tribulation of the Bible talks about. Would cause earthquakes, would cause meteor showers, would cause all the things that the Bible talks about. So, I mean, by the time the bootleg truth comes out, or they actually postpone the actual returning to the moon, something like that, a real illness, or a comet or something is going to happen in ocean here, or John J. or here with the moon right? So, just one quick run over just a quick question. You mentioned that you had a lot of looking at the Bible. You had a moment early on in your life where you read the Bible and due to other things that were going on in your life, you had some reading of the Bible and helped them personally. What do you think is happening at the moment with the wider religion definitely in the West? There's a massive sort of decrease in religion in the West. Why is the West being pushed? Well, the new justice system said that the Jack Island meeting, which was participated in years public education to basically control the masses and the oftentimes a lot when you're taught in school and things are real. I was hired by the University of Pittsburgh fraternity to get maybe a couple $1,000 and discuss the bootlegging of the university and free speech, free reassembly of American queer. We don't allow side beliefs. I asked my doctor, what do you know about natural medicine? She looked at me, I asked her to speak Russian. She said, word for word, all I know is this. Look at this pill, this is this, like it was controversial. Now, 70%, 75% of people in their college believe in God. The next year, they don't believe in God. Evolution is basically saying that the
factory doesn't explode and fall and take a car, right? And instead of lower something with the opposite of light. There's a great book called Privilege Planet that points out that scientifically there's Shakti being life on Earth. Life being on Earth is like putting the power ball in the trying to grow. And what a surprise when you're trying to get us to believe that life is everywhere in the universe. Life is extremely rare. Another article that's about these articles are about aliens and other hours of researching and writing. They had a TED Talk radio scientist who said, look, we've been pouring radio telescopes in all directions for years and one signal because nobody's there. That's what it means. I went to HBO and hotel was 3 and 10 movies are about aliens who never famous. 3 and 10. I mean, 3 and 10 were about how great the president is, and 3 and 10 were about how terrible the president is. You can clearly see propagandizing whether really want us to believe in aliens from outer space, which means it's not true. Because Edgar Mitchell spent his whole life saying that aliens are real and aliens are real. Well, if they're just as real as the moon landing, scientifically that can actually be proven. And so there is no complete right here. Now, just because it is not true, this is the problem with the arrogant people. They think because they can't come that this is true. I can put another in my car and give that off. Say, you know, they go over here and pull the starter. I can spend their money describing a smart plug. Difference between dog and man is like the difference between God. Can't comprehend because it doesn't mean they're not. Things don't make themselves. A lower form of life can look higher. Well, a few years ago, 15, 20 years ago, they took blood samples from every nationality, Eskimos, African Swedes, and the DNA technology were able to trace back mankind's family tree. What they proved this 20 years ago, 10 years of study. All human beings alive now who have never been or whoever will live in Europe, okay, sacrifices. How about that? With no one before, no evolution before, they just suddenly appeared, and every human being came this way, just like the Bible says. So now, evolution is half a problem. There's no evolution before, it is suddenly appeared. Right now, everyone can do it, just like the Bible would do. In my opinion, the people why they want to believe in evolution. And not believe in God, right? In morality, that's a great party. Like good, right? Great children. Do what you want to do. Right? And so they want us to not believe in God, so that everyone sin. I also have a new podcast. It's called Arts of Real Life Escape. The very first episode is the guy's name is Noah. He's like the chief advisor of the economic reform, which is 6 years next. Right? And you're all over Mercedes. Right? Yeah. So look at the World Economic Forum logo. They got a half circle back with great logos. 666. They never said President God. They just said it was well. Never said the word with a gun. I never said it with a pistol. Right? The guy said it's my first podcast. So he said, ladies and gentlemen, I've said 100 times in a row, 3 million useless people, and how are we going to get rid of them? These are the people running the world. They keep saying over and over, you think they're just doing their thumbs and what happens when they think they have a plan. Right? I mean, technology is increasing, should be going up. Infertility
to basically not God, because with God there's a so, yeah, just because we can't comprehend eternity or eternity doesn't mean it's not real. And even against some Christians, I talked to someone who believes in the Bible, believes in it, and said, Jesus returning, well, it's the most repeated copy of the New Testament. Says, coming of Jesus. I don't think it's a metaphor, I think he does. The reason why he said it must be important is because Jesus said every eye will see him. That's the both sides of the earth. I don't see how that's possible. There's something arrogant. Because the person can't come from it, they think he's untrue. I like that. Because with free parking, most people think you get taxes or you get put or not. Well, actually, you don't. It doesn't mean anything. The point is that people are wrong about what the Bible says. The answer is God's not going to put us here and not have to look at the Bible. The Bible is not flattering. The man after God's own heart committed adultery, murdered the guy, covered up. It's not flattering. If they were going to make it up, they wouldn't put this stuff up there. And the problem is people associate the Bible with religion. They see some preacher, you know, say, you know, people are looking on it. But I go to religion with religion. Religion is secular or not. Completely different things. It's a book that's inspired by God. Rothschild said when Salieri found his manuscripts in his correction, he said, I wrote down what I heard from God. I would think it's a little clear to God. I think Jesus was possible. So it's the same thing, right? And that's what you just call that faith. Because when you read it yourself, it's just so, you don't even need faith. The Bible really makes sense if you read it. Don't hurt each other. Don't kill each other. Don't cheat on your wife. Ain't with nothing belong to you. We're going to forgive you. They will forgive you again and again and again if necessary. Please stop. Okay? You know, it's pretty simple. And that, yeah, you know, you wouldn't even look where he was supposed to know about good and evil. He did. Never asked us to know about that. You know, it's amazing. If murder had never happened, would we have even thought of that possibility? You know what I mean? It would not even enter our mind. I mean, for all we know, I know this may sound a little outrageous, but imagine the fall that you and I sit here with the clothes on and walk to the store, everybody's on. It's been the way for thousands of years. Whatever. Everybody's got it. Right? You see that can of Bonita, and says that these evil make it that way of goodies. Right? They said the sons of Adam. You realize that the first commandment in the Bible is you never go this way. The first word that God was do this or do this. You know what that is? It's before the fall of man. He said, be fruitful. The last words before you send it into heaven. Very important. Be fruitful and multiply. Seek out make disciples. Teach them to make disciples. My example, God, he's not an idiot. He said, population is of them. Use. Right? Wanting to get rid of me. He said, he's right. Almost every city, the city and the land everywhere. You see? So they're creating this overpopulation benefits for the population. They want to great floors in people's houses. He never goes to plumbing in people's houses so they don't get disease. You know what he does? He gives shots to people that prevent them from having kids. He really cares about people. Then why doesn't he build them concrete floors and give them plumbing? Right? But he doesn't. I mean, it's an absolute scientific fact. He goes over there, says I'm such a good guy, I'm going to give away free tetanus shots. Hey, this is kind of odd. He's giving a home with it. And then three shots is going to blood every kid here. So they get some of the samples. Absolute fact. Sterilization. Bill Gates is going over there, sterilizing women without their consent. Not building plumbing, not building concrete floors to prevent disease. He's going over there and trying to look at the country in the next 5 period. You know? Unbelievable. We're spirits about it. So, what can you do? This is very serious. Rabbi and people's eternal souls are in balance. Jesus said to the church, not to the pagans. The Bible says he was sent to Israel. Right? To them he said. And those who had the Torah he said. Those who had temple worship he said. Those who had the Sabbath he said. Wide is the gate, broad is the road that goes to destruction, and those of you who go that way. Narrow is the way to life. There's few finding. Go to the many false teachings. And what you say says in Hebrews 10:26. We go unsetting out the graces, let them move to Matthew 4:13. He says in Revelation 2, unless you repent, I take away your life, your salvation. Jesus says about the towers falling on me unless we can beat them. I didn't fucking listen to the extra questions. And unless you two repent, you perish. Right? You have to get saved and stay saved. You see? Away. Because of the increase in wickedness, right? Committed murder. 10 years ago, it made the news when a 10-year-old committed murder. And 5 years ago, it made the news. See, the increase in wickedness. I was watching last time we had cable. The family channel. It says right there. Family channel. There's two teenagers making out. So they're straight and family together. So you realize that in that same program, during the Kennedy administration, the FCC would have banged on the door of the network president at midnight and dragged him off the jail during these incidents. So it went from being a jailable offense to show two teenagers making out to not only acceptable, beyond acceptable. Family entertainment. You see, promoting sexual promiscuity among people who are under age, right? Pregnancy, right? Right? So everything, the standard of what sin is, keeps getting lower and lower. That's the increase in wickedness. People just can't even discern what's real. But what can you do? Make sure you stay yourself safe. Bring fun along with you. Yeah, the thing is about, well, that's why these conversations are so important. I'm going to have to see them when I can listen to you. Generating awareness for ourselves so that we can then go and spread this awareness. And then more awareness. Well, yeah, what you said about sin, and that was 20 years ago when you started preaching the street. Making out possible to today. These childs, angels. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't want to pick on any particular I have everybody's got to give up something which is different for everybody, right? And somebody has to give up something either their weak or strength is all something they got to give up. And so one really isn't, in my opinion, the other. Everybody's got something to give up. The cost of raising actually the same for everybody. Just to give up everything. Jesus said, unless you give up your death for real life, you cannot be my disciple. For some people, like me, sleeping around outside of area. I did break up with someone I was engaged to because she was a Christian, as the Bible says. I had to flush my drugs. That was my God. Okay? For someone else, I never understood this stuff. Never gonna give that up. Right? That's different for them. Don't sleep around. It's different, but it's just fine. And you don't give that up. Whatever that is your case, can't go under the water or baptized without giving that up. You're going to find out that sleep. You're in the swimming. Right? You have to repent. Is then be baptized. Unbaptized and then repent. There's a point at which you cross over. There's a point at which your heart stops beating and you die. And there's a point at which a person has been engaged for 3 years, the day of the wedding, an hour before, they're still not married. At which they cross over. When they say, I do, there's a point at which a person gets saved. We're to be obedient. The Bible says, for those who believe and are baptized are saved. My baptism, Jesus says, you do it. He says, go into all nations, baptizing them, right? You could argue, why not? Right? God says, not stand on your head. But I'm doing what Jesus said. My opinion is that because I am, right? The whole point is there's a reward and there's a good part. I got an email from someone a few months ago I hadn't seen over 30 years. This person was 20 years older than me, and they were is it all hard to get a fix? And now it comes to making sure that right there's a stable interaction. They wrote back, we're not part of the now. First, I was surprised that the 70-year-old woman was so venomous. She thinks she's made you a person that's going to hear. So it makes peace and love and working out for a different list. And then secondly, but I thought, she's right. I'm not the part that she knew I was born again. So here's the thing: 3 months without food, 3 days without water. How long can you go without air? You see, you can't breathe. It says that the flood is symbolic for baptism, which now saves. There is that point where you go from being saved, being married, from being alive, being dead, being lost, being saved. And that's when you repent and get baptized with the pledge and being delivered. At that point, you're saved. Keep singing. However, the Bible warns us before you say for salvation, right? Baptism isn't a trick that you do and you can go back to the world. No, that's the point you get saved in the tongue. It says in Revelation, unless you repent, take your life away from you. It says unless you go to the end, you'll be saved. So we have to stay saved. And I was thinking the other day, Jesus says all the evidence are summed up. Love God with all your heart, love your neighbor. It doesn't affirm. The commandments are about loving God with the sharing salvation, right? If we love our new to teach them to obey everything I've commanded you. Make disciples. Is commanded and now out and save other people. It's not a preacher's job, it's your job. Right? And so someone who's not sharing their faith may not be saved. Because Jesus says you don't take a light to Revelation 4, so what is salvation? So unless we're sharing our faith, being selfish, and the selfish cannot with that, right? That's the sin, is selfishness, right? And so I don't know what to do, just find somebody in your church that pass it off to the preacher. They know what to do. Or study the Bible. And that's it. The doors closing. I think we're in the last days. I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. Secular observers are going to so secular observers, and the Bible says very secular representatives. One of my videos on my podcast, I did a recording. The next outlet of the fall, I believe, is going to be economic collapse. During this day, the banks start collapsing. And it's like, it says so in the book of Revelation. A loaf of bread is going to sell for $100 or translated in effect. So there already have shortages of things. I think this is a person. I think it's intentional. We had 100 food processing plants burned down in 6 months in America. Not a single word reported on TV News. Because TV News is CIA. And this is CIA burning down the plants. It's not going to bring attention. They're their own crimes, aren't they? Right? So I think they're trying to channel the food supply. They're trying to get it under control so that it's easier to control. So they have to go to them and send them in to get your food. So that's why you don't know that has something to do with it. Definitely some is introducing GMOs into food supply, right? And all the rich people getting all organic all day long. For all we know, there's one secret piece of thousands. Like everybody else, there's no word. 95% of the things there's no water. You see, there's chlorine in almost everything. Breathe. 95% of things in the store have chlorine. It's all it takes, right? No much radiation. Not very much. So for all we know, or something we don't know, they'll have their way. They may live to even be 105. They're still going to die. And they will know the best. They will have age. Their soul. So all we have to do is stay faithful a little bit longer. And to be God is of the other mankind, is mankind the greatest to come. Let us build a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Genesis 6, the Tower of Babel, which was never finished. And the Titanic, the largest machine ever, the ship that God himself could not sink. That wasn't finished either. Just like the Tower of Babel. And then Nixon saying, the greatest event since creation. About putting a man on the moon. You see, this is spiritual symbolism of the making of the planet. And it just shows the complete fallen state of mankind of the corrupt greed of the government. Line consumption to such a degree because they've gotten away with that. Again, we were JFK, got away with Philip Clinton, got away with 9/11, got away with the whole thing for the last 3 years. You see, it just resulted in them some fun. Hours of fun, I can tell you. Right? Go to any restaurant. I challenge you. Walk through the restaurant and look around, not talking to the people across the table from them. Look at the people that aren't even there. This is insanity. It's not interesting. It's not sad. It's being conditioned to be mentally ill. They did a study of brain mantises for 8 years. They would take a lab in California and put brain mantises in there. And they would look at them. Okay. It was taught in textbooks for 50 years. Brain mantises are cannibals. Right? Then, 5 years ago, scientists had a new idea. Why don't I study them? Wild, in a laboratory. What a thought. They don't kill each other. This is a highly intelligent insect that has like this head and a couple of legs. It is awesome. It's bonds with you. They just intelligent, and it was put in the place. And so, across the table from us, what we're fighting is reality. Artificial reality. And my brain is going crazy. You see, and this is not the way we're intended. Brain medicines are not meant to live in a 10-gallon aquarium. The human mind is not meant to live 80% of their waking hours in artificial reality. It's what they're doing 80% of their time. That's dangerous. It needs to be stopped. I highly encourage people to go back to that would be people in big staff and stable jobs like this. He didn't give his products to his kids. You know what I mean? It's like the guy who owns the Mariana Hotel, right? The Mormons don't drink alcohol, and yet they don't have a problem. I guess the peak label, Jesus said, I think it's 17, things that cause people to sin about accountability. You know, in the Marriott Hotel, you don't mind putting some chewing gum because it gets stuck in the carpet. Steve Jobs knew that he could do it his own kids. You see, and there's proper ways of using computers, there's proper ways of using cars, ways of using guns and knives, right? But they're not 95% of them sitting across the board, table of 6, table of 2, until I saw of a couple so unloved they're physically on the same side of the table. However, both of them physically on their table. You see? And I wonder why people think that the landings are real. I met professor at a major university, and he teaches aerophysics. And I asked him, what about the moon landing? He said, they're real. That's the greatest accomplishment of science. Then I showed him shadows every second. I showed him fake photos. I showed him this. I showed him that. He said, there's nothing I could ever show them that would make him recant. I said, what about that? Turn on the television. Terribly confessing that landing the first film Canada Air Force Base just like said that I'm sorry, please forgive me. Pride is the eliteness, good and the willingness to wrong is good. But you're not going to be wrong. I use it in the questions are real. How many of you out there like to continue? How many people have been letting pictures of 3,650 times in a row? Like you said, run your life because I'm on a journey to be a good husband. Confirm it. To be a good friend, to be a good person, to be good at traffic, to slow down even more. Here, next, I feel through. There's everything we can. But we can't do it if we're living in a reality. God gave us this reality. He gave a praying mantis, and without it, they go crazy and they start flipping each other. Isn't that what really yelling at each other in traffic is? And yelling at your spouses and mad at this, mad at that. That's really one another. Coming from a mind that is living in artificial reality, it should be disconnect cable. You gotta watch a movie, make a point of it, make a special occasion, right? Use a computer for work, use a computer for research, then do a podcast. And then after that, why are you parked wherever you're facing your company in the park? You'll improve your health dramatically, and maybe if people start doing that again, listening to each other. Let's the other side of it as well, right? You get a lot of people who you call keyboard warriors, where they'll be negative and yelling through comments on YouTube video or on Twitter. Or if you was to see that same person in real life, in reality, they would be a completely different person than who they are on screen. Well, I know about comments. I have a YouTube channel. If I give somebody the bullets to shoot, my magazine doesn't let me write. I recorded about 5 about how I think the analytics are fake. About my surveillance, their communication. I think it's a bad idea. It's a waste of time. Take your turn to salvation for a second. What's the money that we have? Is it our computer? Is it our spouse? Is it our money? It's our time. You realize you can make $1 billion. Lose $1 billion. Make $1 billion again. You can always make more money. You can never a larger project. This is the key. Screens over the they're taking more chances and having and I eventually responded to all of them. Right? Flag, yeah, it's not. But here's all that.
Secondly, pile on. First, the truth is, the second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of our influence. One of the things that is that Jews would pick up as our by the way is dominant native language of the Jews.
In the center of modern Turkey, on a rocky river, Katusha's crumbling walls of grey limestone stand out against the tawny yellow grassland of the hills, lying where they fell over 3,000 years ago. One look will tell you that Katusha was once a mighty fortress. Its double wall was defended by over 100 towers, its thick gateways decorated with carved sculptures of lions. For centuries, this was the capital of the Hittite Empire, which ruled a large portion of Turkey during the Bronze Age. Katusha's people cultivated wheat, barley, and lentils, and wore clothes spun from the wool of sheep they kept on the surrounding hills. But if you dig down into the ruins of Katusha, what you find is a thin black layer right above the city's ancient floor. This layer is made up of ash scorched in a fierce fire. In 13th century BC, around the year 1200 before the start of the Christian calendar. And when you step back and take in all the details, it's a little breathtaking. Walls and roofs collapsed, bricks shattered and melted, and it's clear that whatever happened to Katusha, the destruction was savage, unrelenting, and total. After that, the archaeological here ends. For the site existence among the rubble, the ruins of Katusha remain empty for centuries. A haunted place where most feared to go. 20 kilometers to the north, the ancient city of Alasahoyo, where the Hittites buried their kings and ocular wounds, shows the same thing. 100 kilometers to the east of it, at another fortified Hittite town known as Karapa, you can find arrowheads littering the earth like fallen leaves, of men, women, and children left lying in the streets right where they fell. In fact, if you zoom out, right across the eastern Mediterranean, where you go in the entire region, across an area spanning mountains, you will find this at some point between the year 1200 and 1100 EC, right at the end of the period we call the Bronze Age, a wave of destruction washed across the entire region. It wiped whole civilizations off the map and left nothing in its wake. One by one, vast and ancient empires like the Hittites, Ugarit, the Minoans, and the Mycenaean Greeks collapsed all together, and they collapsed so completely that they disappeared from historical record. It took some of these areas nearly 1,000 years to recover after the violent end of the Bronze Age, and exactly what happened is still one of humanity's most fiercely debated mysteries.
There's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, but a little bit earlier, no indication they lived all the way back. But they were more specific women that people had attended. Statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-national Jews.
My name's Paul Cooper, and this podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I will have in common what led to their fall, feel like to be a person alive at the time, witnessing the end of their world.
In other words, there's all basic
In this episode, I'll talk not of the collapse of one civilization, but of the collapse of many. The catastrophe, which historians have called the late Bronze Age collapse, has become one of the enduring puzzles of archaeology. I want to explore how so many societies can collapse all at once, and seemingly without warning. I want to look at the conditions that led up to this collapse, and examine the lessons it might teach us in our increasingly globalized, interconnected world.
This happens then as is very common and well documented.
Historian Robert Drews puts it bluntly. In a period of 40 to 50 years, almost every significant city in the eastern Mediterranean world was destroyed. Many of them never to be occupied again. For a long time after the year 1200, it is safe to say that there were no cities in the eastern Mediterranean. One of the ways in which the memory of the late Bronze Age collapse may have survived into the modern day is through the epic poetry that was written about this time. You may have heard of some of it. It relates to the destruction of a great walled city in the eastern Mediterranean called Troy. The epic poems known as Iliad and Odyssey are ancient pieces of moral poetry attributed to a man named Homer, who may or may not have existed. These poems were passed down for centuries through the period that followed Bronze Age collapse, we call the Greek Dark Ages. This is memory to memory. The poetry of the Iliad especially was led by a man named Agamemnon, a king of Mycenae. In the second millennium BC, the city-state of Mycenae was one of the major centers of Greek civilization, a mighty city to rival the Hittite capital, Hattusha. About 90 kilometers southwest of Athens, Mycenae was a military stronghold which dominated much of southern Greece and had a population of over 30,000 at its height. Hattusha decorated the gates of its mighty citadel with carved stone lions. Over a millennium later, in the 2nd century AD, the Greek travel writer Pausanias wrote breathlessly about his visit to the ruins. Is a work of the Cyclones, made only the mythical one-eyed giant, the Cyclones, would have had the strength to move the enormous walls of Mycenae. It's a 2nd century version of the History Channel's Ancient Aliens conspiracy theories today. Even then, people found it hard to believe that people so distant to them could have possessed such ingenuity and skill and then disappeared forever. But Mycenae's leading role in the Trojan War is what cemented its place in the Greek imagination. Exactly how much of the event of the Battle of Troy survived in Homer's epic is still subject to bitter historical debate. For the longest time, it was assumed that the Trojan War was an invention of the imagination, and that the city of Troy was a myth. But that all changed with the discovery of the ruins of Troy in modern Turkey at the end of the 19th century. Now, many historians agree that Troy may have been a coastal outpost of the Hittite Empire, and we now know that it was a grand city, much as Homer describes, with an impressively fortified town. According to legend, the walls of Troy were built by the gods Poseidon and Apollo, but at the time the Iliad may have taken place, they were certainly impressive, 9 meters high, with towers soaring up to 18 meters. Outside of this, a raging curtain enclosed a larger area of the city. But the ruins of Troy are strangely silent. There has been almost no writing uncovered in any excavation of the city. Many scholars now agree on the event, or at least a composite of events, filtered through the lens of mythology and refracted by the Chinese whispers effect of oral transmission. Archaeology itself again and again, which is the repairs undertaken to those fortifications. The fire on its stones, while human remains were found listed in the streets. Bronze arrowheads have also been found littering the ground in Troy's fort and citadel. And in fact, it seems Troy was burned twice towards the end of the right around the time the destruction was beginning to rain down on the whole region. Today, most scholars date the events of the Trojan War to just the period we have been discussing, the end of the 12th century BC and the late Bronze Age collapse. As a novelist and a student of literature, I tend to have a bias towards giving literary sources more weight than a formal historian might. But for my part, I don't think it's unreasonable to argue that these poems may have incubated, at least in a hazy form, an authentic memory of those days, apocalypse that must have washed over the region, and a war that seemed to do us since.
Now that we have discussed
Greek poet Quintus Smyrnaeus, in his poem The Fall of Troy, gives us just a glimpse of the violence of that time.
what exactly do we know about the story of the subversion of the Khazars? The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating to think about the way it has been received by the strength. This is what the German historians call the dissection Geschichte, or the history of the reception of ideas formed and developed and spread around.
Just I think it's worth pausing, painting a picture of what it was to collapse.
Of the
This vibrant and varied region that had survived for so many centuries and fell so suddenly.
Very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story
We
described
often
in
make the
Khazaria
mistake
is
of
essentially
thinking
the
of the
story
ancient
of
world as a
Khazar
series of insular isolated
as
states.
this great poet
But their worlds
like this, basically
today
somewhere around the year
but no would have extended from Greece to
the
perhaps the far east we would call Iran,
and looking at
where the Mycenaean people of Greece in the west and the new kingdom of Egypt in the south, just emerging from a period of civil
Christianity
war.
and Islam
Their
are
worlds took in the islands of Cyprus and Crete as well as the Bulgaria.
and he thinks to
And
himself,
another big player in this region was Babylon, a city in the virgin marshes of southern Iraq, which was from a dynasty known as the
has
Assids.
a debate where he brings
To the
together
north of them was the great warlike empire of Assyria, which governed the plains of northern Iraq. And to the north of
and he
them,
has
the
them
Hittites.
have a bilateral debate.
These small city-states were suspicious of each other.
Yes,
They often
as
fought
you might
wars.
expect, given the fact
But
that
this isn't the whole story.
Rabbi Yehuda Halevi
The societies of the Bronze Age were as entangled and interdependent as the nation-states of today.
and all of his
And perhaps in some ways they were more so.
Khazari, the Khazarian people
Firstly,
ultimately
trade was
followed
the lifeblood of this region. The Mediterranean Sea of the trade
millennia. That's a lot of time.
one shipwreck found off the coast of Uluburu in southwestern Turkey gives us just a glimpse into the rich exchange of materials that occurred during this time.
Because of circumstances,
The ship was built of Lebanese cedar wood, dated to about the year 1300 BC. And just listen to this list of what archaeologists found in its cargo.
Very unique to Spain. Yehuda Halevi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of the use of Christianity and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, he demonstrates superiority. That's the essential idea of the Khazari after his story. Not necessarily important for what the Halevi wanted to achieve. So let us set
The
aside the
Uluburu shipwreck contained goods from at least 7 different lands. So it's easy to see how this rich trade would draw all of these disparate nations together. And will pass between these states too. For For instance, we know that Minoan artists were Greeks came to decorate the walls of Egyptian palaces in the city of Pyramid.
We're still about the
Kings frequently requested the services of physicians, artisan, of a kingdom. Marriage was also common. For example, we know that Hammurabi, the last king of the coastal nation of Bukhara, had married and subsequently divorced the entire women, with their divorce proceedings dragging for the closest of years.
throughout the Mediterranean
And while much of this exchange was in luxury goods and services, other resources that were large and complex nation. And of all these resources, the most critical in the transition was of course the one that gives the era its name. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin on a roughly 10-to-1 ratio. The amount of copper and bronze found on the Winterberg grid, 10 tons of bronze and 1 ton of tin, was exactly the amount needed to smelt 11 tons of bronze.
from someone who purported
Since its discovery
to have
sometime in the 4th
block
millennium
letters
BC,
from a
this
king's
reddish
register
gold
of
fundamental
Khazaria.
had become critical to
These
the
letters
manufacture
are
of
absolutely
just about every
fascinating. They
weapon,
relate the
tool, and
story of the
household
conversion
object.
of Ulan. They talk about
And just like
the
aluminium or
nature
steel
of
today, bronze
Khazarian,
had become completely
Buddhism,
indispensable to the
all kinds of
societies it
fascinating
supported.
things. But it's why
The supply of this metal, armies would have no weapons.
the people who
Chariots
provided
would be
these
unable to
letters
shod their
to the
wheels,
messengers
and
of
craft
prophet
would have no tools.
were essentially engaged in
Well, it's drawn a
they
striking
have
parallel
no
to the
bearing
reality of
on
the
the
world.
actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish
For the
travelers
components of bronze,
who
copper
either
was relatively
had
easy to find.
direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians
At the time,
different
the only
places
source readily
and
available
reporting
luxury
on
region
their
was
good status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless,
following
there's
an
like
ancient
more and more
flow
little
known as the
tiny
Silk Road.
bits of evidence piling up in a lot of
It was
places.
a long
As
and
we
perilous
see,
journey
many skeptics
across
would say
mountains
that
and rivers
the plural
until it
of
reached the great
anecdotes is
cities of
not made up,
Mesopotamia.
but it's hard to
From there, the
toss
cargo of
away
tin spread out across the region.
little
And over
bits
the
of
sea to
information.
Greece,
For example, here's
the intendant of this
basically a
precarious
medieval
supply,
scroll
which at
of
the time
documents
must have
which were
felt as
literally
fragile as a
thrown
rock.
away, but were amazingly preserved. So they
So
were
as I relate the events of the next century or so,
And in
I
this
want you to keep this idea in
scroll of
mind,
documents is a
not
letter,
entirely distinct
which
and separate
is
entities.
basically a
much
letter
as
to
an
anyone
entangled
listening
web
to
of
us
societies,
today.
each is
When
dependent on the other
tzedakah
as the
collectors,
next.
charity
And
collectors
while
come
peace largely
by
held in the region
Jewish
and trade
homes,
could
they
continue,
typically
they
present a
achieved combined
document which is called
stability.
a petek,
But for a number of
and
reasons,
it's
peace
essentially
wasn't to last.
a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this
One
person
thing I want to make
represents
absolutely
a
clear at this
legitimate
stage
cause,
is that our
fallen
knowledge of
on
this
hard
period
times,
is very limited.
supporting orphans and
As
widows
so much
or
guesswork
charitable
involved
cause,
around
one or
the
the other.
dates and the events
And
of some
it's
of what I'm about
expected
to
that
describe,
when someone
it would be
presents
very
you
easy
with
to get
this
lost in
effect,
a cloud of
which may
mayhem.
be issued by the local community in their lives,
Although
or
it
it may come from
involves
the
history is
originating
a fluctuating
community, like
series of
Jerusalem or
interpretations,
wherever,
hypotheses,
that
narratives,
give charity and
put
they
out in
build
public
up
debate.
this is exactly one of those
Past events.
The only real
But I
difference
think
is
first is the
which indicates that that was part of the way Harvard
as it were, as this media can do.
argued that Kiev
Many
may
is
have
the biologist to interpret,
guy
hypothesize, and argue about what they mean.
At any rate,
The other source is
the
the
letter
written texts
which
of the
comes from
time.
Kiev
Those can be just as
specifically
unreliable as
describes
the
how the person
proofs.
is fallen out of
And they're
time,
too
the
often
person is worthy,
frustratingly vague on the things we really care about.
support his cause. And then
These texts
amazingly at the
are usually
bottom,
commissioned
you can
from
see it's
kings and
highlighted here in
rulers
this
as well.
particular
And
image.
if you can't see
There
the
is a
problem with that,
signature
imagine trying to
what
piece
appears
together
to be
this week's
Turkish
news by
rules
only looking at the
that
American
say,
president's
I
Twitter
have
feed.
read it, or we
I don't want to get lost in endless discussions about the reliability of sources. The debate rages around every detail of an archaeological site. I want to tell as clear a story as possible that's consistent with available evidence. And if we're really going to delve into what might have happened to elapse so many societies all at once, in a time so distant from our own, we will have to enter the fray of historical debate. When casting around causes of the late Bronze Age collapse, historians have long relied on one particular set of cultures. These they refer to by the mysterious name, the Sea Peoples. Even the name Sea Peoples seems to evoke something terrifying. Foreign. Something not of this world. This is and if the sources of the time who the Sea Peoples were and language they spoke is a mystery. Many historians have offered their guesses, which range from Sardinia and Sicily to Libya and closer by in the East Mediterranean. Wherever they originated, were famous for sure. The roots of the Eastern Mediterranean in huge numbers and with theatre forms. The Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III wrote about this invading armada on the walls of his temple at Medinet Habu near the Valley of Kings.
No land can stand before the horns. From Cato, Roth, Kamesh, Awaza, and Mishra were cut off. We desolated its people, and its land was like that which is never coming to be.
In some of these ancient sources, the Sea Peoples begin to sound like something from a Hollywood movie, an Independence Day war of the worlds. An invasion force of insurmountable power, landing all at once, people by surprise, sweeping away one nation after another. But at least some of the societies that fell during the late Bronze Age collapse fell because of this single cause. One example of these is the city-state of Guyana, a booming trade city on the coast of northern Syria. When this booming coastal kingdom emerged for at least 6 centuries, it stood at the very end of the Silk Road, where this great Mediterranean. Think of all those items found in the hold of the Barco shipwreck. But to Garrett, each one of them would have been taxed, for with this wealth its citizens built a resplendent city by the sea. Like most successful trading towns, Garrett was multicultural and diverse, using at least 7 languages in its repertoire. It was a city in low poverty worth that kept expensive libraries in its palaces and temples. It even fostered the first private libraries, one of which we know belonged to the monthly Rabbbi. To Garrett, we also owe the oldest surviving written music in the world. Dedicated. You can almost imagine this piece of music playing washing over its streets of our city was soon to come to an end. Archaeologists found a plate containing a letter. It's a message from the city's last king, a man, the same one who spent years trying to divorce his Hittite wife. He begs the ruler of nearby Cyprus to come to his aid.
If it's living fire to the cities, I'm evil. My father knows that all of my troops and chariots are safe in Ati. All my ships are black. I have to arrive back here, so the land is abandoned. No help arrived, because the letter was never sent. It burned along with the rest of the city, its flame made it hard in the ensuing fires. When excavating the ruins of Garrett, archaeologists have found an area of destruction that lies 2 meters thick in places, made of ash and broken brick. The city's roofs are caved in and scorched.
Their streets are littered with arrowheads.
neutral position. Muslim lands.
It's hard to say how the letter found in the city's guild asks another king
They
to
thought they
equip
could carve out
150
the
ships
there.
to send to their aid, suggesting
But
it was
we have
not
to
this
remember
force.
that there is
This letter too was never
remarkable
sent.
silence regarding their
The
association
fact that all of the guards, troops, and ships were stationed elsewhere shows just how much it came as a
This
surprise.
was really the world center
And across the region, it seems the sea peoples employed
within
the
it,
same
writing
tactics.
and so on. Why is
They
there
appeared without warning,
silence from
wreaked havoc,
Mesopotamia?
destroyed cities, and then disappeared over the horizon before anyone knew what had happened.
Who converted them? If not the
Other cities along the Palestinian coast suffered the same fate.
Babylonia, Mesopotamia,
The city of Aleppo in Syria was
Karaites
destroyed
we haven't
around
had
the
the
same
opportunity
time.
to discuss yet.
The city of
We
Amal
have
on
the
the Euphrates
Karaites
River burned
So
too.
a lot of questions
The
about
tablet
why
found there describes how hordes of enemies attacked them.
how Jewish
This is an unusual phrase to use,
both in
since it
terms
seems the
of
citizens didn't know the names of their
and
attackers
in terms
or
of
where they came from.
mentioned already that
The
we don't
city
have
of
a good
Megiddo,
sense as to
known
whether
in the Bible as Armageddon,
rabbinic
held out the
orientation
longest
or
of any city in the
Karaite
region, but it was
The
finally
documents
destroyed
like
so
the
violently
Kievan letter
that
just
when the
indicate
Israelites
that
later
particular
moved into its
individual who had
ruins,
gone
they
to
were unable to clear
Egypt
the debris.
for the purpose of
They
raising
simply
funds.
filled
That's
in
a
the
hard
ruined
time.
buildings with rubble.
It doesn't really say much about his personal
In
religious
Cyprus, a
motivation.
guard tried to set
We
up
don't really have clear
similar
evidence
constructions in Ukraine. Archaeologists
we also,
found evidence
very
of the whole
important,
town. The bronzesmith
is
buried
it
his tools
possible
in the
that this is
courtyard of
kind
his
of like a
workshop.
royal
The
conversion?
silversmith
Like you
hid
see,
his
for
silver
example,
between two stones of a pit.
Helena of Hadia
While the
Bene,
goldsmith hid all the
which
sheep
we
gold.
knew with her sons, but
We may never know. Will
is
they
it
ever return to
possible
retrieve
to
the precious
conversion
things?
in Sinjar, in the arena, or how many of
Destruction
Khazari
followed.
Jews converted to Judaism? And it could be that this was simply a token conversion
For a long
that
time,
took place in
historians
upper
were happy to
strata, did
attribute
not
the collapse
extend
of so
to the
many
lower
complex societies
population as a whole, who remained
to these
essentially
antagonists.
pagan.
They provided a convenient
Thirdly,
scapegoat.
perhaps contributing to the ongoing history
These
of
sea
the
peoples
Khazars.
were imagined to be something like the Vikings that
Where
ravaged
did
medieval
they go?
Europe,
We
crossed
know
with
that the
Attila's horde
empire
of Huns.
lost its political
In common
independence in the 10th
conceptions, they
century.
were rotting
Yeah,
men,
Slavs,
hell bent on destruction.
destroyed it for the last time.
And since the
But
sea
they
peoples
seem
have
to
played
like
such an
pop up
important
every
role
now and
in how
then, and
people
then
have
the
traditionally
chronicle of
viewed this
bygone years
place,
says a couple hundred years
I
later,
think it's worth spending some
we
time
still have reference
who
to
were these
Khazars
mysterious
as
conquerors.
Jews, but
So
don't
these
seem to
questions
have
we
that
can never
impact
answer.
on the
But in this story,
demographics of
the
the
sea
region. We
peoples
already
don't get
discussed
to
in the
speak
previous
for
video
themselves.
the
They
lack
left
of
no written
DNA
sources,
evidence
and
of
precious
their
few material traces
relationship
have ever
with
been found or
Ashkenazi
traced
Jews.
back.
Did they
There was clues about
perhaps,
their origins.
make an impact on
But
some of the
little
smaller
unusually for
Jewish
this time,
populations?
we
Left
do
in
have
the
a pretty good
Caucasus,
idea
like
of what the
mountain
sea
Jews
peoples
perhaps?
looked like.
We simply don't.
That's because of the vast low
Now, as I
relief
mentioned
carving of
in
the Egyptian
the beginning of
pharaoh
the last
Ramses
video,
III,
I get a
chose to
lot of
adorn the
questions
outer
and a lot
wall
of
of his
attention about the
cavernous temple.
content. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the
It shows
comments
an image
because
of a
they
number
just
of
get way out of
prisoners
hand.
taken during
You might
Egypt's
wonder
battle
if
with
this
the
is
sea
your first time
peoples,
encountering this question.
and the
Why
carvings
would
are
you
very
care?
detailed.
Like, what is the big deal? Some obscure 8th
The figures on
century
the carving
event?
aren't the inhuman
So,
monsters you might
the
have imagined.
implications are actually quite
They wear
significant for
kilts and a very
21st century
distinctive kind
culture.
of headdress that
Consider,
looks
for
like a sheep
example, the
with
work
feathers
of
or has
Professor Shlomo
reeds
Zahn,
fixed
who
in
is an
place with a
Israeli
strap that
historian,
goes under their
who has
chin.
written quite a few controversial
Not
books.
all of the
One
sea
of the most
peoples are the same.
significant is this one here.
Some wear
It's
skull
called
caps, while
The
others appear to
Invention
wear
of
horned
the
helmets.
Jewish People, in which
And
he
together with
essentially
Egyptian sources of the
argues
time,
that
this points to them not being one
Ashkenazi
cohesive
Jews,
army,
discussed
but a
in the
loose
last video,
confederation of different
Ashkenazi
choosing to sail under the sea.
that
Some
this
of the names of these
entire
different peoples are known,
subcentric in particular,
but if the motives
they're
and
not
identity of
actually
the sea peoples
descended
are unknown to
from
us,
the
evidence suggests that at least some of the
and this
were
has
so
a
unfamiliar
appeal
Egyptians.
to
In fact, it seems sea people of certain groups
modern
had some
Jews
deployment
taken down,
in Egyptian arts,
maybe for
and there's they had
reasons that
diplomatic
they
contact for
feel
as long as a
that
few centuries
modern
before the Great Collapse
Jews
occurred.
don't have a real
One
share
group of sea
in
peoples known as the Shardana
ancient
merely supplied
that they claim.
mercenaries to the Egyptian pharaohs such
Yes,
as
not that
Ramses
it really
II,
makes a difference in terms
but
of
that's
Jewish
just
law,
about as much
and
as we
although
know.
I'm not
Mediterranean by sea.
The
No
argument of some
leaders
people,
or kings of
frankly,
the sea peoples are ever mentioned.
that
They
modern
sacked
Jews
cities
are
where
not
they
real
could,
Jews
and even made
is
incursions
a
onto
way of
land.
delegitimizing
And with this
their
mysterious
ethnic
force in mind,
identity. And
it's
saying
time to
that
turn to the
we
other
don't have
really
to
major
afford
player in
them
this
the
story.
respect that
But
their
it's worth
ancient
noting at this
testimony
point
might
that the
otherwise
nations of the Eastern
appropriate for them.
Mediterranean
We
basically
don't have to
fall
regard
into
them as
two
being,
so men.
millennial followers
First,
of ancient.
there are those
We don't have to even apply the doctrine
they
of
only words
usurpers,
behind.
racial interlopers,
Into that
taken away that you
Hittites,
have to see
Spartans,
the
and others.
black
But the second category are those that survive, although
the real
in a
Jews are
diminished
actually
and weaker
black.
form.
Those white Jews who made them
The
Jews,
two
they
great
can't be
empires that
Jews
survived
because
this
they
collapse are Egypt and Assyria.
as we discussed when we
And
looked at the
Assyria,
Jews of Africa,
which ruled
there
an area
are
of
Jews
northern
who
Iraq
are
today,
black as well.
does this by essentially cutting its losses.
It's
It withdraws from all its less defensible territories and
theological
falls back to
or
its imperial land
galactic
around the great city of Nineveh between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. It
So a
recoils
lot
like
of
a tortoise in
anti-Semites
its
really
shell.
like the Khazarian
The
hypothesis.
example of Egypt
And
is
for
much more
people like
interesting.
Professor Zahn, they also
Egypt
see
is
kind
also
of like
going to fall into
a
that second
liberal
category of
approach to
survival.
this as well.
But the man who's
right
perhaps
wing
most
may
responsible
see
for
it
that is
in
the
terms
pharaoh
of
of the time,
traditional
a
anti-Semitism.
man named
The
Ramses
left
III.
wing, as you see Professor Zahn, he wishes to
Ramses was a
disassociate
determined and
himself
tenacious ruler.
specifically with the
Looking at the
Jewish
perfectly
claim
preserved
to
mummy
the land
uncovered
of
in
Israel.
Medina Habu,
If
it's easy to
Ashkenazi
imagine
Jews,
what he
the
looked
argument
like
goes,
during his life.
are not really
His
Jewish,
cheekbones were narrow
and
and high, with a tall,
Israel
cerebral
is
look
to
to
be a
his
homeland
forehead.
for Jews.
Looking at the
That
photos, I kept
therefore,
thinking of Captain
where
Picard
the
from the old
argument
Star
goes,
Trek series,
invalidates the
the thinker and
Ashkenazi
planner.
claim to the land of Israel
But
as
Ramses
their
can't
homeland.
have felt that secure
And
in
that's
his
a pretty
position.
strong thing to say
He was the son
politically.
of a
That's why I
usurper,
ironically
a man named
find the Khazarian
who had seized the throne in a bloody civil, winning the crown in battle. Sennacherib only managed to rule for
But
4
in
years
terms of the
before
overall
dying,
scope of
but
Jewish
passing
history,
the crown on to his
it's
son Ramses.
fascinating, right? A splendid
This was
story.
when the young
We've got
emperor
this
was
now.
only 31.
But
It's
we're
fair
going
to
to
say
move on
that this
from
young pharaoh must have
we're
felt
looking
a
at a much
fair
more
amount of
significant
pressure to
topic.
prove himself.
We're going to look at
This can perhaps be seen in the name Bible, who ruled ancient Egypt for 67 years during the golden age of the New Kingdom, almost a century before. And for the most part, Ramses seems to have been a relatively good ruler, although it's worth remembering that we have only his inscriptions to go by. But it's clear Ramses at least wanted to be seen as a king who did the best he could for his people. He mentions planting trees to increase the shade along the harsh desert roads and protecting the rights of women so they didn't fear walking about the streets. He mentions allowing soldiers to go home to their families during peacetime. And other records show that he donated huge amounts of land and wealth to Egypt's temples and also undertook vast reconstruction projects. He sent expeditions across the Red Sea to Yemen, where he discovered long-lost copper mines that boosted Egypt's wealth, and he brought back rare plants in pots to cultivate in his gardens. By all this, it seems in another time he might have been one of Egypt's great rulers. But his destiny was to preside over one of the longest and deepest declines in Egypt's history, the twilight of its empire. This decline, as far as we can tell, wasn't his fault. In fact, his actions would ensure that Egypt's cities didn't follow the fates of those like Mycenae and Ugarit, where only ash and desolation remained. When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses, he had been pharaoh for 8 years. Upon hearing of the destruction of other cities of the region, he must have felt a chill run down his spine. Great nations were being wiped off the map, and Ramses resolved that Egypt would not follow the fate of its neighbors. Egypt couldn't react to this threat the way the Assyrians had, by retreating and consolidating their defenses. Egypt had a long Mediterranean coast, making it vulnerable to invasion. Ramses knew he had to come up with a plan. Egyptians had a poor reputation as seagoers. They were essentially a land-going power and usually left the messages. The Egyptians were used to dominating ancient battlefields using vast assemblages of archers and swift units of horse-drawn chariots. Their tactics were to advance with a wall of infantry, all the while pelting the enemy with arrows from light chariots, before using charges of heavy chariots to sow panic and break the enemy lines. This had allowed them to conquer lands all the way up the Palestinian coast and defeat the Hittites in battle. But these tactics required a large open battlefield. Since members of the Sea People tribes served in Egyptian armies in the past, perhaps they knew this weakness. The Sea People seem to have known that the one way to neutralize Egypt's tactics would be an attack on its very life, the Nile River itself. All of Egypt's great cities lay on the Nile. And if Egyptian resistance broke on the river, its cities would fall one by one and could be taken. But the Sea People believed it would pay off. The decisive battle would take place in the Nile Delta. That's the part of the river that splits out into multiple branches before it reaches the Mediterranean Sea. It's a green land in the middle of a rolling desert, banked with fertile silt. Red lotuses bloom here in autumn, and papyrus sedges grow along the banks. At this time, Nile crocodiles and hippopotamus still ranged wild in the delta. And it was in this challenging terrain that Ramses knew he had to mount his final stand against the Sea Peoples. Ramses decided to play to what strength the Egyptian army still had. He decided to lay an ambush and give the Sea Peoples a surprise attack of their own. As the enemy's ship passed in the waters outside the delta, Ramses gathered a vast army of his own. He gathered archers on the banks, supported by spearmen by thousands, all crouching in the reeds. The tension must have been tremendous. All the soldiers of the Egyptian army holding their breath and waiting for that first sign of an enemy ship to come in from the sea. Then, at last, a ship came around the bend in the river. After that came another, and another, until the whole deep-born might of the Sea Peoples was in sight. The Egyptians were able to hear the creak of 10,000 drums below the deck, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers within. The ships of the Sea Peoples drew nearer until they were within range, and then Ramses unleashed hell. The Medina Tabu inscription recounts what happened next.
Those who the sea stockade of lances surrounding the shore.
And the chaos of this battle is encapsulated in a sprawling low-relief carving in the harbor. As the Sea People advanced in their full force, Ramses' archers kept up a continuous volley of arrows into the enemy ships. Panicked, the Sea Peoples attempted to land on the banks, but as they did, the Egyptian lancemen advanced out of the reeds and met them. While the enemy was held at bay, trapped and frantic on the river, the small Egyptian navy sailed in and attacked them too. They used grappling hooks to haul in the enemy ships. It's clear that this was a frantic struggle of ship-to-ship fighting. Men are impaled on spears, clambering onto the sides of ships, ducking arrows that whiz overhead. Boats overturn, spilling men into the river, and bodies float upside down in the frothing water.
They were dragged in, enclosed, and prostrated on the beach, killed, and made into heaps from tail to head. I've made them turn Egypt, for when they pronounce my name in that land, they are burnt up with fear.
In the brutal hand-to-hand struggle which ensued, the Sea People were overwhelmed. Ramses' plan had worked. The Egyptians were the first people to ever turn back these sea-going invaders and stop their campaign of destruction.
The hearts are taken away, the soul is flown away, the weapons are scattered in the sea.
tumultuous events. There's a document called the Harris Papyrus, found near Ramses' tomb in Medinet Habu. It's the longest known papyrus ever uncovered from Egypt, coming in at 41 meters long. That's longer than the wingspan of a Boeing 737. Just for reference. In it, ran over the various groups of the sea peoples.
I offer free vote remain ashes. The Shardana and the Rashid as falls for exist not. I brought captives to Egypt. Numerous as the side of the shore.
The Egyptians were victorious. They had repelled the invasion, but this alone would not save them. To see why, you just have to look at the situation that surrounded it. Egypt now stood alone in a devastated region, like the hero at the end of a disaster. Every land around them had been gutted, reduced to ash. Vast and ancient civilizations, the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, the Gareth, the Kassite dynasty of Babylon, all of these venerable societies had collapsed utterly, and civil order had given way to chaos. Those precarious trade routes we talked about at the start of the episode were now broken, and Egypt's economy went into a steep and unstoppable decline. By the end of the late Bronze Age, Egypt was utterly diminished, a shadow of its former self. As enemies encroached on its borders, Egypt and its treasure became so superior. The first known workers' strike in recorded Ramses III's reign. It happened when Egypt could no longer provide food rations for its elite royal tomb builders and artisans in the village of Deir el-Medina. Ruled for a total of 31 years, but his death was followed by years of bickering among his heirs. 3 of his sons would become king at different times, reigning as Ramses IV, Ramses VI, and Ramses VIII. And meanwhile, Egypt increasingly beset by droughts, lack of seasonal floodwaters, famines, civil unrest, and official corruption. While the power of the pharaoh fell, that of the priests and thieves grew. The last pharaoh of the dynasty, Ramses XI, grew so weak that these priests became essentially the true rulers of Egypt. The Egyptian empire finally fractured forever, less than 80 years after Ramses III's reign. Earlier, I used the example of the city to Ugarit to show the vast destruction that could be wrought by the sea peoples, and to paint them as a terrifying alien invasion responsible for the Bronze Age collapse. But we shouldn't be so easily seduced by the lure of this easy scapegoat. That's because the fate of other sites is actually great city-states of war was certainly wiped out along with all of its surrounding cities sometime around the 13th century BC. But modern archaeologists believe this was actually not the work of the sea peoples, and today it's thought that the culprits were the Mycenaeans' northern neighbors, the Dorians. Evidence of sea coast, but it seems more likely that while weakened and distracted by this outside threat, the Mycenaeans were no longer able to defend their northern border, and the Dorians seized their chance. The Hittite capital of Hattusha, where we opened this story, is another example. It lies far inland in the mountains of Turkey, and it wasn't likely to be the sea peoples who sacked it. A more likely explanation is that this was done by their long-term rivals, the Thracians, groups from the Balkans who seem to have migrated south during this time. These invaders must have seen their opportunity the moment raids by the sea peoples disrupted Mediterranean trade routes and caused famine in Hittite lands. And perhaps a key part of understanding this is seeing how much states of this era depended on their allies to help them out when they were threatened. But if a crisis like the attacks of the sea peoples happens across the whole, everybody's military forces are tied down. Alliances that had previously kept everyone safe would suddenly become ineffective. No one could come to anybody else's aid. One great example of this happening is in Babylon. Babylon was a mighty city, one of the most ancient and powerful of the region, mentioned at great length in the Bible, and located about 100 kilometers south of Baghdad. At the time leading up to the collapse, Babylon was ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites, who for 500 years had ruled the great ancient city. The Kassites had long depended on their allies in Assyria and the coastal regions to help defend it. But now those nations were busy defending themselves, and Babylon stood alone. To the north was the land of Elam, a hardy people who lived in the mountains and lowlands of southern Iran. The Elamite king was a man named Kutur-Nahunte, and he believed that the crown of Babylon belonged to him. He threatened an invasion with fearsome rhetoric. Kutir-Nahunte led an invasion into Babylon in the year 1158 BC. With all its allies tied down, Babylon stood alone, and the Elamite invasion succeeded. Kutir-Nahunte went on to do most of what he promised, and he laid waste to the land. While Babylon burned, its last Kassite king was led to Elam in chains, along with the statue of the Babylonian god Marduk. And the theft of this statue seems to have traumatized the Babylonian people more than the loss of their king. Babylon was sacked and left in ruins. One sacred Babylonian text, the Naboo-Kudurri-Usur, recalls the terrible vengeance of the Elamite king.
His crimes were greater and his grievous sins was far more to committed. Like a deluge, he laid low all the people of Akka, and cast in ruins and all the noblest.
And these examples show that the situation is simple as an invasion-style scenario. In Hollywood, the writers always imagine the world coming together to fight the outside threat. It makes a better story that way, and we get to hear some inspiring speeches. But the example of the Bronze Age collapse teaches us that it's just as likely that if aliens ever arrive and begin blowing things up, some might see that as an opportunity. The story of the Bronze Age is of large, complex states successfully defending themselves against the smaller states of their borders with less complex societal structures. And part of the collapse that ensued is perhaps also down to the increasing power of these smaller, less complex nations. During the Bronze Age, empires like Egypt, Mycenae, and the Hittites had monopolies over the production of weapons, the importation of horses, and the building of chariots. Smaller, less complex states simply couldn't compete in those areas. But the power of these smaller states was due to one very important thing, one thing that would bring the Bronze Age to an end forever, and that thing was iron. Iron had been in limited use since as early as 3000 BC, and early people even worked the iron they found in meteorites that fell to the earth. It was considered a sacred metal, perhaps due to its qualities. But as an everyday, iron presents a number of problems. As tin will go into bronze. Tin, for instance, has a very low melting point of 222 degrees centigrade. If you wanted, you could melt it on your kitchen stove. But iron requires a huge amount of heat to melt, over 1500 degrees. There's advanced furnaces and special technology that took years to develop, but at this time it was beginning to permeate across the iron on its own isn't that useful. It's brittle and it easily breaks. The knowledge of how to turn iron into steel, mixing it with the right proportion of carbon, would transform it into a metal just as sharp and hard as bronze, but much cheaper and more readily available. Soon, even tribal societies and tiny kingdoms could afford cutting-edge weapons. It acted a little like the introduction of like the AK-47 47 in our time, a great leveler that destabilized regions. We know that after the Bronze Age collapse, bronze was no longer in use across the region. Steel weapons took its place, and the Iron Age began. Armies of chariots, such as Egypt employed, gave way to armies of massed infantry. And some historians point to this factor alone as the great shift that caused the collapse of so many societies. So this is another theory, that the Sea Peoples and other tribes on the land, newly armed with iron weaponry, were a significant element in the collapse, and certainly sacked some cities themselves. But opportunistic wars and infighting between rival nations, and these combined served to pick apart the complex web of interdependency that had sustained these great empires for so long. But some historians go even further, and their work reconfigures the roles of this story completely. They ask, what if the Sea Peoples aren't the villains in this story? What if they weren't the collapse of civilization, but another set of victims? Allows us to shift our perspectives completely. We do know for sure about this time. The Mediterranean at the end of the 13th century BC underwent a sudden and rapid change. Lands that previously boiled over with suddenly became dry, arid cores of oxygen isotopes and mineral deposits in 12th centuries BC, with much less rain than the previous era, a period of climate change in the region, during which the crops that people knew how to grow must have died in the earth. Alongside this scientific evidence, we can see marks of severe droughts and famines in the region's written records. 2. The Hittite Stony Mountains were hit particularly hard. Letters from Ugarit write about sending large grain up to the hill roads to feed the mighty cities like Hattusha, and the crisis seems to have lasted a long time. In the mid-13th century, one Hittite queen sent a short but dramatic message to the Egyptian pharaoh.
My lands.
Another tablet sent from the Hittites is equally telling.
Did you not know there was a famine in my lands?
Elsewhere, letters sent from a servant to his master, who was a merchant in Ugarit, show
Your house. We will all die of hunger. Yet you will not see a living soul from your land.
And I want to make it clear that there had been famines and droughts in the region before. It was simply a fact of life for people living in the precarious reality of the Bronze Age. But the climate change that occurred around this time seems to have happened so quickly and been so dramatic that scientists have been looking far afield for an explanation. And to get to the bottom of why this happened, one answer might lie nearly 4,000 kilometers to the north. Let's zoom out and soar around the globe, across Europe and the stormy waters of the North Atlantic, until we come to rest on the slopes of the snowy mountains of southern Iceland. This is a harsh landscape, a snowy tundra over which the shadow of an enormous volcano looms. Its name is Hekla, and it's one of the world's most active volcanoes. In the ancient and medieval imagination, Hekla was thought to be the gate to hell and the prison where the traitor Judas was tormented. The Cistercian monk, Bear of Clairvaux, noted with particular colour.
Mount Etna, the renowned fiery cauldron of Sicily, which men call Hell's Chimney. That cauldron is affirmed to be like a small furnace, enormous in
we know about was the one that took place sometime around the year 1100 BC, right as the Bronze Age collapse reached its height. This eruption is known as Hekla III. nearly 7.5 cubic kilometers of volcanic rock into the atmosphere. In Ireland, studies done on bogos, those are trees half fossilized in marshy waters, have shown that for 18 years after the eruption of Hekla 3, the trees barely grew at all. Across the Atlantic in the United States, bristlecone pines, the oldest living trees on Earth, still show similar records of this time of darkness and cooling, which seems to have lasted about 2 decades. And the effect on our region would have been dramatic. Crops would have failed, soils would have blown away, and more than that, the dark cloud that seemed to hang over the sun would have spoken to people of something dreadful on its way, a punishment from the gods, and even the end of the world. As people looked up and saw the sun only a pale white through the haze, they must have asked, what did we do wrong? Why have our gods forsaken us? And why haven't our kings protected us? When we dig into an archaeological site and find traces of destruction, we can never really tell who it was who burned this building, destroyed this wall, or buried the city in rubble. But some historians now think that some of the destruction of the Bronze Age may have occurred due to uprisings and rebellions within the kingdoms. If the gods were angry at the king, so were the people. The spread of iron weapons would have also empowered these mobs and allowed them to arm themselves with weaponry previously unseen outside of a professional army. And I don't want to do too much speculation, but with famine, drought, and disease spreading, I think there's a good chance that the citizens of some of these ancient empires simply rose up and burned their own cities to the ground. And the thing is, if we buy the theory of the Hekla 3 eruption, it forces us to reevaluate our portrait of the sea peoples as a marauding armada of destruction. Were the sea peoples, in fact, refugees? Imagine the situation. You are a citizen of an island. The sun peeks through the grey haze, pale white. Starvation begins to sit on your island. Chaos begins to spread for food, and everywhere people are saying that the world is dying. And then the next time, the same thing happens. The sun is still weak, and the crops still don't grow. And now waves of people begin arriving in your lands. Hungry people from the far north, where the sun is even dimmer, where the worst winters in living memory are ravaging the lands, when nothing grows. What do? Do you stay and hope the sun comes back? Hope the crops grow next year? Do you hope that your new, hungry neighbors are friendly? Or do you band together? My guess is that you do one of the things you do best. You build ships. And then you set sail for somewhere else, somewhere where the sun might still shine. It's easy to imagine this band of seagoing nomads starting small. They go from place to place, trying to find somewhere the gods have abandoned. But it's the same everywhere. Society is disentangled and droughts that last week people join them. They get stronger, and in desperation they resort to theft. They steal from merchant vessels and then small villages. They capture prisoners and gain new recruits. Their strength grows and grows until it becomes truly overwhelming, an army of the sea. It seems no one can stand in their way. A roving band of refugee warriors roaming the oceans in search of somewhere to call home. I find this portrait of the sea peoples the most convincing. I think it makes sense of their mystery, how such a vast force of diverse peoples suddenly moves out of the sea with seemingly no direction, no leaders, and no command structure. If this portrait of them is true, then the sea peoples have been anarchic, probably changing leaders frequently. There would have been a big goal within the group. Some would have wanted to find land to settle, others just to loot and burn. And when they met their deaths at the hands of Pharaoh Ramses III, they must have felt the utter hopelessness of their situation bear down on them. They were people without a land who had brought so much destruction to the homes of others, and their final desperate gamble to seize the lands of Egypt had failed. this sounds like too much of an unhappy ending, then I should at least mention that some of the sea peoples at least escaped total destruction in the Martian Island. Wandering today Gaza in southern Palestine. There, they put down the roots as a people. They were known as the Palestine, who the Hebrews later called Pelashem, and we today call Philistines. Come to be remembered as one of the great rival nations to the kingdom of Israel. The word Philistine. As we weigh up the evidence, a picture begins to emerge, a tangled web of societies, so dependent on each other that they not allow each other to fall. These societies sent food to each other in times of famine. They sent artists and artisans to work on each other's palaces, and merchants took luxury goods between the markets and their great cities. And while this interdependency was a strength, it was also their greatest weakness. And with the climate changing, and people from other lands fleeing, perhaps invaders landing on their coasts, this interdependent system began to come apart at the seams. One by one, these great civilizations fell. The trade routes that had sustained them fell apart, and the basic necessities that allowed their empires to continue were no longer available. Meanwhile, the spread of iron weapons allowed smaller, less complex kingdoms to amass vast hordes of infantry and challenge the typically chariot-based warfare of the previous era. Rebellions seem to have rocked some of these nations, furthering and toppling them over. The events of the late Bronze Age remind us just how fragile a thing civilization is. It reminds us that our world today, we are not isolated nations either, that we too live in a complex and interdependent world. That once war and violence are set into action, we can rarely contain its consequences. Think about how it must have felt to be a person alive in this time, to see the collapse of so many great civilizations all at once, and how it must have felt to pass from a golden age of civilization to one of rubble and ruin. Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast and then Cooper. And if you'd like updates about podcasts, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Soaps Pod, underscores separating words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dead more time to researching, writing, record those out to you faster. Much life and details as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. Please do head over to Patreon and support them. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening. In the year 1695, right at the end of the 17th century, a Spanish monk fled barefoot and starving through the tropical forests of Central America. His name was Andrés de Avendaño y Loyola, and along with his men, he was dying of thirst and hunger. Their faces had been torn by thorns, and his feet cut open by pieces of flint scattering the swampy ground. Avendaño and his men had been part of a mission to the city of Tayasal, an island stronghold that was the the last independent holdout of a once mighty civilization, the Maya. Avendaño's mission had been to convince the Mayan king of Tayasal to convert to Christianity and to accept the dominion of Spanish control, which had now spread to cover most of Central and South America. But Avendaño's mission had failed. The Mayan people of Tayasal had rejected him, and now Avendaño and his men fled through the jungle back to Spanish lands. Their journey was hard and treacherous. They climbed over hill after hill through thick forest cover, desperate for food and water, their legs almost giving out from under them. But then they got that stopped them in their tracks. It was an enormous out of the forest canopy, tangled with some vines. And although Avendaño was weak from hunger and thirst, he still found strength enough to approach the ruins. There was a great variety of buildings. They were very high, my strength was little. I climbed up them with some trouble. Never before, a wagon, white and inside with plaster. It seemed to us that we were a little standard settlement. But we found ourselves, as we saw afterwards, very far from settlement. At the time that Avendaño stumbled across this ruined city, the Mayan civilization was a shadow of its former glory. The invasion of the Spanish in the 16th century had spread diseases like smallpox that harrowed the Mayan population, long before the Spanish conquistadors arrived with guns, steel blades, and war dogs to subjugate the remaining population. Avendaño had seen Mayan people living relatively simple lives on the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. But what he encountered here was something different. These were the ruins of a city that rivaled the ancient capitals of the Old World in size, magnificence, and grandeur. Avendaño couldn't have known it then, but he had stumbled across the ruins of the great Mayan capital. For 7 centuries, Tikal had ruled a vast empire, conquered its enemies, and raised monarchy in size and quality. And Tikal wasn't alone. It was just one of at least 40 Mayan cities that had flourished in this region, giving birth to a thriving and colorful culture of arts and literature. And then, over 500 years before any European first set foot on the American continent, this complex society had collapsed. The great city of Tikal was abandoned, along with every single other city. After this catastrophe, the forest swept in to reclaim the stones of Tikal. Its imposing pyramids were left to crumble one by one into the earth. And the story of exactly what happened is still one of humanity's greatest mysteries. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what do they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at that great romantic mystery, the fall of the classic Maya civilization. Show how this great civilization grew up among environmental conditions that no other society has ever contended with. I want to explore the fatal flaws that lay beneath the surface of this civilization and describe what happened after its final and cataclysmic collapse. The Despite Avendaño's encounter with the Tikal, the legacy of the Mayan civilization until the early decades of the 19th century is down to the work of the American writer and explorer John Lloyd Stevens and his artist companion Catherine. The pair had traveled together for 2 weeks through the deep Guatemalan interior, following rumors that the ruins of an ancient city lay somewhere in the jungle. They traveled in greater comfort than Avendaño, but their journey was still difficult. They were beset by mosquitoes and the constant mud of the seasonal rains. But as they rounded a bend in the river, they came across a sight that Avendaño would have recognized. It was the top of a towering pyramid, just visible above the trees.
We ascended by large stone steps, in some places perfect, and in others thrown down by trees which had grown up between the crevices. We followed our guide through the thick forest among half-buried fragments to 14 monuments. One displaced from its pedestal by enormous roots, another locked in the close embrace of branches of trees and almost lifted out of the earth, another hurled to the ground or bound down by huge vines and creepers. The only sounds that disturbed the quiet of this buried city were the noise of the monkeys.
The book Stevens wrote, illustrated with cattle, created a sensation around the world. Until then, it was thought that only old world civilizations like Babylon had built cities of such magnitude and called themselves the 19th century experts, these or Norse explorers, must have crossed the ocean from the old world and built these towering pyramids here in the forest. Some even suggested that they had built by the mythical lost tribes of Israel, or even the inhabitants of Atlantis. But at the time, Stevens caused something of a stir. He was the person who had most extensively explored these ruined places, and he claimed that these cities were indeed the product of the Mayan people.
Working our way through the thick woods, we came upon a square stone column, about 14 feet high and 3 feet wide on each side, sculptured in bold relief. These were works of art, proving that the people who once occupied the continent of America were not savages.
Stevens insisted that these vast ancient cities had been built up over centuries by an advanced society indigenous to the New World. Told that story clearly enough, but of course they also told another story. It was the story of a catastrophe that had few precedents in human history, the dramatic and wholesale collapse of an entire advanced society.
In the romance of the world's history, nothing ever impressed me more forcibly than the spectacle of this once great and lovely city, overturned, desolate and lost, overgrown with trees. It did not even have a name to distinguish it.
Today, we do know the original Mayan names of some of these cities, and that's due to the tireless work of archaeologists who painstakingly decoded the Mayans' written language. Before we dive into describing the collapse of classic Maya civilization, I think it's worth pausing for a moment over how much of a miracle it is that any of this writing still survives. Over deer skin, you read pens and conch shells as inkwells. They used a rich and complex system of hieroglyphics, similar to those used in Egypt, and it's the only true writing system thought to have ever developed in the Americas. The Maya used their writing in a sophisticated and often playful way. But after the arrival of the Europeans, the written language of the Maya was nearly eradicated. And we can place the blame for that tragedy at the feet of one particular villain, a sadistic and fanatical Spanish bishop called Diego de Landa. The span of de Landa's life neatly matches up to the Spanish conquest of Central America. In 1521, 3 years before he was born, the great Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan had fallen to the Spanish. And by the time the baby Delanda arrived screaming into the world, the Spanish had already conquered a large part of Mexico, enveloping it into a vast colonial territory that they New Spain. And from there, the Spanish conquistadors or conquerors. In the lands they colonialists ruthlessly exploited the indigenous populations. One surviving Mayan, Ilan Balam, records how the Mayan people felt at the time.
It was the beginning of tribute, the beginning of church dues, the beginning of strife with guns, the beginning of strife by trampling on people with horses, the beginning of robbery with violence, the beginning of forced deaths.
But the Mayan people, without steel or gunpowder, fought colonizers. So fiercely, in fact, that it took the Spanish 200 years to conquer them completely. As the conquistadors advanced into the Yucatan, the Maya fought guerrilla campaigns in the forests. Their fighters were protected only by padded cotton armor, armed only with stone weapons and flint spears. But they ambushed Spanish soldiers with great effectiveness and laid spike traps for the Spanish horsemen. And it was into this atmosphere of insurgency that Diego de Landa walked, a young man at the age of 25 when he first set foot in the New World. The year was 1549. De Landa was meticulous in his work. He kept detailed notes about everything he saw, about the Mayan culture, language, and society, and he did so in order to better identify its weaknesses, fears. He would often venture deep into the jungle, areas that had only recently been conquered by the Spanish, where hatred of the Europeans was bitter. And perhaps it was this fearlessness that meant he was eventually put in charge of bringing the Roman Catholic faith to the Mayan people. Until then, the Spanish had exempted the Mayans from the notorious, but the Saibal continuing to honor their oaths disgusted the nation, and De Landa soon announced the beginning of an inquisition, the first of its kind in the New World. De Landa was brutal in his methods. He Mayan people, hanging them from their necks as a form of interrogation. And in the midst of it all, he built a great bonfire in the center of one of the last Mayan cities. He gathered together all of the ancient books he could find, centuries of accumulated knowledge, writings on the history of the Mayan people, their study of mathematics, astronomy, poetry, and literature. And De Landa threw these into the fire and watched as they burned. He later wrote about this event in his memoirs.
We found a great number of books containing these letters, and as they contained but superstition and the lies of the devil, we burned them all, which dismayed and distressed these people greatly.
Only 3 Maya books survived this act. This aged completely. But history, as always, has something of a sense of sarcasm. De Landa's meticulous notes about the Mayan people have survived, and in those books he wrote down something that he called the Mayan alphabet. It's not a complete dictionary of Mayan symbols, because De Landa only asked for the letters that already existed in Spanish. But these notes were actually crucial to the later effort to decipher the ancient writings of the Maya. So this is one of the first ironies that gather around the story of the classic Mayan collapse. That much of what we know about their written language is down to the very man who tried his hardest to eradicate it. And as more of this language is gradually decoded, we've learned a huge amount from the inscriptions that the Maya on their plaster, their temples, palaces, ending of the society that once ruled the Yucatan Peninsula. Avendaño and Stevens were right, that when the Spanish arrived in the New World, they were already an ancient culture. They had built vast cities and monuments to rival any in the old world. And then, like so many civilizations, their golden age had passed. Over 500 years before the first European ever set foot on the American continent, the whole of Mayan civilization, over 40 large cities and countless people, had collapsed. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of people, simply disappeared from the region, and the forests crept back to cover its ruins forever. Before we dive into discussing exactly how this collapse occurred, I think it's worth asking, who were the Maya? And it's important to understand one empire. They were a loose section of city-states and kingdoms clustered around the Yucatan, right where North and South America meet. That's Guatemala. The Maya spoke a family of related languages and shared a cohesive culture that built stepped pyramids, drank hot chocolate from ornately patterned vases, and made headdresses of emerald green quetzal feathers. People of contradictions developed a mathematics calculating dates in the millions of years. Never invented the wheel, the arch, or the pulley. They gave themselves colourful names that drew from the natural world around them, like Lady Sharkfin, True Magician Jaguar, Double Bird, or Smoke Serpent. Early Spanish accounts of the Maya's appearance describe the jade plugs they wore in their ears, how they tattooed their skin with green ink and painted themselves with red and black paint. The Maya believed that time was circular, that history really did repeat itself, and that the future could literally be foretold, about the past. They worshipped a complex pantheon of gods, including the sun god of corn and rain, gods of the sky, and the gods of the who lived in deep caves and sinkholes. And perhaps you already have an idea of the Maya as having an insatiable appetite for human sacrifice. Modern films like Apocalypto might have given you that idea, but we should be cautious about how we approach stories of human sacrifice and propaganda and their justification. Evidence shows that ritual killing feature in Mayan society was actually limited in small scale. And as we've already seen, the Europe could be just as brutal in the application of famously played balls. One Spaniard called Herrera wrote one account of this sport in the New World. He took much delight in seeing sports ball, which the Spaniards have said prohibited. Go with a tree that grows in hot wood, though hard and heavy to the hand, it bound and fly as well as other balls. And if we knew nothing else about the Maya, the colossal ruins they left behind would be enough to prove their ingenuity. But when you acknowledge the environmental challenges the Maya faced in the forests of Guatemala, you really appreciate the monumental achievement that their cities represent. The Yucatan Peninsula is a shelf of limestone of a sort called karst. It acts a little like a sponge, and over millions of years, rainwater has poured deep channels into this soft rock and filled it with holes like Swiss cheese. There are barely any rivers here, since any rainwater that falls is immediately drained away into the twisting current of deep underground caves. Instead, the water gathers in vast underground sinkholes called cenotes. These are pools of still water surrounded by echoey cave walls, often overgrown with vines and creepers. These were sacred places to the Maya, places where you could access the underworld and its gods, but they were also crucial to this civilization's survival. The Maya were constantly battling to preserve water, and to do this, they dug vast tanks, plastering the bottoms of the cenotes to make them watertight.
They built complex systems of water control that allowed water to flow from higher tanks to lower and to irrigate their raised fields. And in all of this, the Maya couldn't rely on four-legged help. In Europe and Asia, domestication of animals like the horse and ox was one great driver of civilizational progress. Even in the ants in Peru, or Bolivia, the presence of a llama allowed people. But in the Maya lowlands, the only large animal was the shy and reclusive tapir, which they sometimes hunted for food. And another challenge the harsh landscape meant that agriculture was a constant battle against the forces of tropical nature. The soil in Yucatan is very thin, sometimes only a few centimeters deep before you reach stone. It easily loses its fertility or becomes washed away. The Maya largely relied on slash and burn agriculture, hacking and burning the forest away in patches in order to grow a few rounds of crops, before letting the tropical forests rush back in to reclaim the land. And the storage of food was a problem too. In the humid environment of Guatemala and southern Mexico, it was difficult to store corn for more than a year before it started going moldy. And one final point before we move on is that for most of their history, long before contact with Europe, but it took several centuries to get down to the Mayan lowlands. The Maya never worked iron or mixed copper with tin to make bronze. To cut and carve stone, they used blades made of obsidian, a kind of volcanic glass that forms an incredibly sharp cutting edge when properly worked. So every one of the great pyramids and temples you can see today was not only constructed without animals and pulleys, but also carved in all their ornate intricacy, without metal tools. But despite these challenges, the Maya flourished, the only great civilization to ever arise in the midst of such harsh conditions. The earliest signs of the Mayan civilization began around the year 1800 BC, nearly 2,000 years before the beginning of the Christian calendar. From this time, Mayan people domesticated maize, beans, squashes, and chili peppers, as well as the cacao bean, which they used to make a rich drinking chocolate. The inscription on one ornately patterned vase from the city of Mashal, called the Vase of the Seven Gods, shows that chocolate was often drunk in celebration, and new groves of trees were planted on special occasions, like the birth of a young prince.
This drinking vessel for the fruit of a new grove of cacao Lord Jaguar, the owner of the trees.
The Mayan world was essentially divided into two zones, the highlands and the lowlands. The highlands were of crucial importance to the Maya, a spine of rocky mountains covered with pine forest that follow the line of the country. Those cool hills, the Maya found obsidian, which they carved into marvelous trinkets. The highlands were also home to the quetzal, a bird with bright emerald green feathers that the Maya used to create headdresses for their kings and priests. In the Pacific Ocean, ahead of you, a flat, undulating plain stretched out into the distance. 400 kilometers away, the peninsula ends at the curving Atlantic coast, broken with bays and lagoons. And it's within this basin that all the great wealth of Mayan cities rose. This was a network of societies that looked a little like the classical Greece of Sparta and Athens, or Renaissance Italy. Think of the Pope ruling in Rome, the Medici family in Florence, the Doge in Venice. Different centers of power all sharing a common culture, but in constant opposition for power. In Mayan
conceptions of the universe, the gods created 3 worlds previous to the current one, each of them resulting in failure. They believed themselves to live in the 4th world. And it's true that when the Mayan cities of the classic period began to grow and thrive, there had already been a number of rises and falls. But through the 3rd and 4th centuries, Mayan cities began to grow with astounding speed. And for much of the Mayan classic period, the largest and most powerful of these was the city of Tikal. When the fugitive monk Avendano stumbled across the ruins of Tikal, it's clear why they had such an effect on him. That's because Tikal is home to some of the most spectacular ruins in the Mayan world. Its limestone temples tower up to a height of 64 meters, or 22 stories, almost as high as the towers of them. These temples were topped with enormous masks of the jaguar sun god. And originally painted a brilliant deep, and it's not hard to see why. Today the ruins do look otherworldly, pyramids just peeking above the trees. But Tikal has been discovered, and excavations have uncovered the tombs of those same rulers. Archaeologists now believe that this city may have held as many as 9. But to understand the history of Tikal, we also have to introduce a huge player in this region. And this player stands as a shadowy force behind much of what occurred in the Mayan world. This was the city of Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan lay over 1,500 kilometers away in the Valley of Mexico. It was a vast city of stone pyramids. Today, much of it buried beneath the urban sprawl of Mexico City. But in its largest city in the pre-Columbian Americas, Teotihuacan commanded a powerful military and controlled all the crucial trade network, of exceptional hardness and quality. It wouldn't be too far off to think of Teotihuacan as something like an early version of the United States. It was cosmopolitan and multi-ethnic, with a population estimated at 125,000 or more, which would have made it at least the 6th largest city in the world at the time. Unlike the United States in modern times, it was also fond of intervening in the politics of its southern neighbors. In the early centuries of the first millennium, Teotihuacan began aggressively expanding its sphere of influence, extending trade routes far south into the Mayan lands, establishing embassies in faraway cities, and spreading that sheen obsidian far into the forests of Central America. The Mayan city of Tikal came under the influence of Teotihuacan in the 4th century AD. It's not clear if it was a military conquest, a palace coup, or a diplomatic intervention, but we do know that a young ruler, Yashnunahin, which means rose to power in Tikal, with the apparent help of this distant superpower. One stone carving in Tikal shows King Curl-Nose being crowned, while Mexican soldiers look on, carrying distinctive dark thrones. In the burial tomb of Curl, artifacts have also been found carved of Teotihuacan, carved on a pot from Tikal. Shows just how this cultural exchange happened. On the left of the scene, we stepped pyramid in the Mayan style. This is Tikal. And on the right, this is Teotihuacan. And from this Mexican temple,
soldiers come, carrying those dark with a fanned crown on top, like the Mexican. It's a clear image of collaboration and partnership, and might even show the construction of an embassy. Its empire at its greatest height contained a million people. One useful hieroglyphic is one called Yah. It means his Lord. We see it in the inscriptions of one city talking about another. We know that way. That's their great rival, the city of Kalakmul. Kalakmul like Tikal, it too built an empire. And in every dominion it conquered, Kalak people marked the site with its emblem, a snake head, or the lords of the snake. Another interesting feature of Kalakmul is the emphasis it put on the female line of its royalty. Whereas the inscriptions in Tikal only speak about kings, those in Kalakmul mention Teotihuacan. It seems the people of Kalk as the true inheritors of the Mayan legacy. And Kalakmul was a powerful city too. It was surrounded by a complex system of canals, and its many buildings are tightly packed, clustered like the skyscrapers of a modern city. But in the early set of the Classic period, Kalakmul was outmatched by the might of Tikal, swollen as it was by the riches of Teotihuacan. The rulers of Kalakmul, the so-called Lords of the Snake, must have calculated that the only way to challenge the supremacy of Tikal was to outplay them in the game of strategy. Kalakmul set out on a centuries-long game of chess with their rivals. They slowly gathered the small states that surrounded Tikal into a network of allies. Threatening Tikal's trade routes and supply line, slowly suffocating reason, the snake stones carved by Kalakmul are by far the most numerous of all the Mayan city-states, right across the Mayan world, and in places that for Tikal would have proven pretty idiot, threatening their trade routes and menacing their farmland. And the strategy, although slow, was a success. For the second half of the 6th century AD, Kalakmul gained the upper hand. The distant power of Teotihuacan fell under mysterious circumstances, and now Tikal was left all alone, surrounded by its enemies. But it wasn't until the rule of one particular king, a Mabird, that Tikal's fortunes would really take a turn for the worse. Doublebird seems to have been particularly bad at the game of politics, and we know this because his actions would lose the city of Tikal, one of its key allies in the region, a city known today as Kalakmul. Kalakmul was once one of Tikal's underlings. As part of its service, it would have paid tribute in the form of food and valuables. It would have sent soldiers to fight for Tikal in its wars, and workers to build its temples. And at least in the year 553, that's what Karakol still was. But it's possible that the forked tongue of Kalakmul was already beginning to erode this alliance. Yes, the king of Tikal, Doublebird,
little about warfare in the Mayan world. The Maya often undertook low-level skirmishes, and their wars seem to have served a largely ceremonial and symbolic function. These wars, known as axe wars, would have involved perhaps only a few hundred fighters, and their main purpose seems to have been to capture prisoners for sacrifice to the gods, decapitate an important noble, hence axe war, and presumably to bring back plunder and glory to the capital. The Mayans engendered in wars and conquest, but just again, a different kind of war was undertaken, which had a more brutal and all-encompassing nature. And these wars are referred to in the Mayan inscriptions as Star Wars. As far as I can tell, the previous connection to George Lucas is a coincidence. The name Star War comes from a specific type of glyph used in the Maya script, which depicts a star showering the earth with fire. And this war seems to have been something quite rare in the Maya world, a war of total conquest and destruction. The inscriptions, as always, are hard to decipher, but it seems that in the year 556, the king of Tikal, Doublebird, embarked on an axe war, a low-level attack against his former ally, the city of Karakol. His soldiers would have swept into his territory wearing padded cotton armor, wielding flint spears and clubs studded with blades of green obsidian. They would have burned villages inside Karakol's sphere of influence, robbed anything they could get away with, and kidnapped a number of its citizens, who they would later have sacrificed in one of Tikal's temples. Doublebird's reasons for ordering this attack are unclear. It could have been a way of punishing some kind of insult from Karakol. Perhaps Karakol hadn't been fulfilling the duties expected of it as an underling, or Tikal feared that it was falling under the influence of its great enemy, Karakol. Whatever the reason, the rulers of Karakol didn't take this axe war in good humor. In retaliation, they announced the beginning of a true war, a Star War, against their former masters in Tikal. We can assume that Karakol gave every help it could to Tikal's enemy, the kingdom of the snake, putting it peace centuries, building a network of allies that surrounded Tikal and cut off it, wrapping itself around Tikal and choking the life from the once great city. And that crushing grip tightened. In the year 562, the once great city of Tikal was surrounded and its defenses were overwhelmed and its shrines and temples. Tikal's enemies uprooted it, proclaiming the achievements of its rulers, broke them and buried their pieces. They vandalized carvings of its kings, lopping off the heads of its sculptures, chipping at their faces with stone, and the destruction was devastating. For the next century, Tikal's population stopped growing. For 100 years, no stone carvings or great public monuments were erected, or were buried with only meager possessions, and production of painted pottery ground to a halt. The fate of Tikal's king, Doublebird, is unknown. He was probably taken back to Karakol or Kalakmul skull. And although we know almost nothing of him, inscriptions in his tomb show that he was not son of Doublebird. For the next, and not Tikal would rule the Yucatan. But this great Mayan rivalry would go on. Tikal would regain the upper hand and then lose it. Wars between the two cities' allies would blaze on for generations. But it wasn't war that caused the collapse of the Mayan world, at least not entirely. To get to the root cause of this collapse, we will have to look at how Mayan society structured itself, the fatal flaws built into its civilization, and the tensions and conflicts that would ultimately tear it apart. One way that we can track the progress of the Mayan collapse is by looking at the inscriptions they left. When times were good, the Maya erected new temples, palaces, and carved monuments. So we can see that around the year 500, as the classic Mayan period just got started, the number of dated monuments was quite low. In the city of Copan, for instance, there were only 10 built in the year 514. But as the years went by and Mayan society grew, the number of monuments it increased 20 per year just a century later. And by the year 750, over 40 monuments were being constructed. The collapse set in. After this, the number of dated monuments begins to falter. Only 50 years later, in the year 800, 10 monuments were built. And in the year, the construction of new monuments. From the onwards, all across the Mayan lowland start to die out, faltering a failing radio signal, and then crackling out into silence. Each of these cities goes out one by one, like light sinking out in the dark. The process began in the southwest, Sinto River. But the city the inscription is the year Sekilan fell silent in the year 808. After this wave of doom washed over the whole of the Mayan lowlands, the snake city of Calakmul went silent after the year 810, and Copan followed in 822. Tikal held out another 70 years after the fall of its great rival, but it too finally fell into the darkness in the year 889. The last Maya inscription of all, in the remote city of Tonina, comes in the year 909. And the strange thing is, none of these inscriptions give any sense that anything is wrong. There are no prophecies of doom or accountable events. Maya art doesn't decline either, but highly skilled to the end. So what happened? How this vibrant and powerful cult collapsed so suddenly and so completely, leaving not a single warning behind. As with the fall of any civilization, the collapse of the Maya wasn't a simple event. It's hard to point to any one cause and form a simple. All of the environmental stresses we discussed earlier meant that to succeed in such a harsh landscape, Mayan society, like any society, had to accumulate a number of stresses and imbalances. Under extreme stress, these would form into fractures, and with sufficient pressure they would splinter along the whole length of their world. Of these stress moving population. In order for any society to work, farmers need to produce enough food, enough to feed all the people in society who aren't farmers. Efficient modern economy like the United, less than 2% of the population work on farms. Each farmer in America feeds over 150 people as well as themselves, freeing up a huge proportion of the population to do other things. But for the Maya, who used slash and burn culture and grew low-grade crops, each farm feed perhaps 5 other people. And as the end of the 8th century neared, the Mayan population was booming. In Tikal, for instance, the population in the city centre was 65,000, with a further 30,000 in the outskirts. There were as many as 800 people living per square kilometre, and they began living in hastily constructed wooden buildings piled on top. Today, when we walk through the dense residential population, the nation of the Maya lowlands exploded on its agriculture, but increased. The huge problem was deforestation. Because of what we've seen of Mayan temples, we have a romantic idea of beneath the jungle canopy. Classic period, the Maya lowlands had been more or less completely deforested. Studies of pollen samples found in lake beds and swamps in the region show that by the end of the 8th century, hardly any forest remained in the Yucatan Peninsula. The Maya had cut down the trees not only in their cities, but between them as well. So if you stood on top of one of the great temples of Tikal or Calakmul around the year 800, you wouldn't see the thick forest canopy you see today. You would have seen houses and streets stretching out in every direction, and beyond that, people toiling in the fields. The Maya used some trees for construction, especially the extremely hard wood sapodilla, which is naturally resistant to termites. But most of the trees would have been used for burning. In order to create lime and water for the construction, and the planta that lavishly coated them. Burned limestone with great pits. The plants depend on soon get depleted to rest. The Maya, just like must have understood that the soil needs to be given long fallow periods between growing. The ground needs to return to nature, but as the demand for food from the population increased, it's easy to, with the population growing, the rulers of these cities may have ordered their farmers to grow crops on the same soil again and again, with no fallow periods allowed. It would have been a short-sighted strategy, a poor disaster in exchange for term gains. But at this point, the Maya may have had little choice. Another huge factor is the role of drought. As we've discussed, one of the greatest challenges the Maya faced was the collection and storage of water. The climate of the Yucatan is such that variations in annual rainfall can be enormous. Droughts were a common fact of life, and in fact a large infrastructure was designed around planning for them and mitigate effects. But every system has archaeologists who've looked at sediment in the region estimate that in the year 760, the Yucatan Peninsula suffered its worst drought in 7,000 years. This was caused, it seems, by something the Maya would have appreciated all too well, the awesome power of the sun. As the Maya knew, the sun is a fickle god. The radiation it gives out is not constant. It's subject to variation going through peaks and troughs. Ice cores taken in Greenland confirmed that levels of solar radiation around this time reached lows that hadn't been seen for millennia. This caused a harsh, dry cold to descend over the northern hemisphere, and global weather systems shifted northwards. All the rain that arrives on the Mayan lowlands comes from the Atlantic on the trade winds, bands of air that move in predictable patterns across the Atlantic Ocean. With a northward shift of these winds, a brutal drought would descend on the Maya, and this event coincides with the Great. They require a strong energy to flow through them, and she argues that this energy is what allows the system to organize itself into increasingly complex forms. Increased complexity allows greater collection of energy, and so the society grows. But if the strong flow of energy is cut off to a system, that system then collapses to a level of organization that can be supported with the energy that remains. She puts this theory in simple terms.
An increase in energy resources or their control results in increased cultural complexity. A decline in energy resources should result in a decline in cultural complexity.
And if the solar radiation theory is correct, his theories to work. In some places, so drastic that the entire area was abandoned. In the Chilambalam, a surviving text from the post-contact era, you can almost hear the echoes of some recognition, some authentic memory of what might have happened during this time.
When our rulers increased in numbers and they introduced the drought, the hues of the animals burned, the seashore burned, a sea of misery. So it was said on high, that the face of the sun was eaten, then the face of the sun was darkened, and its face was extinguished.
One site where we have a detailed understanding of exactly what happened during the collapse is the city of Copan, now in western Honduras. Copan was a small but densely populated city, built in a narrow and steep-sided river valley lined with pine forests. Its people loved sports. It had the largest ball court of any classical Maya city, and it used the symbol of the leaf-nosed bat as its emblem on inscriptions. For much of its history, it was a close ally of Tikal, and fought wars on its behalf. Copan was a trading outpost, earned a profit from the trade in obsidian and quetzal feathers coming down from the hills. In the fertile, the Mayans could feed themselves on a thriving agriculture, growing the staples of corn, beans, and chili peppers. But the soil on the hills around Copan is less fertile. It's more acidic and prone erosion if cultivated for long periods. Even today, modern farmers can grow barely a third of the amount of corn. From the 5th century onwards, fueled by this fertile soil and trade, the population of Copan grew. By the year 800, it may have reached as much as 30,000 people, living in this small area of only about 10 square miles. Between the years 650 and 750, construction of royal palaces and monuments was especially frenzied, and nobles other than the king even began erecting their own palaces. This all points to a period of thriving economic success, but the opulent life of the nobles had to be supported by the hard work of Copan's farmers. As Copan grew through the 5th and 6th centuries, it expanded to fill the bottom of the river valley. But as the year 650 came around, space was beginning to run out. After that, people began to build their homes on the valley sides. It must have looked a little like a Brazilian favela today. Buildings were inhabited for about a century. And the reason for that can be seen in the layer of sediment that today covers their floors. As the building was eroding. Show that the pine forests that once covered these hills had been gradually cut down. As these trees disappeared, their roots no longer hit the fragile soils on valley sides, and the earth would now be swept away by the rains. This acidic, low-nutrient soil would have leaked down into the valley bottom, reducing its fertility as well. And as the hills were slowly abandoned, the burden of feeding all of Copan's people would have fallen increasingly on the valley bottom. It's harder than ever in order to avoid famine, and this would have reduced their fertility. Farmers would have likely fought over the last remaining pockets of land. Picture. From the year 650 onwards, signs of disease and their bones became poor, their teeth showed increased stress lines, and these signs of ill health showed up in the queens and kings too, although of course the health of the commoners was much worse. And when times were hard in Copan, it's likely that the common people would have blamed their rulers. In the Chilam two surviving Maya texts, we can see this connection between the king and the natural world explicitly.
This is the first question which will be asked of the chiefs. He shall ask them for his food. Bring the sun. Thus it is said to the chiefs, bring the sun, my son. Bear it on the palm of your hand to my plate.
The mind rulership, and he will protect you. He will keep the gods happy, the sun shining, and the crops. If the king was seen to break that promise, the people may have decided that he had to go. The last we hear from a king of Copan is in the year 822, with a single inscription. It was carved when Copan's last Lord Bukit came to the throne, apparently during a period of violence and chaos. He began the carving of a four-sided monument, just like his predecessors, but it was never finished. One side shows him being crowned, the next is half carved, but the remaining two sides are blank. It's as if the carver just got up one day in the middle of his job and left. Whoever Bukit was, muster enough support to keep the idea of royalty alive. 3 decades later, in the year 850, the royal palace of Copan was burned, and history in that city came to an end. With the collapse of royal authority, a time of chaos followed in Copan, but the population didn't leave all at once. In the year 950, a full century after the burning of the royal palace, there were still roughly 15,000 people living in the valley. About half the number at its height. Population continued to habitation in the valley. Pollen samples show that past this point have recovered the ruins of Copan. At Tikal, we don't have the same level of detail. The collapse of this great city by looking at its monuments and inscriptions. During the war, Tikal once again gained the upper hand over its enemy, Kanak Moor. And with its return to glory and power over the region, and got all its wayward allies back under its protective umbrella, Tikal also embarked on a burst of construction the likes of which it had never seen. Almost all of Tikal's great temples and pyramids date from the second half of this century. But as the year 800 rolled around, all of that would come to an end. By the mid-800s, it's clear Tikal was coming apart. Its vital allies were now putting up monuments of their own, proclaiming themselves kings of smaller provinces, rather than sworn servants of the great king in Tikal. Monuments began going up in Washington first, asserting their independence from Tikal, and in Ishlu and Jimbal in the north, the same thing was happening. Tikal's dominion was fracturing into a mass, and what's worse, his kingdoms often referred to themselves on their carvings as the Holy Lord of Tikal. By the year 900, there was no longer a king. There were no longer any people either. The city seems to have fallen into chaos, and the population drifted away. While the palaces and temples of Tikal were abandoned, there's evidence that poor people in the city's outer districts moved in to occupy them. It must have been a strange feeling for these Maya peasants, entering the royal palace for the first time and finding abandoned. They must have walked its halls in awe and run their hands along its richly painted walls and carved stones. These common people seem to have squatted in the abandoned royal palaces for a century or more after the fall of Tikal. We can see their traces in a layer of what's called middle, scraps of broken pottery, piles of rubbish, now piled high in the corridors of the once scratched graffiti, caricatures as a people they knew. But the people who stayed here seem to have continued to reveal great temples and holy palaces of the city. They continued to worship the stone monuments of bygone kings, and even moved them at times to more convenient places. But it seems they weren't able to read what the inscriptions said. Some of the monuments they moved contained writing, and the people who moved them put them back into place upside down. This pattern was repeated around the Mayan lowlands, where common people made journeys into the abandoned cities to pay respects to the slumbering gods. But one by one, all of the cities in the Mayan lowlands were abandoned, and it may give you a sense of the scale of the catastrophe and the depth of the damage done to the environment, that no attempt was made at a single one of these cities to ever reoccupy them. The forests of the Maya lowlands grew back, and it's thought that when the Spanish arrived at the 15th century, the trees they saw the land covered from that time to emerge of what happened during the classic Maya collapse. Damage to the environment and a period of climate change combined to the cause of failure of agriculture, which led to strains that the Maya political system simply couldn't manage. People finally turned against their rulers, and the hierarchy of society collapsed, reverting to chaotic and simple forms of life. Collapsing cities would have sent refugees fleeing to other cities nearby, exacerbating their own problems and causing a chain reaction of collapse that spread like a fire across the whole region. Perhaps if the Maya had ever formed a unified government, some of these crises could have been averted. But as the large empires of Tikal and Kalakmul atomized and came apart, each city became its own small kingdom. And with agriculture failing everywhere, the only way for some of these kingdoms to survive was to take what they needed from their neighbors. Famine, 100 bitter wars over scarce resources began. At the Piedras Negras, archaeologists have found evidence of buildings being burned during this time and monuments vandalized. At Yashilan, the central part of the city was hastily fortified with stone walls. Built using stones taken surrounding temples. Spear and jab also been found here, littering the ground in numbers, pointing toward the battle. As the fabric of Mayan society came apart, its people turned together, and a violent struggle for survival turned the Mayan into a bloodbath. Today, the crumbling graphical feature in Tonina was thought turned out to be a Mayan pyramid, which showed it to be one of the largest built. At 75 rivals the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan to be the tallest pre-Columbian in the Americas. And the ongoing battle to decipher the Mayan inscriptions continues. Today we understand a great deal of what we read on the stones of the Mayan temples, but so much more remains untranslated. One thing I find particularly moving is to read the texts of the post-contact Maya, who had been invaded and ravaged by European settlers, whose lands were taken away, whose language and history had been erased. In the time after the Spanish arrival, Mayan people tried to hold together some vestiges of their great tradition. They passed it down by word of mouth from generation to generation, sometimes in secret. And some of these texts survive to this day. But it's a strange kind of survival. Their complex way of mythology and symbolism no longer point to anything. All the associations and stories they once referred to are forgotten. All the meanings they would have once carried have been lost. And so these texts remain, much as the crumbling stone pyramids do. They stand as a silent testament to the loss of a whole world that will never again return. I want to end the episode by listening to an extract from one of those texts, called The Ritual of the Backhouse. It's an incantation written down by a Mayan shaman after being passed down through the ages from the golden age of his civilization. Today, although we know the meaning of most of the words, we can barely understand any of what the text means. But as you listen, I want you to think about what it must have felt like to watch this great civilization. Imagine the feeling that must have crept over the whole world, over the trims of their trees scorched with the smoke burning, over the hills and mountains where the whistle birds still fall, and over the empty pyramids, slowly but unstoppably crumbling into the earth.
How they say is the creator. How they say is the darkness. Coming from the fifth level of the sky, the head of the dragonfly, the head covering its worms. It bits the hand of the unfettered creator, the unfettered darkness. It licked the blood in the sweat bath. It licked the blood in the stone heart. Now then, throw it to the demented creator, to the demented darkness.
Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been Paul Cooper. I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M. Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civs Pod _ separating the words. But only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster, as live and detailed as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this possible. If you think you can spare anything, please do head over to Patreon later. For now, best, and thanks for listening. Sometime around the year 1540, a ship full of Norwegian sailors made the dangerous voyage to Iceland, a frozen island in the middle of the North Atlantic. It was a notoriously they knew they were in trouble. Their boat was lashed by wind and rain and tossed around like in the towering waves. The storm went on for days, blowing them far off their course with no idea where they were heading. Finally, when all seemed lost, the storm lessened a little, and they slipped through the rough waters in a small cove choked with ice, and there they waited for the remainder of the storm to blow over. They didn't know it then, but the storm had blown them right across the Atlantic Ocean, and the coast they now sheltered on was in Greenland, a bleak and icy waste on the north of the American continent. In these days, Greenland was an icy tundra where no sensible European would ever think to venture. But as the men waited for the storm to die down, they spotted something not far from their boat. It was a man, face down, dead in the snow. They saw his clothes made from seal skins and the fur in his hood, and they thought that he must be an Inuit, one of the indigenous inhabitants of Greenland. But as they approached, something didn't look right. They turned the man over and
and saw with surprise that he had red hair and pale skin. He was a Norseman, just like them, but he was dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter. On his head was a hood, well made, and otherwise clothes of frieze cloth and of sealskin. Near him was a sheath knife, bent and much worn and eaten away. Looked through the wilderness in these clothes to the coast, perhaps trying to find a ship to carry him away. And then he died right there on the beach, all alone at the edge of the world. Moved by the sight of this man, the sailors took his knife. When the weather cleared and they set sail back to Iceland, they took the knife with them. They must have rolled it into themselves. Who was this Norseman so far from home? Why was he dressed in the clothes of an Inuit hunter? And in this bleak and uninhabited waste, where in all the world?
sort of like arrows that are reaching out in three directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to their political influence as well. But they also have that round circle, which Jerusalem has essentially there, that represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmud. There were, of course, two Talmuds written, one in Babylon, the other one, not quite as obvious, was primarily in Nigeria, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud, and the relative strength of the expositor of those two Talmuds, who were linked to each other and communicating with each other, again, will change as you get past Islamic conquest of the region. Jerusalem definitely declines some authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, but we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast from Africa into Spain, further east all the way up to Pakistan and Jordan. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why we get far from Jewish back. Now, first of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, Jews and Babylonians were no longer separated from the various cities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural or one linguistic orbit. One orbit was much more safe to travel back and forth to no longer had the geopolitical the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting them all under the Muslims really had an impact on the ability to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between the communities that following Spain, okay, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to request for information, for clarification law. These requests responses, which are called the legal report. There's a whole page of rabbinic literature called Shalom B'Tshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses, and sometimes in English this is known as the response literature, singular response. And so there is a symbiosis in the sense that these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests they send funds to support the academy's activity, and at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities,
She is immensely grateful Elon must entrust her with the responsibility of protecting free speech, turning the company around and transforming. This isn't exactly a free speech. Around and transforming X into an everything app, none of which happened. No reason was given for the departure, with the exodus reportedly been in the works for over a week. Both Scott and I thought it was inevitable since the day. And Scott and I thought it was inevitable since the day she took the job that she was. Yes, I think you should work for Elon Musk in this regard. I mean, he's in charge the whole time. And I think one of the things about working for him is it's his company at all times. They hired Don Lemon, which was a really great effort, and even out when claims of free speech or forcing advertisers to advertise their I'm cutting people they don't like, so this isn't exactly Nazis. So good job. Tune in on Friday to hear me and Scott's full discussion. We're going to enjoy this. It's a free speech.
The way
Welcome.
Oh, what's up, Rabbi? You're back.
Absolutely. How you living?
Looking good. I came to check in on you when you weren't home, I would say.
Went outside, touched grass for a little bit. How about you?
I just got off work not so long ago. So,
What's good in your neck of the woods?
what'd you say?
What's good in your neck of the woods?
Oh, nothing really. I had an appointment today. That was really about it.
What kind of appointment?
I had a therapist appointment.
Did you go?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
It was good. Yeah, it was a little boring, but
Was it successful?
that I have to attend.
All right. Very well. What's on your agenda for the rest of the week?
I have work, and then I work tomorrow and Friday, and then I have the weekend off.
Very well. Remind me what you do again?
I work on Humvees and Hummers.
Oh, very cool. For the military or?
No, retired vets that daily drive Hummers and Humvees.
Oh, very cool. Well, that's an interesting job. What do you think of the Humvee?
The Humvee is a very reliable vehicle. I don't think. I mean, it's made for what it's for, you know.
Right.
You have a problem, but
Isn't that not being a daily driver for like a vet?
yeah, it shouldn't be usually, but a lot of vets in my area daily drive them.
Right.
Which causes even more problems.
Right. Don't they break down a lot?
Yeah, they have a lot of transmission issues.
Wow. All right. Well, that keeps you employed, right?
Art. And,
what kind of art do you like?
I like classical art, like real or pieces that have
What art do you like?
like I researched the Mona Lisa a lot. A lot of that I'm really into.
Okay. What are your favorite facts about the Mona Lisa?
I like the way it depicts Mona Lisa, like as a woman.
Isn't she just sitting?
Yeah, but her face is seen a lot, and her as her face, it was changed over time so much that her face became unrecognizable to even her. Um, so I just like the backstory behind it.
Very well. Hey, would you remind me, how'd you find out about me?
People in Aiden's Discord.
That's right. All right, very well. Did you see Aiden Roth streaming last night?
Yeah, I did. He's actually live right now, so maybe check in on him.
Right, I too. Let me see what he's doing. What's good on his? I got it. Pre-London celebration.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what percentage of his stream are bots?
So what is it?
Just one moment. If you go to the website botted.wtf, it'll tell you everybody on Kick. All right, his botting percentage approximately. He has like 55,000 bots.
Hey.
So he's got 57,000 people watching him. There are like 2,000 unique chatters. So he's got a lot of bots. Yeah, I would say, like, if you ever watch his streams, Dollars to Donuts, like every single time he will have 57,000 people watching him. Like, what are the odds of that? It's just not possible. If you'd have like 30,000 sometimes and 70,000 sometimes. Nope, every time it's 57,000.
I never really realized.
Oh yeah, Kick is perhaps one of the most botted platforms. It's incredible. So number 2, I mean the Westcall, WESTCOL, they bought even more. They have 0.4% engagement rate, which is like, it's absolutely terrible. It's like, that means like 200% of the people watching their stream, which is just not realistic. Of Aiden Ross's stream, he has a 3-point engagement rate, which is low. Like, if you have people watching you, maybe 1 out of 2, 1 out of 4 is going to be chatting. Like, maybe if you had 1 out of 5 people chatting, that's realistic. But when it gets down to 1 in 30, no, that's not realistic. Then your body.
Yeah, I don't really understand how it.
That's why he has to bot, because they're so boring.
Like, I'll tune in for like that's about it.
Yeah, I like when he does like collaborations. Those are cool. Or he does like he'll watch a fight or something. That's boring as fuck.
Yeah. I'm not a big supporter on gambling, so I don't really.
Okay, do you just not like gambling, or you have an issue?
Yeah, no, my mom has a gambling problem.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Well, then I get that. Well, yeah, and it's, as I've heard previously, Kick is not a streaming platform. Kick is a platform for its streamers to promote.
Yeah.
So, like, if you ever get anybody who's a big streamer on Kick, they'll just throw credits at them and say, "Please stream on Stake," and then they make money doing that. It's just to promote Stake, which is.
Yeah, I just saw something. That's how they get all these good deals with these streamers is because of Stake.
Stake is the number one a gambling platform in the world, and Kick loses money, but it gets more and more people to know about stake. And
Right.
I don't know. I personally think that stake is pretty corrupt. Whenever I see anybody play on it, they always lose. Um, I mean, like, I can't balance just goes lower and lower and lower and lower. You can't just like, oh, okay, I want to get my money right now. Oh, no, no, no. There's like a daily minimum you have to beat, and like it's just like this garbage platform. It's not very fair to people, I feel. And they use this kind of marketing tactic that I don't feel that they should be able to use. I think they should be banned from a lot of platforms. So what they do, let's say you've got this really great clip. Well, clip what stake will not give you any money. They're advertising in the corner, and then they'll have that tweeted or Instagram or something. So it's free advertising. And what these platforms normally should do, because they're not allowed a lot of times to promote gambling, is they should ban the account that's posting it. But they don't. They'll just put a warning on it. And so it's like, okay, whatever. They're going to put a warning on it. People are still going to see our shit. And it's just, to me, kind of um, immoral. But I get it. That's just how it works. It's not my cup of tea, though, as they say. And I would also say that, I mean, I'm not a fan of Kick, and here's why. But I would stream on it. Okay, my history was this. People would tell me, hey, you stream everywhere. You're on Twitch and YouTube and Rumble and all these Kick. And I'm like, what's Kick? And they're like, oh, it's basically like Twitch. I'm like, all right. So I get on it. This is like 2.5 years ago. And it says in the corner, Kick beta. Now, normally when something's in beta, it means like, their shit's not working. That was 2.5 years ago. And it's still in beta. I mean, usually a company gets out of beta, but it just their thing. So I started streaming on there, and I just was like a one person in this ocean of people, and I wouldn't get a lot of people watching me. So I stopped streaming on the. Then I went back 6 months later, and I started streaming. But they have this issue that, um, again, it's like you'll get one or two people watching you, and it's just not a lot of. There aren't a lot of real people. Like I just told you, Aiden Ross has 55,000 bots right now, or at least 50,000. He always has between 50,000 and 60,000 people watching him whenever he's live, except if he does something with someone else. Like if he does a collaboration with like Donald Trump, he had like hundreds of thousands of people, or Drake, he'll get hundreds of thousands of people. But if it's if it's just a normal Aiden Ross stream, between 50 and 60,000 people every single time. Just watch it. Well, anyway, I recognize that. Look, when I stream, I want people to be able to watch my streams, not just today, 2 weeks ago, but I want them to be able to watch them a month from now, 2 months from now, and that's not how Kick works. Kick only saves your streams for 1 month, and I understand it's expensive to make it like YouTube, but Rumble can do it, so I don't understand why Kick can't do it. So
Aiden think about you?
he was fascinated that I live streamed my life, and I didn't really know who he was, so I think that kind of offended him, but I mean there are a lot of people on the internet, and I focus. If you're not, you just wouldn't necessarily know who he was. But anyway, it's like it was niche, like and I get that 2K is a big game, but it's not really comparison to Madden or I don't know. It's like there are a blip on my radar. Well, anyway, he came into my Discord, or I shouldn't say my Discord, into my YouTube stream, and he brought a bunch of people in, and then they're they're, they're like like you're really live all the time. I'm like, yeah. You want to see my drive? I'm like, you want to see my passport? I'm like, my whole life is on. You know, doxed as I am, perhaps. Like, show us your credit card. I'm like, fine. On my debit card. I'm like, dude, I'm like as out there as you can be. I mean, as you see, I'm always streaming, and and so I think that kind of like, wow, this person is really streaming all. I think we had this conversation, perhaps we didn't, but like he used to have a lot of people in his Discord, and then they started cutting off, like and like making everything compartmentalized, and now no one's in there except I'm in there. Okay, so then what happened? So I created bots to inundate everybody so that everybody knew about me until basically December 31st of last year. And then I thought, okay, I've spammed these people enough. Oh, and I also did an interview with one of their creators, Ori, and we I showed them some things in the kick sign up process that were errors. To We sent it to Eddie Craven's, um, like he saw it, and he and I became friends on Discord. So,
Eddie?
yeah, so Eddie and I on Discord. So, stopped spamming them, and so I stopped spamming them for. Well, one of their creators came in here and was like, like what you did wasn't that bad. I mean, it's not like you hacked our engine. It's not like you made the site go down. You didn't do anything like that. You just literally just recruit, and like that's while annoying, isn't that big of a deal. It's not like you punch someone on camera. It's not like you pull the gun on someone like they have people do, and they ban their accounts for like you a month or something like that. So he's like, know, if they have people who pull guns on people and or shoot people on camera, and they get their accounts back. So why don't you try to stream again? So I'm like, okay, well, it's not a bad idea. So I start streaming again, like, I don't know, within the last month. I'm able to stream for get they basically years. I've been 50 years. With you, and if that's how it is, well then that means war. And so what I did, I've created a kick bot that has been very successful actually. I just created it like 2 days ago, and instead of like okay, do you have the Kick app right now?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you have the Kick? Okay, so you did.
I use the website.
Okay, so you use the website. So let me see how I do this on the web. Okay, go to kick.com and let me know when you're on kick.com. You see at the very top, there's like a little a play button.
Hold on. I don't what?
A little television with a play button.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, click it. And then go to clips, live streams, categories, and then clips.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And just start scrolling down. And
red heart?
Yeah, in the description.
Okay.
It should say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord link. I created.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, exactly. For me for like months. Stay on there. I get people on here. I'll be like, "Hey, how'd you find out about me?" They're like, "Kick." I'm like, "Oh, okay. How on Kick?" And they're like a year and a half ago, you clipped my friend, and it had a link to this Discord, and now we're here. I'm like, whoa. Basically, it just stays there. If they delete that account, the clip stays, which is very important because that means these things don't go away.
Right.
So that's he is very um new people in here, but I get 10 people a day, new people and India. And when I have a chance to speak with them, they're very positive. And a lot of, or Mexico or Spain. And I have translators that I use. Like I have these automatic translators that allow me to be able to communicate with people in any language. So then when they see that I'm making the extra effort to be able to speak with them, they're usually really cool. I do get people in here who want to troll me back, which is fine. So they'll wait till I'm asleep and they'll play like, like a soundboard or whatever, and that's fine. I mean, I understand people are going to do that, especially I'm the one who clipped them. But generally they're very positive.
Does it wake
times? Which becomes entertaining to people, which I get, and I mute the computer and hear what they have to say, and I'll keep sleeping. But sometimes I forget to do that, and when I forget, then it's okay that they're from all over the world. So I University of California, Irvine. The people who generally like live on floor with me, like one's like a taxi driver. He doesn't really Philippines. There's another guy who's like like a at home nurse from Philippines. Um, they don't really stream out. I mean, I stream outside, but I don't stream my roommates because I just like I've left phones in the bathroom because sometimes I'll like take the phone with me when I'm in the bathroom, shower, like a normal thing. And that yeah, and so I think that's when they realize like, hey, this could be really big, but we don't necessarily want our house becoming like a tourist attraction. So at least if I have people who want to visit me, generally like before I would, and we'd go on picnics and stream it and all kinds of stuff like that. But generally, I've just been telling them recently, just when I go viral, we'll do that. But just for the sake of my own housemates and such, just watch from afar. And um, but yeah, I actually asked any of them to be on the stream. They've just kind of been on the stream intermittently. So
Do you have moderators for yourself?
No.
Or do you all do it? Do you do it yourself?
I do it myself. So when it comes to my well, I should say, like, I do have some friends who are moderators in here, but they're not in here 24/7. It's not a big enough platform to for me to have 24/7 moderation. So they will like mute people or ban people, but I really ask them not to ban people as much as possible. But yeah, I do have some moderators. I shouldn't say I don't have any, but they're generally people who know how I operate, which means like you can basically say whatever you want, but if you play loud sounds, I don't like that. Like if you're in here, like I get people who play chainsaws in here, and like that's super loud and super annoying, and nobody wants to hear that. But for the most people are pretty respectful. In my YouTube stream, I don't have any moderators, so people can say whatever they want in there. And chance.
How many viewers do you average on Twitch?
Oh, I don't even. I mean, like in a given 12-hour segment, maybe a dozen or so. It's really hard to be seen on Twitch because there's so many people on Twitch, like 20 different Twitch streams. It's like 20 times 12 is 240. So it's like 240 people, but they're spread across a bunch, including what you see me on in Discord and all those. But like just the different
The various streams.
33.
33 devices. Oh my god, you are a legend.
Thank you. I mean, just like you can't even see, but I have one here, one here. I have another two here, more here, just in front of me, in that I can touch with my hand right now. Not include that one that you're seeing me on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 devices right here. And then right like behind me I've got one, and then I've got another 5 right here. Means that I can't see the chat. And that's again why
tells them to join the Discord.
Exactly.
Right?
You know, you want to talk with me. I'd rather talk with people in person than say whatever they want to me. I used to let people chat here. The only reason why I don't is because I'll get one bad egg or bad apple. If that's your thing, that's cool. That's not very mature, but I understand. Put a really single place they could put its Discord, which is like 500 different chats. So it took me like, I don't know, almost an hour. We're not going to do that. I'm going to just close that. And then I did allow people to say whatever they want in a couple chats, which was fine. But then I learned that there are people who can be malicious, and what they'll do in order to get rid of people they don't like is they will go to someone's chat, they'll put their address, and then they'll go on another account and report it for doxing, and they'll take down your whole Discord. And so when I realized that people start to do that, it was just like, look, I'll let people in the future say whatever they want when I have 24/7 moderation, but as of right now, I don't have time, and I don't have the the um the ability to monitor like a bunch of different general chats just for people to come in and just spam shit. So basically, if people want to say anything, just come in here and say whatever you want. You can say it verbally. And if you want to type something, that's fine. Just go to my YouTube and type whatever you want. I don't I don't really care what people write in there. And that's just kind of how I am. If I had the ability to have it all moderated, I would, but I don't I don't want to pay moderators to just basically sit here and do nothing. That's something that I can do. Um, and then the only time that I really need them is when I'm asleep. And that's, usually people don't want to just sit in a Discord and just where there's nothing going on, and then while someone's sleeping, and then basically just wait until somebody posts something. Now, there are moderation bots that are pretty good that I think I'll be able to utilize in the future. But again, if you have something to say to me, I do give people away. If you have something you want to say to me, I have two sections on the left side. One says like create support ticket. So if there's something you need, your friend got able to do something, send it there. Or ask Rabbi anything. And that's really, I get a lot of people who ask me halakhic or Jewish law questions, or they'll ask me questions when they can always send me a direct message too. I mean, my direct messages are open. So,
I got a good question for you.
Go for it.
What happens when the device dies? Does that one stay charged?
Oh, there's a long cord that's connected to a computer.
Oh, that's very genius.
Thank you. Yeah.
Are all of the phones that you have plugged in currently, or do you kind of just plug them in when you need them?
Oh no, I have to keep them plugged in. It would drive me bonkers to go around and recharge them all the time.
I see.
Yeah, so they're on like either extension, some type of some way that I have to be able to submit, and it gets annoying. Like, just like, okay, you may think like, well, it's like what once maybe, like for any of your apps, maybe once every month or once every couple weeks or something like that. But you're not two or four apps that crash because I've learned, there's some. It's taken some time to get this system set up. I would have, like when I first started, I would just stream on YouTube. Well, that's great, but if you ever have your internet just cut out just for a second, just even for literally 1 second, that will end stream 100%. YouTube does not have disconnect protect, and there's a lot of issues. And not only that, they won't sometimes tell you that your stream ended. So you'll still think you're streaming. And it stops streaming form that's known as restream.io, which is really nice. They have really nice disconnection protect that. It doesn't happen often, but even if it does, just whatever. Like my router just gets like a a packet update or something from the ISP. And the internet cuts out for like maybe 5 seconds or something like that with it. So, like 33 different devices on 30 different platforms, including platforms of which you've never heard, including Africa, which you would think would be Africa, but it's actually big in South Korea. I'm live on Bilibili, which is like China's Google, and YouNow, Vaughn.live, and just like a bunch that you're just like, I've never heard of any of those. And I'm like, I know. I mean, that's just, there are a lot of different platforms. I do my, I don't know, the head of the entire internet comes out and they're like, I don't like this Rabbi Rothschild. Let's get rid of all their shit. Okay, well, that's cool. It's going to take you years to get rid of my stuff, because it's a lot of it is, I don't even have tied to me. I don't even have my name in it. Live stream, but it's just on like a backup archive, and it doesn't even have my name. So it's just be like, oh, this was on a Rabbi stream. Blue Sky, that is like the Twitter. It's like the liberal Twitter, and so I've created bots that just inundate people on, and people talk about me all the time. At least once an hour, somebody will tweet about me or whatever you want to call it, and
saying what? Something positive or something negative?
Usually it's they laugh about what I write. So I like name the, so at first I started naming the bots like join Rabbi's Discord with my Discord link. And that was cool. But that would only get like 1 or 2 people a day tweeting about me. I'll call it tweeting, but it's like posting or whatever. Which is fine, 1 or 2 people. But then I stopped changing the names to just be sexual, and that gets like 24 people a day tweeting about me. Meaning like it's like a 24 times the amount of people. And so one of them is called Pussy Eating Until My Tongue is Raw and Mouth Gets Lockjaw Rabbi. Now, it's like, well, why would you name something that? Because people think it's funny and they take a screenshot of it and then they post it, and then that stays on their timeline, and it's a permanent advertisement that like, hey, I'm streaming, and it's got my Discord links in there, and it's got like this thing that I post. Now I also put in there like the message that I put is very like it makes people laugh because it's just so like ridiculous. It says, attention, please read the attached World Peace Manifesto. I have this like whenever anybody hears the word manifesto, they like get like freaked out, which is what I want them to do. I want to get in their head. So I've got this like thing to talk about futurology a lot. So then I say, the live streaming 24/7, 365 for 3+ years. Please join the Discord. The clause machines, invisibility cloaks, milk data equals Earth's #1 resource. Please share to be a trillionaire. When people get this, they don't know what to make of it because normally and I like to talk about it. What about invisibility cloaks? Like you mean like in Harry Potter? I mean precisely like in Harry Potter. Basically like a blanket that you can put over yourself that allows you to in front of you. It basically mimics whatever's behind you. So
Hold on, I'll grab back.
yes. Yoda, this I don't know. No one knows what this. Let's see. Ooh. Oh fuck.
Chicken. There you go. There you go. Oh, stop with She's really. All right. Thank you.
That is Abraham's children's wife, second wife. Torah describes by the Torah and that's been sent with gifts. Obviously, they were charged with the Asian food. But it's also possible to think of them as one of the descendants of Abraham. Augustine in the 4th century was spoken about him as one of the church fathers. He's referred to the local term that people use to himself. He comes from Canaan, some of the earliest people who have been found in contact with Joshua, the legendary prophet, goes across Africa and may have descended from the year of Joshua. I mentioned the Torah as one of the 7 nations that are expelled in the in terms of Jewish settlement per se, Joshua was in Clemson, which is in Nigeria. Unlikely that Joshua actually moved to the west, but other actually but the fact that there were Hebrew speakers in the region, not Arab speakers, suggests that that is structural Jerusalem, Nebuchadnezzar. Structural Babylonia is clearly the Hebrew as the spoken language would suggest back. But at any rate, these various legendary possibilities is that we have strong populations there. Centuries, lots of documentation, told the captive Jews after the first Jewish war, sent throughout the Mediterranean. We have migration today in traditional printing, you will see Rabbi Hanan at the beginning of Iran, which is not the same as Iran. But that opportunity was just tracked with smaller, even more famous than the Hanan now, the possible from off of North Africa, really, that was sort of incredibly essential to studying the comic as a lot of practice, how that should be and back and forth in debate, including the text and the musician, and sometimes, but certainly not coming to a clear conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of materials which seem crucial in nature, that those that talks about medicine, or biography, or recipe, or observations from the natural universe, all kinds of things which are kind of miscellany that with very, very rich connections to the material, and I think it makes it absolutely fascinating to read. But the Alsacis said, wait a second, it's really important that we get to the bottom line, how we should behave here. So you get through the entire Talmud, and you get through all of that other stuff, like the God which I personally you removed all that and recorded the debate in the Talmud back and forth, inserting this commentary as necessary in the narrative. Sometimes with clearer almost to rise to legislation, but eventually that is usually considered so good. So whereas the Jewish, whereas the Alphonse Jews, at least all of you got it done. Trust me, I love that. All of the Aganata is published under the title of Yaakov, the son of the Lord, and that was many years saying is recent century, but hopefully we'll get some good attention. So very quick book. Series of books over the last decade or so back. I quickly give you a sense of when was and our criticism to say it was not so lectures on this topic and the following lecture I'd like to take a very brief moment to speak about three of my favorites, half of my favorites.
should stay the fuck away from matches. By the way, for those wondering, he got served the usual way. The process served at his house in Texas did the message with the guy who answered, but in the twist, so aggressively on brand and probably own video, Brendan called the guy back and offered to meet at a pizza shop, not a lawyer, the storage unit studio. Instead, he went for the full. Brendan really is a business shot after all, with a slice of pizza, business and pleasure. Maybe you go into the filings, the stranger this whole thing gets. There are signatures, payouts, internal votes. There are conflicting timelines that don't line up, and at least one billionaire that makes the whole thing feel less like a business dispute and more like an ego. James Bond movie. That's not the weirdest part, because there is there, and if that thing, but if it's missing because it's never got it in the first place, then this whole case might be built on a lie and technical and completely free him from liability. So I'm going to give you the full count on this missing piece in Brendan Shaw's lawsuit. It's not a clip, it's not from a burner phone, a real piece of the puzzle I'm looking here. The one thing that proved Brendan Shaw knew exactly what he was doing, or might explain why he's scrambling to act like he didn't. Damn it, I'm high. But it was in a larger helicopter helping rescue workers get escape for a needle in the needle snap. You can't see any of that rain. So we've never picking up and dropping off rescue workers, dropping sandbars, picking them up from sandbars. Shaw also, there's a moment where he pretends he had what's going on. He was just showing up, shaking hands, and seize control of the company. Take a look at this Brady Village Brendan, which begs how this whole battle for control started. It all sounds pretty pissed off. He's ranting to Brendan about Russian financial backers making threats, intimidating shareholders, manipulating management, demanding payment for their outstanding loan. Bill even tells Brendan the Russian investors aren't my shareholders and talking shit on me. Later he adds, they only have a promissory note, but they played cage holders who they knew and tried to make me sound like a dick for not paying on time. Brendan's not pushing back, he's not even defending himself, he's just absorbing the heat, trying to stay clean, trying not to piss at him. But Brendan asks how much equity the Russians have. Bell replies they don't own any stock, just a promissory note, low-grade credit. And when Bell vents about that, this fucking gem, KGB dev trouble, I mean. Know what we need to do. Let me translate that. Brendan Shaw wants massive this is
CEO, supposedly by the same Russians, they were just talking about those text messages. So then, after all of this went down, Brendan started panicking. He tells us to make things right. So Bell sends him a draft. He regrets signing the document that ousted that he was used as a pawn by the convention on, and anything that might sound like he's admitting guilt, just to clear the air. Without actually taking responsibility. But then he just fails completely. And maybe that fear is real. Maybe even a piece of shop holding us a in one hand and his career in the other. I wasn't here. What do you think it could be? Yeah, but I mean, dude, this is amazing. To me, but isn't that amazing? It's getting so good. It's getting better, but I'm kept better. That's not what Cubby would never speak that way. Yeah. Like Brendan's legs when he got knocked the fuck out by Roy Nelson. Let's sure you've signed some back, you've watched the company you once partnered with full-blown Russian oligarch project, you're starting to have second thoughts, you reach out to the guy who got pushed out, you almost sign an affidavit saying you were part of the plan, and then you ghost him and say, it's all out of my hands, my man. What happens next should be solved. The lawsuit gets filed, everyone brings out their receipts. Some evidence, the one that proves Brendan had no right to sell equity gets dropped on the table, right? And all the filings, the emails, texts, the affidavits, missing something that every other claim in this whole lawsuit depends on a piece of paperwork that allegedly proves Brendan gave up his stake in the company years ago. The whole timeline is built around the reason the $100,000 deal even is in the first place. Filing his edges, his draft affidavit said he gave up the equity. This case, that so far, Brady Bell hasn't produced. It's the missing. Whether Brendan signed it at Bell's home again, or inside for a second. Let's pretend you've obviously you've read the text, you've seen the draft. I know Brendan thought he gave up his equity, or at least his later. For 100K. There's one thing in your favor. The plaintiff, like I said, still has the sun. Mistake. There's no final step, no ink, no signature. There's that talk about it. Like it happened, kind of like a vibe. And vibes don't count. So defense becomes never relinquished his equity. He still owned his 10%.